right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Nation Wars 2019 Round of 16, Day 2. Today, we've got 4 amazing teams: Germany, Mexico, China, and Brazil. 4 amazing teams that will battle out for a place in the round of 8. We will qualify 1 nation tonight, and I'm Funka, and I'm joined by Roddy, that's already on the shot, so let's acknowledge him. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I just listened to a Dutch banger that really got me pumped up, like an absolute carnival cracker, we would say. So I'm feeling pumped up. I'm feeling ready. I really like this group. Obviously, yesterday was awesome, and yesterday is not done yet. That continues on Saturday, I assume. Right?
I think it is Saturday. Yeah.
So I think yesterday was a really good way to start the round of 16. I would say everything I hoped for, maybe even a little bit more. Other than the Dutch team not winning yet, but we're still in it, so that's good. But I think this group really stands out as well. I think 3 nations that we all expected to probably end in the top 8. Well, one of them is not going to make it. And then you've got Brazil as well. And I love this Brazilian team because, A, they're obviously really good. They've got Calazur. They've got Eric, who's good. And then I have my boy, Turkey Dana, that I always find so fun to watch. So I really think that this is one of those days that is going to fly by because everything is going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of great games coming your way. But before we start, we have a quick video for you guys to understand a little bit about the format of Nation Wars 2019. We can go into it right now.
This year's game format has been adjusted to accommodate more competitors. The game starts with a round of 40. 8 countries with the highest WCS point counts automatically qualify for the next round, whereas the remaining 32 countries are set to compete in a single elimination match. 16 winners then join the pre-qualified nations and continue to the next round, where 8 groups of 3 countries are set to play in a round-robin format. In each group, the country with the lowest point totals is eliminated. The remaining 16 countries are divided into 4 groups to play in a well-known double elimination bracket, also referred to as the GSL group. The top 8 countries then continue to play in a single elimination bracket, and the final 4 to battle it off live in Paris for the 2019 Nation Wars Championship title.
Now, finally, you understand the format of Nation Wars. You've seen it a couple of times already, but now you understand it. This is round of 16. We're playing in GSL group style, and we've got 4 nations that have the opportunity to qualify for round of 8. One will be first place and will be placed as first seed in the bracket, in the finals bracket. And as you can see, we played the first half of Group B, which is Group South Korea, and South Korea did qualify. At like what was it? Like maybe 8:30 a.m. for those guys, but they were there. They did it in the end, and they played really great, especially Innovation, that obviously was a little bit of his own machine self yesterday. I think he basically won every single game he played, so that's basically it.
But great run by the foreign Protoss as well, right? Harston put on one hell of a show against South Korea. He played absolutely fantastic against Su on Disco Bloodbath. He had a fun PvP as well, right? Against Stats. He was able to win that one. And even, I think, in his first try against Inno, there was some serious potential on Triton. And then, of course, we got to give kudos to Neeb, man. What a role that man was on. He played out of his freaking mind. Maybe a game of the month against Su up to this point. That was absolutely fantastic to watch.
42-minute PVZ.
Yeah.
That was won by Protoss.
Yep.
That's not every single day that happens.
Unless it includes Su. But then it still doesn't happen very often because he doesn't have games that last that long.
Yeah, you're right.
Anyway, let's talk about this. This is Group D, but we're going to consider it Group B because it's our second group. And like I said before, this group is awesome, guys. Germany versus Mexico. Now, quick trivia question for you. Is Germany the only nation with 2 players on their roster that both went to the WCS Global Finals?
Yes.
I would say so too. But I didn't.
I think it is, but I'm not sure. You put me on the spot right
Yeah,
now.
I didn't think about it either, but it must be, right? Because Korea didn't have it. Wait, no, actually they did.
Su and Stats.
Yeah.
Okay, so Korea is also part of this legendary crew of countries that put a lot of great players in the World Finals, in the WCS Global Finals. Hero Marine and Showtime. Could have been 3 out of 3. I mean,
Yep.
Lambo was part of the journey last year.
Yep, he did it last year, and I think a lot of people expected Lambo to maybe make it again this year. It's obviously tough, right? Especially with Rainer showing up in such a big way.
Oh, yeah.
But I think if a couple of things would have gone slightly different for Lambo, he too could have made it, because I don't think he's worse right now than he was last year. If anything, I'd probably say that he's even better. But he just had a little bit of a slump over the summer. I don't really know what was up. Lambo looked super on point in the first few months of the year. And then, I don't know, maybe he played a few too many of the MOBAs or something. I don't really know what happened.
Maybe.
Yeah, he hit a little bit of a slump, but I feel like lately he's been grinding again. He's playing a lot. He's been growing the Lambros on Twitch. So I think that he's in excellent shape as well. And I don't really think that this team needs much of an introduction.
It's a beautiful team.
Yeah.
Hero Marine, Showtime, Lambo, 3 players from each race. Well, 3 players that represent all 3 races in StarCraft, which is amazing. 1916 for Hero Marine, 36 and 18 for Showtime. Massive record for our German Protoss. And Lambo also with a great ratio here with 6 and 2 for his first selection. Really great team. I'm really looking forward to see what they will be able to do against Mexico. That's our first match of the night, and we can see a little bit about that Mexican lineup that is obviously one that you need to be worried about, especially because it includes Juanito. And
yes, but
Juanito is an amazing player.
He truly is, and obviously a lot of the eyes are going to be on him. And we know that if Juanito feels it, yes, then he is the star of this team. But in my opinion, keep your eyes on that man on the south side of our screen. Cham has been playing his freaking heart out lately. He's been grinding a lot of games. And Cham is kind of funny because this is not something I often say about Zergs. A couple of Protoss players have it where some of these Protoss guys are really good, but you can still see they're sloppy, yet they're winning. I kind of feel like that applies to Cham to some degree as well. Like, you can still see very obvious parts of his game that can still improve. But Cham is just good in winning lately. He's been winning a lot of these little online tournaments. He's been absolutely crushing it on the ladder. I think that Cham and Special are actually quite close to each other right now. Of course, Special is the bigger name, and if there is a WCS tournament right now, I'm not going to say that Cham would outperform Special, but when it comes to this kind of a format, the best of one, Cham is an amazing player to have on your team, and I really think that he's going to shine today.
You're right. He's obviously a player that you wanna be worried a little bit about. But I was talking to a couple of the French casters yesterday, and even though we're talking about the fact that Terran and especially foreign Terrans have not been doing that well for a couple of months, couple of years maybe, then you can see all those stats.
I mean,
maybe a decade. Yeah, you can see that. You can say that in terms of foreign Terran, but the stats, like most of the most amazing stats that we have in Nation Wars, are from Terran player.
No,
especially Special, 41 and 17. That's an amazing ratio.
It is an amazing ratio,
Lord,
but these numbers don't mean that much to me. Obviously, like, it's impressive, don't get me wrong, and I'd be flexing if I had a record like that, but the fact that Special can go 12-0 in earlier rounds, it doesn't mean that much, right?
You're right.
What's going to matter is how does Special go up against Showtime? How does he do against the Lambo, right? Those are the games that matter. Like, yes, he will always beat, with all due respect, a lot of the nations in the round of 40, round of 32 by himself because he's freaking special.
No, you're right. So those two nations, you wanted them to clash. You wanted those players to clash. Well, it might happen in this game between Germany and Mexico, and I do believe that the interview is ready, so we can talk a little bit about that upcoming game with the captains. Let's go into it right now. All right. We've got Juanito and Lambo here. Welcome, guys. How are you feeling, Special? Is it a good day for you? You feeling good? Oh, is camera frozen?
I think he's frozen. He's either frozen or really angry.
Okay, he disconnected. Let's go with Lambo. Hey, man, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Yeah, you feeling comfortable with that group coming up here? You think Germany can qualify today with the nations that you're facing in this group?
I think our group is pretty hard overall. We have a lot of good talents in our group, but I think our team is favored to qualify no matter from which group. I think this Germany team is extremely solid.
Yeah, would you say it's the best team you guys ever had in Nation Wars?
Yeah, I think so for sure. Even though that's like just a compliment to myself, pretty much. But
That's what I wanted to
He's
hear.
like, I am better than TLO. You're right.
You're
Paul.
right.
Yeah, thank
You're
you
right.
very much. Lembo, I've got a question because I feel like lately you've been really like full on the StarCraft spirit again. Like obviously last year ended in a fantastic way for you. Beginning of the year, I thought you were on fire, but then like somewhere in the middle of this year, it felt that things went wrong a little bit. Did you fix it? Did you change something about the way you practice, or do you just feel better about the game? What has changed for you?
not much, honestly. During the middle of the year, I had a period where I just didn't like ZVP, and I lost all 3 WCS tournaments to a Protoss, like a good Protoss, but still someone that I feel like I should beat if I want to be at the very top. And yeah, I just couldn't figure out the matchup, so that kind of just stumped my entire year. All the other small stuff like IEM, WSG, and so on, they played pretty well. But yeah, I just couldn't figure out the one matchup, and it killed me.
But it's going better now?
It is going a lot better ever since the new map pool against Protoss. A lot, because this new map pool, like I had a lot of trouble with the robo stuff. On this map pool, it's almost impossible to attack into third base location as Protoss. So yeah.
All right, good to hear. Juanito, you're with us right now. Can you hear us?
Yeah, what's up, man?
All right. How's the spirit over there? You're in South Korea, correct?
No, I'm at home, man.
Oh,
Are you
okay.
back home in Mexico?
Yeah,
All right.
feeling great.
Nice
Getting
and
some
nice and
taquitos
early.
today.
Nice and early.
It's 11. It's fine.
You just rolled out of bed, Juanito. It's okay.
Yeah, but his bed is looking really clean.
I know.
He made it proper.
That was done 2 minutes. So, how's the spirit in Team Mexico? How do you guys feel about the group overall?
I think it's a pretty hard group. I think we can nominate ourselves by advancing second in the first round. So, I don't know, but I feel like we can be an uncomfortable opponent for anyone. So, we'll see how we do.
All right. I'm wondering about the exact matchups that we will have in this match. So basically, it's Cham versus Lembo, and then you against Zero Marine, and then Jim Rising against Showtime. Like, how do you feel about how your players are facing the opposite team? Are you satisfied with the matchups and the maps?
Let me read you what my Jim Rising said to me. 1 second. I'm scrolling up.
All right.
Okay, he said this. He thinks it's a good idea that he plays Showtime before the new patch. Because after the new patch, he's going back to his real Diamond League. He's going to be a Diamond League after next patch.
Is that literally what he said?
Well, he said Platinum, but I made a little
Platinum. Okay. Okay, interesting. So in general, you're feeling comfortable and you're happy that Jim Rising is playing Showtime?
Well, he's happy.
He's happy?
What about your game
Yeah.
against Big Gabe? How do you feel about that one?
I think he's pretty good, but I think overall probably better TVT, but I don't know. We'll see. He's a good player, so it's going to be hard regardless.
Have you been studying that Gabe stream a little bit?
Always study the big game when there's no time to watch.
Always.
No big game.
All right, Lembo, you're going up against Cham. I think that's an interesting matchup because I believe, like, a while ago, you sometimes were a little vocal about the way he plays ZVZ. How do you feel about it right now? And do you feel that Cham is, like, really, let's say, like, has he arrived finally at, like, the top of the foreign Zerg scene, so to speak? Like, not including a Sarah and Raynor, but I feel like Cham has really made some steps. How do you see it?
Yeah, I don't think he's at the very top, but he's a scary opponent. I still think he plays like a clown quite often in ZVZ.
Okay.
But that's extremely scary in a best of one. Like, if I can't read my opponent, I might make a mistake based off that. So yeah, I think anything can happen. Overall, I think I'm pretty happy with getting Chum, but we'll see how it goes.
Alrighty.
All right. I think that's pretty much what we needed.
Some quick predictions, maybe?
Exactly. Prediction, Lembo. How do you think this Clan War is going to go?
I think Germany is going to win 4-1.
4-1.
Juanito, what have we got to say about that?
I think we're going to lose 4-1.
Well, we can also just start with Brazil versus China if you guys want to do it.
We want to see the game.
Yeah, let's get some StarCraft going. All right, guys.
Good luck.
Thank you so much for joining us. Good luck.
See ya. All right. That was a cool interview. That was really cool.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, if both of them agree there's going to be 4-1, in my opinion, we can just move on, right?
Yeah.
But look, I think there's like in the past, especially in the early runs of these tournaments, we often have these matchups and then we talk about it all the time. And I'm like, yeah, but they're both going to make it anyway. In this group, we can't say that because there's China in this group. And I know that it's been a long time since we watched China because I think they were the very first nation we saw in the round of 32.
Yes.
But I think that Chinese team, at least back then, looked so phenomenal. I think all three players are in top shape right now. So you want to win because you want to get at least a crack at China. Both Mexico and Germany, I think, are capable of beating China, but I don't know how that plays out. Maybe Germany would be a small favorite in the eyes of some people, but don't forget, China has time, and even the other two looked fantastic.
Such a hard group to predict. I agree. I would argue that maybe Brazil is a little bit of an underdog here.
They are. No.
But then China, Germany, Mexico, like when you think about it, Germany and Mexico did super well in previous seasons of Nation Wars. Numerous top fours for both teams, even second place back in Nation Wars 2 for Mexico. China never reached top 4. They were really close. I think they had like maybe two occasions they were round of 8, and I think they lost to South Korea once. But especially this year, like we knew that going into the tournament, Time would be a massive player to defeat. But then the way Ayasonu and Cyan played in this round of 24, for instance, that was quite crazy to think about. So I'm really confused about who's gonna advance between Germany, Mexico, China. I don't want to take Brazil out of the equation, but
Turkey, they know all kill, mate. It's gonna happen.
It could happen.
We're gonna get some Void Rays going. I mean, he provided with some of the cooler moments because we cast a lot of StarCraft, but I haven't often seen Void Rays with +1 fighting other Void Rays above shield batteries and stuff like that. So I'm always down to see and learn new stuff. And when they, I mean, we're gonna get it in the upcoming days as well when Finland plays. Like, I like the Moss0 as well. He's got some builds too. It's gonna be fun.
You need some crazy Protosses to get a decent season of Nation Wars. That's for sure. In the chat, you can vote. It's written just right here. You can vote in the chat MEX for Mexico or DEU for Germany or Deutschland. And you can also grab yourself some XP for your war chest if you connect your Battle.net or your Twitch account with your Battle.net account. You can grab yourself some XP and get yourself some pretty cool skins and everything.
I'm already maxed out, Funka.
You're already maxed out?
Yeah, now what?
Of course. Well, yeah, I don't know if you can get something on top of that.
I don't know.
I don't think you can.
No, max.
Yeah.
Took me a day. I don't really know why. Like, people need to watch streams to get XP. Like, I'm sitting here, I squeeze in a little session, and then I have to wait 3 weeks again to unlock the next phase. I'm like, geez Louise, what's wrong with the passion of these nerds these days?
It's not good enough. Yeah, you're right.
No, it makes sense. Obviously, if like people have jobs and people have studies, like
jobs.
Yeah, I mean, like, not everybody has the amount of time to play StarCraft that I do. So it makes sense. It's a cool implementation.
It's true. So we're currently waiting for Cham to connect to the lobby, and then we will be able to start with Cham versus Lambo on Acropolis. Once again, the map pool is Acropolis, then Ephemeron, and then Thunderbird to finish the Pro League phase of the Clan War. And then
we also had Acropolis before, right?
Yes, it was first map as well. So I got some information yesterday with Aeromi.
Yeah.
Because I got super confused at the beginning because our paper was wrong, actually. It was saying exactly the same 3 maps. But he just got unlucky in a way in drawing those maps. And,
he did a draw again.
Yeah, he did another draw for round of 16.
But wouldn't it make sense to then draw like out of the 4 maps that you haven't played yet rather than including all 7?
I might agree, but I'm not the tournament director, and I wasn't there when he did that, so I couldn't fix it. Borsty is of course alive and watching the stream because he's here to support Team Germany, and it's a pretty cool montage.
That was fake though. Gabe would never fit in the back of a car.
No,
he's way too
no
big.
room.
Way too big. Obviously, guys, keep the tweets coming. That's quite a messy desk, no? Give me a little. It's too much.
Are you gonna go down that path?
Absolutely.
Really?
It needs to be clean, man.
I've seen a couple of tweets coming from our good friend Johan Merlo.
I mean, Airbnbs are made to be messy, okay? I was just waiting for the cleaning lady to come in. Like, little did I know, they never came. I don't think we really need to go down that rabbit hole again.
No.
Let's just go ahead and talk about some StarCraft. ZVZ coming up. Cham versus Lambo, our first game here. I think this is going to be a really fun one. Of course, we favor Lambo normally. Lambo is a slight favorite here, but like I said, Cham has been grinding lately, okay? He's really been trying. He's working hard in his game. Lambo said he still plays like a little bit of a clown. But I think that if you just embrace the inner clown within you, that can really make you a better player.
Of course.
Like, I'm a baboon, but I embrace it. And sometimes it makes me play better, okay?
No, it makes total sense, Roddy. I do appreciate the fact that you know you're a baboon.
Oh, absolutely.
And you're using it to your own for your own interest. We added a new feature. The favorite matchup here of Cham is actually ZVZ.
I believe it.
Interesting. And the favorite matchup of Lambo, I don't know if that's entirely true because he said he was being frustrated with it. But it's ZVP these days, apparently. All right.
Let's get this party going. Day 2 of the round of 16 Nationwide 2019. In the left top side, we're looking at the main base of our German Zergi. Channel your Lambro, it's Lambo.
And in the bottom right, his opponents. Representing Mexico in the blue is Zerg Cham. Representing Chivo. And we'll see what happens here in his favorite matchup. Can he make it a first victory for Mexico, taking the lead? In a really important best of 7.
Absolutely. I gotta say, though, that if I was a Zerg player, I would definitely focus the most on ZVZ. It just makes sense. If you're a Zerg in the WCS circuit, maybe not in WCS Korea, but if you are a Zerg player in the WCS circuit and you want to be successful at those big WCS circuit events, why wouldn't you put the majority of your time and effort in ZVZ, right? That's just the matchup you're going to play the most. And of course, there are always good Protosses and Terrans out there, but Zerg has been the dominant race in the foreign scene for the last couple years. Even, I would even say before... Saro obviously came up. Maybe that was like
in Stefano times, 2012.
Nurture times, like for a long time.
Yeah. No, you're right. Well, we would have to, pull out some numbers to be entirely accurate. But in general, it was like the race that was most represented. I would say maybe not entirely in the foreign scene, but especially in Europe, and then in general in the foreign scene. Because even in North America or in America in general,
you always had Scarlet, though.
Yeah, you had Scarlet, of course. So.
Other than that, maybe it fell off. But there is a Jon Snow, right, who was like a regular top 4, top 5 forever, basically. Absolute gatekeeper there. It's like not quite Neeb or Scarlet or Juanito, but after that, there was Jon Snow, and he was the undisputed number 4 for quite some time. And then obviously you had guys like Silky and stuff. Anyway, plenty of Zergs to talk about when it comes to StarCraft. Let's see what Cham has in store for us. Slight variation early on, but... in the end, so far, this is coming down to the same thing. Wonder if any of these nerds is going to try to maybe skip the Baneling Nest, go straight into the Roach Warren.
Yeah, I feel like maybe if one player were to do it, maybe it would be Cham, because I think Lambo is going to play like not too crazy in terms of defense or anything, but he's not going to skip something that's so essential in a way.
No.
But saying that, both players will throw down the Baneling Nests. And
also the last thing,
third base.
The last thing you could ever do to yourself is say that your opponent sometimes plays like a clown and then skip a Baneling Nest in CVZ, and then imagine if you die to Ling Bane, right? It's like, well,
I've got clown there.
Yeah, I've got nothing to say. So Lambo, I think in general, has always had a very solid approach to StarCraft 2. He's not a player that like tries to be gimmicky or weird. Like he just tries to get better and plays solid, fundamental StarCraft 2, and he thinks a lot about it and is often able to put in words exactly what he tried to accomplish in games as well, whether it worked out or not. Ooh, look at that. Oh, that's a little different. Yeah. That's a little different.
Yeah, Cham is investing in a metabolic, in a +1 melee upgrade here with his Evo Chamber. So it's a really early upgrade that could already be a tell that there's something wrong with it. I mean, I guess it could still be +1 range, but the fact that it's so early maybe points to something a little bit different, like whether it's +1 melee or +1 carapace. But in any case, it's been scouted by Lambo. He just doesn't know the upgrade that's being researched for now.
Yeah, I don't think Lambo is necessarily looking at this and thinking like, yeah, that's melee for sure. Now, obviously, if he sees 20 links popping or 20 links roaming around, then I think it will put 2 and 2 together. But right now, it could be like, well, this is just Cham being greedy and he's going to try to hit some weird +1 missile attacks timing. That's probably how he's reading this so far. Look at that Roach Warren.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's actually going to use it or not. Could just be a fake for a little while because the timing is identical, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really normal Roach Warren if you compare it to the timing of Lambo's Roach Warren. And
Lambo's playing safe. Look at that. Couple of additional banelings. Where are those banelings being morphed?
10 extra links, 2 banelings around the third base. So he knows that there's an opportunity for his opponent to be aggressive. And Cham is actually going to go into a lot of banelings himself. 7.
More banelings being morphed right now for Lambo. Yeah. So Lambo seems to be picking up on something. Obviously spots all of these additional links. Now the first Roach is being produced as well. Let's see if Cham can get some damage done. Because with this amount of Zerglings, you want to get some damage done.
Ooh, we got lucky a little bit here. Cham could have got blown up by a lot of banelings there. And all the banelings from Cham are actually going to go into the natural. Let's see about those splits.
That's really good.
Amazing splits, yeah.
Really, really good job there by Lambo. Only losing 6, guys. That's magnificent. You can lose 6 drones against just 2 banelings, by the way.
And there were 7.
Yeah, exactly. Now +1 finishes up, by the way. But obviously, the majority of the links are already gone. Kind of weird. Felt a little bit like an anti-timing to me there, right?
Definitely. I mean, going for this attack just like seconds before a +1 melee finishes was definitely quite interesting for Cham, but he did have that opportunity to sneak those banelings into the natural.
Is there a lair,
They just didn't work.
On the side of Lambo?
No lair. It's actually hatchery tech for now, as we have lair about 50-60% done on the side of Cham. I expected Mutalisks after +1 melee like this, but in the end, we do have +1 range and that lair timing.
Okay, so Cham needs to stop building drones and start building units immediately, Funka, because Lambo has been building nothing but units for quite some time. Right now, he's at 60 army supply. He's got 15 Roaches on the map. Cham has absolutely nothing other than a couple of Zerglings. Cham even thinking about going up to 4 bases. Well, at least he abandons that idea.
Okay.
But I don't know if he can get enough Roaches out there. He's trying to get the spines. I mean, if Cham holds, he's going to be in a magnificent spot. But I don't know if he can hold here.
Yeah, that's going to be a really, really tough hold because remember, those Roaches, they're a +1 attack, which means they're going to 2-shot Zerglings. Still some Baneling left over from that last attack. Just 3 Banelings from Cham, almost blowing up all those Zerglings. But I think Cham already made a little bit. I mean, those Spine Crawlers, they might finish up in a few seconds, but there's so many Roaches here on the side of Lambo. 4 Spine Crawlers will pop out, and a couple of Roaches, 11 actually, are going to be done in a few seconds, but there's just too much here. Lambo, with a really interesting timing, is punishing a really greedy Cham.
Yep, it's just kind of a counter, right? Lambo obviously knows his matchup very well. He's like, you make that amount of links, you make that amount of Banes. You've even invested in +1, maybe he clicked on the link, but he's like, all right, you didn't do enough, and this means that if I just continue building units right now, I can really punish you on the other side of the map, and that is what is happening over here. A couple of corrosive balls are going to zone these Roaches out. Cham is in all the trouble and will most likely be forced to tap out in just seconds from now, because there is no stopping this army of Lambo.
Yeah, this is GG indeed. This is just a pretty massive all-in hatchery tech that was pretty well executed here on the side of our German Zerg. And the victory should be there in a few seconds. And Cham is going to try his heart out here, pulling all the drones, mineral drilling, trying his heart. But no, that's not going to be enough. GG, Lambo takes the game number 1. Yeah. Germany leads it here in this best of 7.
You said that like an all-in from hatchery tag, but I don't know if this was necessarily the plan for Lambo, right? Like, there's a very good chance that Lambo just did this because of what happened, because of the moves that Cham made. If Cham made that amount of links and that amount of +1, it could very well be just a response. And if Cham wouldn't have made all these links, there's a good chance that Lambo just goes up to lair tag as well and plays it from there. But at this point, he's probably just thinking like, well, I have to punish you because I know that this was a massive investment and you're probably trying to be greedy behind this. I think it was just a really good read by Lambo.
The split was just magnificent.
Yeah.
That was pretty beautiful.
So fast as well, right? He did that so smooth.
Yeah, that was really great. And yeah, those Spine Crawlers, they were almost on time. I guess like you have them like 15 seconds earlier, maybe a little bit behind your mineral line, and maybe there's a situation where
there's one Bane, by the way. There's one Bane, like all of the drones. Oh, yeah. It's so funny.
It's upside.
All of the drones, boom. Doesn't kill it, but it's still satisfying to see.
There's like a Zergling that goes into it and
exactly goes on a little rampage.
16 kills, rampage.
Yeah. Double kill, triple kill, quad kill.
Rampage. Yeah. Yeah, no, really great execution by Lambo, and yeah, whether it's a read or just a well thought out all-in to kick things off, in the end, it was just enough to counteract the way that Cham was trying to play this game out. I mean, he was aggressive into something really greedy. I mean,
I think if he was a little bit less greedy behind his attack, right? Like he was 6 workers ahead after the first wave of like the Lynx and the drones. I think if at that point he would have started building all those roaches and didn't think about going up to 4 bases already, then maybe he does hold, or he does get 1 safety spine and then builds a couple of roaches, because he was 6 workers ahead, but then he wanted to be 12 workers ahead, and then he's 18 workers ahead, and I was like, yeah, okay, that's just
a little bit too much.
Yeah, that's a little too much.
Yeah, when you were mentioning that he needed to build nothing but units, as we were seeing that that drone going to grab that 4th base, he literally had 1 lava available.
Yeah.
That's the problem as well. Like he had some resources available, but he didn't have the lava, and obviously that was a little bit tough to hold. Most of the chat actually believes that Germany is going to take it. 72% of you guys. You can still vote, typing MEX for Mexico and DEU for Germany. 72%, as I said. We've got Special versus Hero Marine in a TVT series here. 41-17 for Juanito. And his favorite matchup? Boom, TVT.
And Gabe's favorite matchup? Well, nothing.
Nothing.
Nobody's as good as him, you know. So it's like it would only be fun to play against somebody who's as good as myself.
I would like to play myself. That's basically what I would like to do. That's my favorite matchup. TV Gabe.
I actually would have loved to see Gabe against Chem, because I was watching Gabe stream the other day, and it was amazing. He had a game against Chem. Okay, we'll do the introduction, then I'll tell you the story. It was fantastic.
All right.
In the right bottom side here, we're looking at the main base of our Mexican Terran player, one of the very best we've had outside of Korea for the last, 8-9 years. It is Special.
And in the top left, he is the Kingpin of Cologne, the biggest of Gabes. He is Hero Marine for Team Germany. What an amazing meme, though. Okay.
Yeah, the big Gabe meme is fun. So basically, this is a couple days ago, maybe 3 or 4 days ago. I am watching the Gabe stream, as I very often do. If I'm not playing games myself. And, you know, he's playing a little TVZ on the World of Sleepers. Magnificent map, of course.
Yeah.
And he's basically in the middle of a monologue about how he explains. He's like, yeah, my opponent is just playing in a way that he can't lose yet, but there's no way for him to win either. So it's kind of a silly playstyle to play like this, right? Like, he's playing to not lose, but what's the point? He gets fungled, losing army. He's like, that wasn't good, but it doesn't matter. Gets fungled again. He's like, am I losing now? And he's like a 6-7 bases. And he's like, this is actually ridiculous. I can't believe that I'm losing this. And I'm just sitting there. I was like, oh my God, I'm loving it every second right now. And I'm like cheering my heart out for the Zerg, even though I love Gabe. And in tournaments, I always want Gabe to do well. But on ladder, I secretly hope that he loses every single game, because it makes his stream so much better.
So you're that kind of viewer.
Oh, absolutely. And 2 hours later, right? I tune in, and he's still going on about that game.
That game?
He's like, I killed 21 drones in the beginning. That should have never happened. And I was like, oh my God. And it turned out that the Zerg that he was talking about was Chem. So I would have loved to see round 2 of Hero Marine versus Chem.
If only you could speak French, you would be, I think, a great addition to my viewership on Twitch as well. Like, I rage a lot. That's good stuff, but you need to understand French. All right.
I just love the spirit that Gabe brings, you know, because Gabe is obviously very knowledgeable about the game. And a lot of the things he says, even though we tease him about the way he delivers the news, he's not wrong, right? Because he does really understand this game.
Of course.
So when he says that his opponent did something stupid, he's often right. But it's just the way that he phrases it. It's so beautiful. And especially when he's convinced about something and then it backfires. It's like, oh my goodness.
You live for those moments. I can tell. Okay,
Right.
Special went for a double Rax Reaper, like defensive kind of play that transitions into a Reactor plus Tech Lab, which means you get a pretty decent timing for your stim and bio.
Baited. Well done
But
by
yeah, you
Hero
got
Marine.
baited a lot here by Hero Marine that went for the more classic double gas and fast factory play, which is kind of interesting. So here, let's see if those Reapers can achieve a lot. They should be able to grab themselves that Hellion.
Well, they're
Not even,
distracted.
actually.
They're going to settle for a couple of SCVs instead, which is not necessarily bad. This TVT is going to get wild here. Is that Hellion ever going down? No, that Hellion won't go down. Probably should have prioritized that and then get those SCVs. What is Hero Marine achieving on the other side of the map?
A lot.
Ooh, he's going to get quite... Oh my goodness.
3 Marines against 2 Reapers and a Hellion. That's really not good for Special here. Juanito, he needs to move, with those SCVs and try to get
those
a
shots.
little bit of a surround.
I don't think that Gabe is done here yet. Don't
No.
forget, these Reapers can regenerate. There are very few units available. That Cyclone... Wait, no, there's no Cyclone. It's the second Hellion, I guess, that's popping. Or is that the first Hellion for Special?
It's the first one.
And Special's in trouble here.
Yeah,
if he loses that Hellion, he's in all the trouble.
And he's going to lose it. That Marine maybe finishes that Hellion. Not even. And that's a little bit more
this could be
damage output. And this could very well be the end of that game. Let's see if he can grab himself the Hellion. Yes, he will. But keep in mind that CC on the low grounds not being produced at the moment, not being built, which is really sad.
Gabe should not have lost that Reaper there.
Yep.
That's a bit unfortunate. Because imagine if he has 3 Reapers right now, just like those few seconds there, he can grab a few more Marines. In the end, this is still a fantastic start, I think, for Hero Marine, because like you said, that CC is still not finished up. Now finally has to disengage. I think if he didn't lose that 1 Reaper against the Marine, he would have been able to grab a few additional SUVs, and then it would have been a total disaster for Special, but still an excellent start for the German.
It's really interesting how those two builds clashed a little bit, because we've seen that double Reaper, that double barracks opening. Let's keep a pin in that, because that Cyclone is actually dealing so much more damage. Now it's in orange health.
Drop a mule.
Yeah, maybe drop a mule in repair. I don't know about that, but okay, that's a little bit more units. And the thing is, like I was mentioning, you open double racks, so you're supposed to have a lot of Marines. Remember when Innovation played that build? He got a massive advantage just based on the Reaper only, and then had a million Marines ready to drop, ready to counterattack. And see how many Marines we've got.
I don't think that happened.
That was against the Netherlands. Is that?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't think we lost anything. We're undefeated.
No, you guys are actually in the losers match.
No, we're undefeated.
You made me feel bad for a second. I was like, what the? Anyways,
yeah, it was against you too.
Is Steam done? No,
of course not.
It should be. No, okay.
Mate, he lost 11 Marines.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, but usually you get that tech lab going super early in this game. With this build, actually.
Okay.
Oh, he's not getting the tank.
Good job, though, by Special there, zoning those Cyclones out with the Marines. Well done.
All right. Now repairing the tank. So Special actually stabilized from that position, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, and he still has a bigger army. I actually think that, really, like, I memed a little bit when I say drop the mule, but I think at that point, Special had so little that dropping a mule to repair that Cyclone wouldn't have actually been the worst play, because you'd probably force a few SUVs to once again not be on the low ground and delay the real economy even further. Now, obviously, this move out is a little bit risky. If tanks are in good position, I don't think that Special can get a whole lot done. He doesn't have Ravens with his army, and he won't have Stim either. His Hero Marine is actually going to be the one with quickest Stim, but maybe this Liberator can pull a couple units out of position?
Yeah, a couple of SCVs actually going to kill 3-4. It doesn't go for the Matrix, actually went for
I don't know if I like this one, though, by Special. I really don't think Special should be aggressive at this point.
I think he's in a position where he feels he has to put some damage onto his opponent. Maybe he feels more comfortable with executing that kind of pushes.
He's still on
like
2
I can
bases,
outplay
right?
my opponent like this.
Isn't he still on 2 CCs?
Yeah, he is.
Whew. So if he loses his army, he loses the only thing that he has going for himself, and that is the army advantage.
All right, that Medivac is really important. That's most of his high ground vision here. And Stim is done on the side of Hero Marine. He's actually going to press that button. But the thing is, like, there's a lot of Marines. Stim Marines actually lose 10 HP right when they use it. And that was not a good fight at all by Hero Marine.
Wow.
Special, trading so effectively on that sequence.
Good, but was that good enough? Like, he's still down 2 workers and he's down an entire base, right? So yes, that was pretty damn good. That was definitely a favorable fight for Special, but it almost feels like he did lose a couple units here and there, and he's going to have a much harder time rebuilding those units. Gabe's scanning right now. This is obviously a key scan, because at this point he realizes that Special only now is starting his 3rd CC. That means that he's has quite some catching up to do economically.
Yeah, well, Hero Marine needs to plan down that 3rd CC to be ahead economically, because for now he's not. He's just like maybe producing a little bit more SCVs, but as you can see, Special is actually ahead in that regard, 53 to 52. And yeah, the upgrades are done for Hero Marine. Yes, those Marines are 1-1, and they will have combat shield in just a few seconds. The timing on the armory, not that great, but I guess that was a really hectic kind of game, so that makes sense. But the fact that Special was able to hold on to that first phase, killed the Raven, and still has all of his 4 tanks, makes it that Hero Marine needs to think about every single move that he does, because if he walks into those 4 tanks, he's not going to have a good time.
Oh, Couple of tanks on siege,
he's-
so Gabe is going to try to pick off those last 2 tanks that were left behind.
Shot at the rocks for once. That's a little bit sad for Special. He had one shot of those 2 siege tanks onto those rocks, which is kind of sad. He would have killed a lot of Marines with those.
Didn't Gabe pick up a couple of units and send them to the other side of the map, or is none of that happening? Because I feel like he was trying to set something up. So
Doesn't look
apparently
like he has anything.
He's really kind of struggling, right? Like
Yeah.
Juanito keeping up the pressure with very little. And yes, he's still catching up in upgrades, and his orbital is close to finishing up now, so at least economically things are going to be fine. Really good comeback by Special, because I thought he was in all the trouble after that first phase. I almost thought he was just going to lose it against those 3 Reapers that were in his main base.
Yeah, he got heavily bruised in the beginning of the game, but he's now pretty much outplaying Hero Marine for a couple of minutes because,
Don't say that.
as you said, he's making a lot of stuff happen with a little bit less units. So that's really interesting that he postures himself in such a decisive position. That could also mean that he's just out of the game, right? Like if he messes that up, as you said, that would have been really bad for him. But for now, he's just keeping this position onto the map, and in CVT this is key.
For all the praise we're giving Juanito, I still don't hate the position that Hero Marine is in though at all, because I think upgrades are key, and as Crow is showing us now as well, 2-2 is close to finishing up. Special needs a little bit more than all of the good stuff that he's been getting done lately so far. It is very impressive that he's able to keep Hero Marine pinned back to his side of the map with the very few units that he's had. And obviously he has to rally units to the other side of the map as well. But don't get confused, guys. Upgrades are king in this matchup. Marines fire incredibly quick, so upgrades matter even more than it does for other units. And 2-2 against 1-1. Whew. That's rough.
It's not a fight you want to take as the 1-1 player, definitely. And this is a pretty massive advantage going into that 2-2, as you said, because it's, about to finish maybe in 20 seconds for Hero Marine, as Special is only starting its +2 attack and still finishing its +1 armor. So for now, really not a good position for Special to take a fight, Marines versus Marines. Then, once again, tanks can change that...
that 4th base is super dead. I hope for Juanito that he's able to get a cancel off in time.
He should. Maybe he won't. He is.
Is there anything actually keeping this base safe? Because there's a sensor tower, so that's going to at least give Special the heads up. Obviously, he saw it with his fort already, but the few Marines not going to be enough.
Take the fight.
If you just avoid the tanks there, I actually think Hero Marine can do quite some damage. No, or just kill the tank. Why not?
Those are 2-2 Marines. They don't give a damn about tanks. Like, they can go into it no problem whatsoever. Here, a random Marine. In French, we call him Herbert. Herbert the Marine is actually killing a lot. Yeah.
Why Herbert?
I have no idea. Started like maybe 8 years ago.
Really?
Yeah.
Same time that Billy was born.
Yeah. Around the same time.
So Billy had a brother. He's called Herbert.
Okay, let's see. We talked about that position that Hero Marine is trying to take here. Let's scan those tanks, maybe? No, the vision is in favor of Hero Marine for now, so Special is losing some really key tanks here. Oh. Okay. That went better than expected. That tank, like, living.
It actually feels that Hero Marine's army there is quite small. He must have a lot of units on his side of the map. Special is really getting so much done with so little. How is this freaking medevac still alive?
I don't know. I think that was the medevac that was dropping Marine regularly. Oh my god, he's actually going to take the fight. Special. He's going to crush that army from Hero Marine. What a great play here for our Mexican Terran.
Gabe's units are just all over the place.
2 versus 1-1, and he crushed him.
There's only 12 Marines remaining. Hero Marine ends up losing one more tank. The second tank goes down as well. I mean, the Marines are strong, but he's got so few of them.
Yeah, you're right. It's exactly what's happening here. And those Marines, they're trading so effectively, killing so many tanks. That's the thing. Like, if you can get like 3 or 4 drops worth of Marines at the opposite side of the map, and you're just taking the fight as units are rallied across the map, you can just intercept them and be so freaking worth on those oppositions. So what a game indeed. 2-2 is about to finish as 3-3 is already 50% done on the side of the Hero Marine. So once again, a nice sequence for a German Terran if he can get a fight.
That's a lot of tanks as well. What's the tank count on this side of Hero Marine? So it's 8 against 5 at this point. At least Hero Marine has been able to get his Marine count up a little bit, but it just looked like it, right? While Hero Marine was trying to be aggressive with his tanks and stuff, you looked at the armies and it really felt like Juanito had 3 times as many Marines there.
Yep.
And yes, upgrades are king, but yeah, I mean, 12 Marines against like 40 is like, okay, then I prefer the 40 Marines with 1-1 upgrades.
Okay, does Juanito pick up the Marines and able to go away? No, he's actually targeting some SCVs there and trying to make his way. towards that 3rd and 4th base, because that's something that Hero Marine has going for him, is that 4th base hasn't been cancelled. It's already been mined for him.
It's a really fun TVT between two of the very best Terrans we have in the foreign scene.
I love it.
We obviously expect them to be evenly matched, and so far they are. Even though Hero Marine had the much better start, Juanito is really throwing everything he has. He's once again down an upgrade, soon down to be 2 upgrades for quite some time. But let's say Special survives the next minute and a half in this game without losing a game-ending fight. Well, then we're finally even, and then we've got a real game on our hands.
Yeah. Look for those Liberators in the production tab, though. They can make a tremendous amount of difference here. Special, he sees that there is not that many tanks that are sieged here, so he can take that position. He's actually going to trade a lot of Marines for those 2, 3, 4 tanks that were a little bit ahead here. But now that position is open for a push towards the 4th base.
Special is so good.
So good.
But Gabe is going to fight back. He's got a double drop. Those Marines are better upgraded, so they can really get a lot done here. The Liberator is going to try to save the day, but good job there by Special sniping them. He does lose most of his Marines, though. Let's see what Gabe can do with his 60 Marines on the other side of the map. There is nothing here.
Yeah, 16-3-3 Marines are actually going to take care of that base super fast. So now the 3rd base is in shambles and the SCVs have to be evacuated. Thank God for Special here. He has a tank, because it would have been a force of Marine that would have never stopped, I think, and probably would have been able to destroy those E-bases that were on the natural. Now, Special starts sieging up that 4th base, and at the same time, Hero Marine actually pounced on that tank. It was able to grab himself that tank, and plus 3 armor is going to get cancelled, I feel.
Yep, I don't think that Special has the units. This is why upgrades matter so much, guys. These Marines have an insane amount of kills at this point. They finally get one of the E-bases as well. That's 32 SCVs going down, but Special did kill quite a few SCVs himself, and he took out the freshest base. Don't forget about that, right? Killing the 4th is good.
Yeah, now once again that fight is a little bit better for Hero Marine with those 3-3 upgrades, but he's got so many tanks, Special that is, that all those Marines evaporated super quick. Now he needs to... Well, I felt like he was about to load up his entire army and try to fly out of here, because that's a dangerous spot to be in.
Hero Marine did scan, by the way. He did scan the 4th base, so he knows that Special still has that 4th base. He knows that this game is not in the bag yet. Anything besides that does get a tank there. But this is now a fight again that Special can win. Don't forget, he has +3 attack as well.
He's got so much more Marines here on that fight. Can he get those Liberators? Actually, that push is making wonders happen here for our Mexican Terran. Killing some Liberators, killing tanks, killing so many expensive gas units in this phase.
This is such a sick game. I'm truly loving it. A little bit of a slobber knocker, I think, as they like to say. It's so back and forth. It's getting scrappy because obviously both players took a massive economic hit. Hero Marine knows about that base. Not much he can do about it. He's going to try to re-establish his own fort, but I think he evacuated the main, right? So that's going to be an orbital that's landing there. Both players doing this at this point.
Yep. Yeah, they're switching. They're switching their main base orbitals to grab themselves a new base, but now some extra tanks, and once again the positioning is not that great for Hero Marine. He's locking down the position on the right side, but then suddenly his 3rd base is awfully exposed.
Special's playing phenomenal. He is getting so much value out of all his units. It felt that he's often being aggressive while having less, and we always think that's a terrible idea. It's like, well, apparently not if you're Special. Hero Marine is getting some good damage here, though. Yep,
yeah, I love that Liberator. It's really, really good that
those tanks feel useless there at the right side, right? Yeah, sure, that base is safe, but obviously Special's not going to go in there.
Nope.
Now he's going to try to completely cut Hero Marine off.
All right, he needs to siege those 3 tanks now. A lot of Marines are actually targeting down those tanks from Special, and he kills so many of them. And Special, just like that, gets surrounded by a lot of Marines, and he switched that position entirely. Hero Marine, what a game. What a comeback, because it looked like any moment he could be in a world of trouble.
Yep, I mean, like, especially in the end with the tanks being a little bit out of position, but that battle was going on for quite some time. And then obviously over time, defender's advantage becomes more and more and more important. So all of the Marines that the Hero Marine was building, they are immediately being added to the army. That was just an awesome TVT. Like, it started off disastrous with Special. There's no other way to put it. Like, I think a lot of Terrans would almost step out at that point, be like, yeah, okay, I lost this game. This is unsavable. He made so much out of so little. Like, sometimes you lose a game and it still feels like I can be quite proud of that one. And I think that Special can absolutely keep his head up of this game.
I really do believe that Special was also able to, get back into this game, because Hero Marine kind of butchered that fight. Like
Yeah,
he didn't do it properly. I think he underestimated the number of Marines that were there. So even stimming was not the right idea, even though he was the only one with this upgrade. Also, that fight was obviously really good for special, making intercepting all the reinforcements from Hero Marine with like 4 medivacs worth of Marines, even though the upgrades were not in his favor. Just the sheer number and how quick they fire, they kill stuff so fast if you're not ready to react.
No, this was it was a game where you're kind of waiting for Hero Marine to win, especially it's like, no guys, relax, like I'm still Juanito, I can absolutely do this. And he got a couple of phenomenal fights, like absolutely spectacular, while often being down 2 upgrades, in the end still 1 upgrade. Don't forget about that, right? That eBay got sniped.
In that last fight, I think it played a really huge role indeed.
Yeah, but also that, like, the one downside, I think, of the final moments of this game is that this was going on for such a long time that defender's advantage becomes really important.
No, you're right.
Like 10, 12 extra Marines, 2 extra medevacs, it can really turn a battle upside down.
That triple drop, while like taking out a base, a lot of SCVs and grabbing that eBay for himself, also trading tremendously. I mean, the number of Marines,
this drop was sick.
They killed way more than the... what is it, like 24 Marines that 3 medivacs are worth? Like, they probably killed 35. And just at the end of the game, Juanito started making a couple of mechanical mistakes and losing a couple of tanks here and there, that if he was able to keep them alive, I do believe that when he sieged that position between the 3rd and 4th, he might have been able to win the game. Because once again, tanks, they don't really care about upgrades, you know? Like, if your Marines can get close and personal with those tanks, maybe it works. But here, like... all those tanks are getting killed before they can even siege up. Like those 2 early tanks, they didn't fire once in that fight.
Now, that was just maybe the one fight where Special in the end was a bit out of position because Hero Marine made some good chess moves there.
Yeah.
Just an awesome game. That's really like...
TVT is pretty good, yeah?
No, TVT can be amazing. I think if it's evenly matched with 2 players and there is a little bit of back and forth happening as well and you survive that silly Raven phase. I'm not a big fan of like games ending with the first Raven push, but if you get past that, this was just an awesome game. And I think both players can be very happy with it. Hero Marine had a fantastic start and in the end had to work hard for it, but still got a couple good moves off. And Juanito was fighting from pretty damn far behind and put up one hell of a fight. Yeah, you can live with that, I think.
Yeah, no, that was a great game indeed, a really cool TVT. Whereas sometimes, as I said yesterday, Soup does lie. I mean, like there was a lot of these different situations where the Soup did lie.
Controversial statement.
I know. Todd is looking at me like, what the hell are you saying right now?
You're done, Funka. You are done.
Am I?
Yeah.
Am I? He is done.
You're unfollowed as we speak. Look at that. He's got his phone in his hands right now.
He's not. He's got his hands in his pocket and he's just waiting for that next game to come up because it's going to be Jim Rising versus Showtime. And for Mexico, that's not the greatest of looks. I mean, you're already down 0-2 and now you're playing that game where it's going to be a tough one for Jim Rising to beat Showtime, to say the least.
Yep. Now, Jim Rising does play against Spock on average 47 times a night, so he practices this matchup plenty as Johan Mello has come to join us. Yeah, guys, things looking rough for Mexico. No other way to put it, but maybe. I mean, Showtime already went up against Red, guys, in an earlier round, and that was one hell of a game. I don't want to say it was the best game of Nationwide so far, but one hell of an interesting game. Maybe Jim Rising can put up a fight just like that as we are loading in to Thunderbird. And I'm joined by my good friend Johan Merlo. Your first thoughts, Todd?
A bit of an imbalanced matchup here. And I'm not talking about Zerg versus Protoss, but rather of a caster playing against one of the best players in the circuit.
You know what was really funny? I met Jim Rising because he came to BlizzCon. And he had a little selfie that he was in the airplane. I was like, you're only afraid of flying when Roddy's at the final destination.
What did he say?
I don't know. He made a smiley or something. I don't think he liked it very much. Anyway, guys, here we go. Score is 2-0 in favor of Germany on the left top side of Thunderbird. We're looking at the main base of Die Mauer. It is Showtime.
The Meisterschaft.
Yeah.
His opponent. In the green, playing Zerg and representing Mexico, it is Jim Rising. Nice decal.
Yeah. Jim is actually a really good dude. He's good in making fun of himself as well. He's like, yes, I'm a monkey. I play like a monkey. That's what I do. But he's good at it. I really wonder what he's going to do. I was obviously slightly exaggerating when I said he plays against Spock 47 times a night, but it's quite close, honestly.
Yeah.
Because both those Those are two guys that will never avoid each other. So they just keep queuing into each other over and over.
Because they stream, right?
Yeah, they're both streaming, and they're both pretty much the highest ranked players on NA, right? Because they're very active on that service. So they're both in the top 5 or top 10. I mean, sometimes 2, 3, I don't know. But if you don't avoid each other and you're playing at all time zones, you're literally going to keep getting each other like 10, 12, 14 games in a row. And every single time I open the stream, there you go. It's Spock versus Jim Rising, round 784 of this
They
month.
routinely play dozens of games against one another.
Yep.
Kind of crazy, actually, like how, like this can keep happening. It feels like in some other games, like if you meet somebody, then maybe there would be like a limit and like you don't meet them for a few hours. But in StarCraft, it's like, yeah, let's just play a best of 12.
Yeah. Well, that has happened plenty of times. We'll see. I mean, there was a little bit of talk about the Nidus Swarmos in the pre-game interview. This is a good map for it. I don't know if Jim is comfortable with it. Well, I know Jim is comfortable with the road.
Well, he likes to make units and he likes to attack. So, I mean, unless there is some weird thing where he's like, you know what, the Nidus, I really don't like it that much. It's like, no, like, he should be fine trying to use that. But yeah, I mean, he's facing the wall, the guy that's unbreakable, the guy that defends everything you throw at him.
This is a tricky map for it, though, right? To go up against Nidus Swarmos, because those minerals on the right side of your third base, they actually kind of work against you in a weird way there. Unless you, like, mine them out yourself, but that always feels a little bit weird early on, and then you still have to worry about all the roaches that are potentially out. But we'll see. I think the most important thing here for Showtime is that we're expecting him to open up with oracles here, obviously, is to just keep those oracles alive. And as long as he keeps them alive, whether it's 2 or 3, he can maybe eventually figure out what Jim is up to.
Yeah. And I mean, we've seen from Showtime as well, historically, versus Zerg, how good he's been. Like, if he's able to see what's coming, like, you're in big trouble. Like, it's... If you want to take it to the very late game, also, like, I don't know, like, because Jim Rising is known to be, like, a more aggressive player, it will be harder, right? Like, I mean, we saw yesterday, even though Su, he was in a good spots, and it feels like he should have won that game. Against a player as good as Nib, or in this case, Showtime, it's still really hard to win in the late game. What do you think about Jim Rising maybe trying to take it to the later stages of the game?
I think that Jim definitely has the skills to hang in there with Showtime for a while and even max out. But like I often say, there's a difference between late game and maxing out, right? You can max out quite early with a couple Swarmos, Nidus, put a little bit of pressure, and then just attack with an insane amount of roaches and maybe missile attacks, upgrades. But I don't recommend Jim obviously playing Broodlord Infestor against Showtime, because yes, that comp is strong, but Showtime is simply way stronger than Jim Rising in that phase in the game, that I don't recommend that. But I absolutely believe that Jim can max out and try to overrun him with an insane amount of roaches, ravages, and maybe even queens or something.
Yeah, on this map, taking the 4th base can be like the tricky part, because it feels like it's a lot more like outside of like the ramps, those minerals that block on the right-hand side. So maybe that's where he would try and make a difference. But I like that Showtime also, he's like, your standard player, like a lot of the time, like he'll just open Stargate, go into a robo, do a little bit of harassment. Like he knows he doesn't need to overcommit for like any kind of big attack or all-in. And as long as he keeps on scouting and sees what's going on, he'll be able to go to 4, 5 bases, adapt to whatever the opponent's doing, and just find success there.
Jim's economy is looking good so far, right? He's already at 54 now. He's finally going to end up losing a couple.
You had to say something, didn't you?
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. He was playing like a greedy boy, but I was starting to feel it, because there's no reason not to. This is Thunderbird. It's an Oracle opening. Like, yes, Oracles are going to be annoying, but you really don't need to make those Zerglings or early Roaches. The Roach War now goes down 5 minutes into the game, but it's nothing but drones. So, yeah, economically, Jim is definitely, I would say, on track.
If you're Jim Rising here, and you know what you're capable of doing, by getting a ton of units and attacking and stuff, what timing and composition do you choose to go for?
Exactly.
Taking in consideration everything that we saw recently at the Global Finals and everything.
I'd keep it simple. Swarmos, Nidus, and then Mass Roach Ravager. And like you said, make sure that Showtime can never take 4 bases. It's very likely that Showtime, if he goes up against Swarmos Nidus here, that he eventually breaks out, right, and takes a bad fight down his ramp. Because you can't really sit on 3 bases forever against that playstyle. So that's probably the play. That
was super interesting yesterday, by the way, the PvP, like the waiting down the ramp and everything. Like a lockdown on 3 bases. Like, when have we ever seen that?
Yeah, in Legacy, it's definitely a play. Those first 2 bases mine out very, very quickly. 4 bases are more important than ever. 4 base is the new natural, Tom.
All right, Oracle's finding a little bit more damage there. Still staying alive, as you mentioned. Very important to be able to do that. He's going to see some of these roaches coming out now.
Not exactly sure about this move out. Like, yes, Jim has been a greedy boy, but this is a very big map. Obviously, Jim is building roaches at this point. If I was Showtime, I'd get the hell back to my side of the map. Oh, a spire. So maybe it's the roaches into Mudas.
Yeah, he did take quite a few gases, actually. 8 overlords, by the way, on the way.
I mean, he was
Want
supply
that soup
block.
to be stuck. Yeah.
He's
10?
like, never again.
Oh my god, he went up to 10 overlords in the production.
Oh, he's proc. Wow, that's so close, by the way, to where the oracles are right now, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
It doesn't spread super far, yeah, from the overlord, though. But oh my god, if you... No. No.
Does he know? What does he know?
What?
This is where we wish the Jim, right? You gotta cancel it, though.
Hogs in the chat.
You gotta cancel it. Yeah, Swarmos Nidus immediately.
I mean, he's going to bleed out anyway. Like, what do? You just keep sending overlords and, like, redrop?
What does he do? He's going Hydras now as well? What?
Hey, Nidus.
Yeah, Swarmos, Nidus, and a Hydra then. He's like, if I build
He cancelled the
everything...
Spire, though, right?
Yeah, he has to.
He could have rescued it with the Nidus. Send the whole army.
No. All right, we have a couple of roaches guiding a few zealots in the middle of the map. Showtime's moving out once again.
Where do you put the Nidus?
On the right side of the third base.
Yeah. Usually that's where you start and then you go under the natural, which is a long distance by air, to be honest.
I think
Showtime is so confident he's taking the fourth.
Yeah.
He's taking a fourth quicker than the Zerg player.
He's looking to cancel a fort. And there is a fort base here. There's just a couple of roaches out at this point. No Ravages. Okay, finally a couple of Ravages show up. I think that Jim Rising should have enough here, right? Oh, would love to see a couple Queens here, Jim. Those Oracles are going to absolutely destroy your Ravagers.
Yeah, the Ravager is going down super fast. That means that also you won't be able to break the force fields nearly as well going forward. Showtime's just going to reinforce with a ton of Zealots here.
Jim Rising is in trouble, Todd.
Thought it was fine.
He's in trouble with only those 3 Immortals are still alive. Obviously, they've been taking some damage, but the Oracle's picking up those Ravages. I don't think that Jim was expecting that to happen that quickly. Now our Mexican Zerg is in all the trouble. And Showtime, while going up to 4 bases, is already dancing in the natural of Jim Rising. And that's not something you ever want to see if you're a Zerg.
Yeah, Jim Rising getting a little desperate here. Moving down the ramp into Immortals. Showtime still minimizing those damages here from the cozy bites. It's now 4 bases. He's going to start +2 attack upgrades. And with these Immortals still being left over against Zerg stuck on low tier units here with this Roach Ravager, it's going to be really tough for Jim Rising to just fight this effectively there eventually.
Yeah, I don't even know how he's supposed to do it, Todd. He's down 15 workers and he's building inferior units. He's got 1 Hydra on the way. This is not the time to be a Hydra, Todd. Imagine you're being built right now. Like, what's my job? It's like, kill that Protoss army. He's like, no!
Sure.
Why me?
And he can't even kite either. Just because these Immortals pack so much of a punch, there's still a few force fields that are being used.
Distraction Nidus.
More like desperation, maybe.
Yeah. He's flexing. He's like, I'm about to attack you, man. I mean,
And
forces...
Showtime is like, ooh, I'm scared. I really don't know how to defend this one.
Like, this is like the Blair Witch Project, but I already know it's fake.
What? What are you talking about? The Blair Witch Project was real.
It was really scary when I thought it was real, mate. I was shivering in my bed for years. Somebody should have told me it was
Oh my
real.
god, is he defending?
Yeah, he's actually slowly but steady pushing his back. Denied
What
us.
the hell?
The Blair Witch is real. Oh my goodness. I mean, let's not get too excited. He's still down 15 workers. He did keep that base alive, huh? I gotta say, that's kind of impressive.
Yeah. I mean, Showtime was forced back home.
Well,
He's trying to chill, he's trying to rebuild, but he's hearing whispers everywhere around his tent.
Yeah.
They're trying to catch a nap.
Actually, losing a couple of additional Immortals here and there, Todd. I Swarmos Nidus. The first Nidus is going to go up soon on the right side of the third base. A couple Locusts fly in.
That's a lot of Zealots, by the way. Holy moly. Do you see that?
That's a low side. I would like send them
If he just attack moved. Like,
yeah, via the south side, right? Just rally them and then just right click on the
oh my
port base.
god.
I don't know if you want to be here, Jim. I don't think you can really
I feel like he would lose to just the Zealots.
Possibly. They are +2 Zealots as well. Oracle's going to be annoying again.
It's getting blinked now. Dark Shrine on the way. I told you about the Dark Shrine. Everybody's getting it now.
I think that Jim got a little excited after he sort of pushed that army back. He's like, did I just hold it all in? It's like, no, Jim. He's on 80 workers. It's like, oh, probably shouldn't have been off trip. That's a bit of a shame, right? Because the hold in the end was very good there by Jim Rising.
Yeah.
You gotta give kudos there. He was in a lot of trouble. He was able to stabilize for a little bit, but
Showtime flipped the script. He caught the witch and he's beating the hell out of her.
yeah.
Whisper this.
He's like, I was always a bigger fan of Scary Movie. Take this. It's like, no.
Oh my god, there's just so much. Like, this is an absurd amount of Zealots and Archons. And he's always so good at resetting the position as well and like re-engaging. Locusts are gonna come in. Roaches actually, they were in a pretty good spot here for a second to try and defend against this, but there's just too much here from the German player.
Too much firepower in this Protoss army, Todd. These Icons and Immortals will not take no for an answer. And Showtime will put Germany up 3-0 in pretty quick fashion here against Mexico. We expected a very close nation war. It's not over yet, but things are starting to look quite dicey for Mexico.
Yeah, Germany, for this tournament, I feel like they are looking extremely strong, and I don't know, like, it feels like they've got, if they keep playing like this, they've got top 8 pretty much locked. Like, I don't want to get ahead on myself. This matchup is not finished yet. They still would have to win one more match as well to get to the top 8. And China is looking strong, but I feel like the two favorites here in this group are pretty clear. It's China and Germany.
Yeah, Mexico was top 4 last year, though. And I really don't like, this is not the greatest showing so far by Mexico, but I think they've been getting a little unlucky, right? Like, Chem didn't have his most fortunate ZVZ against Lambo, got maybe a little over, he got too greedy. And I think Juanito played his heart out. He just had a horrific start. Like, yes, right now it's clear, it's 3-0, it's like, whoa, it's one-sided. I think if they would play again, there's no guarantee it's going to be like this close up to this, or this one-sided up to this point. But maybe you're right. Maybe I'm just a Mexico fanboy, I don't know.
I like Mexico a lot. I remember hyping them a lot in the past, but I just feel like this lineup from Germany and the way their players have stepped up recently, with Gabe becoming so enormous that he overshadows everybody. It's definitely giving Germany the upper hand in a lot of these matchups. But yeah, China has been playing incredibly well as well, and we shouldn't count on Brazil either yet.
Dirkie Dano, mate, he's coming later today. Guys, it's 3-0. Of course, we want to let you know that the Matcherino page is still live. You guys can still order a bunch of awesome items over at matcherino.com/nw2019. There are baseball hats, soon to be bats as well, guys. I'm lobbying for it. We're making it happen. There's lobbies, there's t-shirts, there's coffee mugs. Look at that price pool, Todd. It's over 4K. 4K, Todd. Oh.
Yeah, it's just, let's keep on building that. These pro gamers, they train very hard. Some of them play at very late hours, and if we can have them earn a few more esports earnings, at the end of the day, that's what it's all about, isn't it, Kev?
And obviously, you can get something in return for it as well, right?
Yeah.
It's like, yes, you're supporting the tournament, you're supporting the nerds, you're supporting the lovely people over here at Dope Gaming that work very hard on making this possible, and you get something in return. So awesome. Obviously, make sure to check out the Matcherino page. That's going to be it for now. We're going to head over to a very quick break. And after that, we'll be back with Game 4 between Mexico and Germany.
Welcome back, everyone. You're watching Nation Wars 2019, and Germany is currently doing extremely well against Mexico. They're up 3-0, and now it's going to be down to one last revived player from Team Mexico to try and bring it back. Who do we think here? Special?
Yeah, I think Juanito. He's probably a little upset about the TVT. You know, he played so well. He got so far. In the end, it didn't even matter. I think he's ready to turn it around. He's done a couple all kills against very tough nations in the past. I mean, he all killed South Korea last year. That's crazy.
Yeah. And now he met a greater adversary than South Korea. The biggest of Gabe's himself.
It was...
So Germany picks first, right? Who they send now?
Yes, Germany picks the player.
Picks the player, and then Mexico picks the map and the player that they revive.
That is correct.
Usually I feel like Lambo would come right back out in these situations because he likes to play, you know, like more games. And
depends a little bit on the map, right? I mean, I think they're probably expecting, obviously...
Map score is irrelevant, right? Like
it's all about
take
winning.
first place, you take first place.
I think they're expecting special. I think Showtime should play. Showtime has looked good in TVP, I think. PVT. Special obviously lost a couple of big TVPs over the last few months. Oh, it's the rematch. All right.
Oh my
God.
God.
I'm actually excited. You saw that in the second game, right? It was awesome.
Yeah.
That was a badass game. Oh my God, they're eating food around here. That's you! What?
Yeah.
You brought your food here? I suddenly smell curry and rice. I'm like, Jesus Louise, I'm getting hungry. This is you.
Mate, I got a 5-minute timer. You know what I did? Because usually I have to go there, microwave it for 2 minutes, then I got 3 minutes to eat. I told Funka, as the game's about to finish, put my food in the microwave. So now the game finished, the timer started, I went there, started eating immediately.
You are disgusting.
And I still only got through 20% of my meal.
Yeah, now I'm starting to smell it, and it's the worst thing. This is like, that smell is going through the studio over here. Unbelievable. Alrighty, guys, we're
Don't
getting
complain,
ready.
you get to watch Big Gabe do his thing here.
I know, and the first TVT between these two was awesome, so hopefully round 2 is just as good. On the left top side of Winter's Gate, look at the main base of the man who needs an all kill here for Mexico. It is special.
Gran Juanito. His opponent in the Reds. Some say he's one of the biggest people to ever live. It's Hero Marine. Presenting Germany. And he looked really good in that previous game that they played. I mean, obviously, it was quite back and forth. And the initial siege from Special was pretty impressive. The way he started getting these trades. I love how you guys were also should he be sieging here? He shouldn't maybe be attacking, and especially is yeah, I shouldn't. Watch this. Boom. 2 siege tanks on the low ground, spotted perfectly. Got a good fight early on. It's so weird to me to watch TVT sometimes, because I feel like in any other matchup, right, you would never see this move out. 5 Marines in 1 tank, it would look ridiculous, whether it would be against Protoss or Zerg. But in TVT, it's they kind of got the same army, and it's about who sieges first in a certain location. So they still pull it off very well.
It's really cool to see Hero Marine coming out. It's not the play that I expected. I was kind of with you on the Lambo train. I was like, maybe Showtime makes sense here, right? Because I think Showtime's PvT has been all right, even though Special I think is always a good TVP player. No, we're just getting round 2 of the awesome TVT we had earlier. And it almost makes me feel that Gabe is also looking at it as I can win in a cleaner way than I did. You know how Gabe stepped up there in the chat. He's like, I've got this, guys. Let's see. Obviously, in the earlier match we saw, the Reaper phase did not work out at all for Special. It almost was game over at one point, but he really did fall quite far behind. So I think for him, it's most important now that he doesn't have a horrible early game. Just don't get too adventurous, right? Play it a little bit safer. Don't get too carried away. Don't go up to ramps if you don't know what's waiting for you there.
I wonder how close these two are, right? Because a lot of players from the WCS circuits, they are very, very friendly. They'll hang out at events and stuff. But these two, they're kind of rivals, right? They're 2 of the best Terrans outside of South Korea as these Reapers.
Yeah, once again, Hero Marine is winning this early skirmish. This is already a successful start again. It's obviously not as bad as the previous one, but getting an SCV, getting the Reaper, this SCV is going to go down as well. To answer your question, Todd, I think they're obviously friendly with each other, but I don't think they're best buddies or something.
Yeah, there's a bit of a rivalry, right?
Yeah, maybe a friendly rivalry. But I don't think that Gabe is really laying in bed at night thinking, he's I wonder what Special's doing right now. Is he practicing? I don't think it's that kind of rivalry.
You don't need to wonder. He knows that Special's practicing some trash builds, as he calls them.
No, I think he is quite respectful about Special.
Yeah?
I've never really heard him say anything bad about the way that Special plays.
Well, he's not streaming right now, is he?
No. And that's also because they don't play each other on the ladder.
Yeah. I mean, they must have in the past. Special played on Europe.
When?
Fair amounts. Like a while back when he was in Mexico and stuff.
But Gabe wasn't as big back then. He was still grown.
He's reached his final form.
Yeah, well, we're getting there. 2020, I think, is the ultimate Gabe.
I heard there's going to be a Godzilla versus King Kong movie eventually. But Godzilla is supposed to be much bigger. But apparently King Kong is still growing.
What?
Yeah, you don't know? Like, you never watched any of the Godzilla movie or the last King Kong movie?
No, Todd, I didn't.
Yeah, you don't watch movies.
I'm 32 years
You
old.
still haven't seen The Matrix, so like it's...
That's true.
I
But
don't even know what to say to
it's
you.
on my list. The Matrix one. I heard the other ones are bad anyway, but I'll watch the Matrix one.
I think they're going to make a new one too.
Yeah. I've heard about it. That's why I
Sick.
want to start catching up a little bit, you know. I still
15 years later.
I still have Lord of the Rings to watch as well. I heard it's good, but I
Oh
can't
my
go
God.
further. Alrighty, so Hero Marine taking away a little bit of map control from Special, obviously after winning that early skirmish. I think he's feeling confident. Momentum is obviously important. 9 Marines already again on the side of Special. He really likes getting into those high Marine numbers very quickly, right?
Yeah.
Another kill here for Hero Marine.
Did you see, like in terms of Raven, was it just one game, or did you notice that one of them uses them better, or you think it's
No,
really
I
situational?
think it's like situational. I think they're both obviously perfectly capable of executing Raven builds to their fullest potential, but I think Specials is playing a very different style, right? He's trying to get a very high Marine count very quickly. That's still a good scout, because I think he saw that Hero Marine's going up to 3 bases. Yes, he did. Thank you, Crow. So I still think that's worth it, right? Sacrificing a Reaper here. Hero Marines knows what he's going up against. But Special's still going to have quite a few more Marines earlier on. And I have the feeling that he's going to be the one, once again, being aggressive and looking to get something done on the other side of the map.
How the hell Crow is enjoying these other matchups, like all these non-Zerg games and stuff,
I think
all
he's
the
loving it.
mirrors.
I think he sees it as an
Like
opportunity.
there was a
to
ZVZ
learn.
earlier. It was probably like, all right, finally, let's play a real matchup, ZVZ. And then he saw the game. He's like, all right, let's just go back to, to the other stuff.
I must say, Crow has been doing a very good job in observing. He's been getting praise as well on Twitch. Do you
Yeah.
know how hard it is, Todd? I've been casting for 9.5 years. Crow's been observing for a month. They love him, Todd. No, well done, Crow. For the people who don't know Crow, Crow is an excellent Zerg player. It's obviously hard to stand out in the European scene because we've got plenty of those, but he is a 6k MMR. A little bit higher sometimes. I think he peaked at 6.3 a while ago, so he's obviously somebody with a lot of game knowledge. And I think that shows in his observing, Todd.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, this is a risky moment to pick up a couple of units, Special.
Here we go.
As Hero Marine is opening up, we talked about the Raven phase. This is a disastrous moment for Special.
Yeah, this is supposed to be really bad for him because this fight is ignited as he's flying across the map with a Medivac. So now he's going to have to find a ton of damage on the other side
He
of the map.
turned
And
around.
holding back at home is going to be so hard.
I thought he turned around with the Medivacs.
No, I think he's still going.
All right, he is indeed going. He is committing to it. Well, he knows what he needs to kill because he's already lost 20 SCVs and a couple of tanks. Can he get Stim? 10 seconds away. Maybe he can get Stim here. Thought that'd be massive. Stim! Oh, 5-4. He's going to get it. That is a massive pickoff.
Yeah, goes straight for the starport behind this. Hero Marine will try to force the fight here. Vikings are landed. SCVs at the front, but there's too much firepower from Special. He's kiting his heart out there.
Maybe the E-base there. Can you get the E-base? I guess that's something. But can Hero Marine ever kill all of these Marines? So Special?
By the way, if he steams one more time, everything's going to be super low. Oh, there's a tank.
Oh, get careful, Hero Marine, man. This is so painful to watch. He's losing an insane amount of SCVs.
Oh my god, and he shuts down the counter-attack.
But he's still got all the tanks and the Ravens here, though. And how is Special going to break out? Like, that's going to be very difficult. He's only mining of one base at this point as well. Well, that was sloppy once again. When these two play against each other, I guess madness is just bound to happen.
And keep in mind, Hero Marine is mining from 2 bases that are set up right now. Special is mining from 1. He had to move 2 of his command centers.
Yeah.
So in terms of income, Hero Marine is doing so much better. Finally, Special will retake that second base. Hero Marine, I like the move of going back home because he was going to be overwhelmed there across the map eventually. What's the tank count here from both?
Should be higher for Gabe, for sure. Yeah, Gabe is at 5.
Wow, he had to restart Steam though. That's the big thing.
Yeah, but right now, if you look at what Special's working with, can he really make another attack? I mean, he's obviously going to try because he's Special and he lost to attack. And he also probably feels that he's in a position where he needs to get a little more damage done.
Sick.
These Ravens are going to be very annoying. This turret, maybe he can get a few more kills. Settle for an SCV there as well. Wow, 5 SCVs just like that. Raven's in the main base as well, being annoying.
30
Special needs to
SCVs
get
also.
more done though, Todd. Like,
Yeah.
like
But
denying
how?
Stim was awesome. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't know.
I think, yeah, dropping the main base when Heromain moves out, but I mean, Heromain's going to be pretty careful. Heromain's comfortable. I think Heromain fully realizes right now how far ahead he is, so he's playing it safe. He's staying at home. He knows that Special has to do damage, so he's like, I'll just stay there, and I'll just harass you with my Raven. He's happy to do so.
Whoa, couple scans going down there.
Special has no more Raven, right?
Nope. I don't think he ever had a Raven, or maybe he had one, but
Yeah,
died very
if he
quickly.
can't remove those tanks away from the fight here, he's not going to have much of a chance.
The only thing that he has right now is that 3 bases are on location, right? So you can say that there is a little more potential there to catch up. But the Ravens are still picking up SCVs on the other side of the map. This is so annoying. Because right now, there is still a 10-worker advantage. Special bringing his tanks to the other side of the map as well. Wants to siege up in an annoying spot. He can maybe get a couple depots here. Maybe 1 tank. Is he going to win that fight? Yes, he is going to win that fight. Gets a tank, but I don't really think you can get much here than a tank and those depots.
Yeah, but there's way more Vikings now for Heromain as well, so he can just kind of chase back these medivacs.
Gabe is looking
Can't
at the
work.
army. I think Gabe might actually feel confident enough. No, he's just going to pick...
Is Raven still across the map?
Yeah, they're probably still being annoying.
One of their, yeah.
He just picked up a double drop, by the way. He's like, all right, if you want to send all of your units to my side of the map, how much can you really have at home? This double drop, Todd, has a lot of potential.
Yeah, I think Special's not going to anticipate it either. Ooh, picks off one of the Vikings, but gets fired on for it. And Heroman actually starts 2-2. Is that comfortable? Stimpack finally finished. He's going for combat shield now. I mean, this is still very delayed, but as you mentioned, that counter-attack, it's going to hit the 3rd base now, and it's not ready.
Yeah, this is a disaster for Special. He's going to end up losing his orbital command. Gabe is massive, his army is massive, and he is really picking Special apart here. Once again, off the back of a very solid early game, right? Of course, it got crazy, and maybe he got a little fortunate that Special picked up all these units right when he attacked. But once again, I like the Reaper phase out of Gabe, and after that, I mean, the last minute of this game, I think he's handled it brilliantly with the Raven harass, non-stop, being super obnoxious. I'd be so tilted playing against this, be like, God, just piss off.
Yeah, Special has been
That's just
really trying to make something happen here with these attacks, but Heroman is so sound defensively, like every single time he has the perfectly placed tanks, he scans when he needs to. And that counter-attack on the other side of the map is still like posturing around the 3rd base. Now he's happy to be on 3 bases against just the 2.
Yep. Obviously, there's no reason for Gabe to panic here. Another scan. This is it for Special. All or nothing. He has to go up the ramp. There's a lot of Marines here for Hero Marine as well. Special doesn't just need to win this fight. He needs to completely crush and dominate this fight. And I feel like that was a victory, but I really don't think that's the victory he needed. He needed a much bigger one. Does get a couple medevacs there, and he might get a refinery, maybe even an eBay, but I really feel that Gabe just has way too many units.
And he's going to come in from behind here with some Marines. Hero Marines sending all the SCVs as well to help out against this. He's losing a ton of units. Special got some trades out of this fight, but he will be pushed away from there. Raven jumping on top of the action here. Auto turrets are going to be dropped. He does go down. And the supply has been actually somewhat evened out, but Hero Marine behind this is on 3 bases, and he's got more army left over to counterattack with.
Yeah, I really think this is it. Special is maybe going to win this fight, even though he really doesn't have that much, but a few Marines are going to be enough to push it back. But the extra upgrades are about to kick in for the German. It's 3 bases against 2. GG, well played. Hero Marine will get the 2nd victory over Special. So that means a 4-0, a clean sweep. Is that the first 4-0 we've had in the round of 16?
I think so, yeah.
Because yesterday was 4-2, 4-2, and what else did we have? Another 4-2, I guess.
Yeah.
It was close across the board. All right, or maybe we had a 4-1. I think
Team
Bly.
Germany is here, and they're here to stay. Looked absolutely incredible here the whole way. And yeah, that was the initial attack. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, it feels like your Marine somewhat knew about the possibilities. Like, sometimes you just know about the timing. You're like, okay, Special here. He loves to go for the double drop because he thinks he has enough defensively. And if you're the one with the Ravens here, this is amazing, right? Because, like, he has already less back at home. You just get the tanks out of the way, and then you're dealing with just an army that cannot quite do enough damage against your own tanks, Ravens, and all the Marines that you have there.
This drop...
Special did found some good damage, though.
Yeah, I know, right? This drop, it felt like it did so much. And we're not even done yet. Like, soon he's going to get way more SCVs. It is absolutely crazy to imagine a world where Hero Marine, after losing all those SCVs, actually is still up economically. Like, that was the craziest thing to me. Like, here he's getting a few more. I was like, geez Louise, like Hero Marine must have nothing left. And then you look at the numbers, he's like, well, they're actually like pretty even here.
And those Vikings, the last shot from far away actually shut down that last medivac that was trying to escape. Yeah, these auto turrets were incredible.
Yeah.
I think he realized that the Ravens were already across the map, so instead of flying them all the way back home, where he wasn't really under any threat just yet, he could just keep them on the other side of the map, keep on doing some SCV damage, and now special at the end. He had to get desperate. He was on 2 bases only. I mean, even though he could fly his main base to the 3rd base again, we saw in the production tab that Hero Marine was the one getting all of the upgrades and had a far superior production.
There's a good chance that he also anticipated the fact he's like, all right, my opponent has Stim, I don't have Stim, so it's very likely that he's going to try to be aggressive, right? And if they're going to try to be aggressive, well, then Raven Arrest can be excellent because there's nothing to deal with that at home.
Yeah.
And all the Hero Marine had to do was just wait until his own Stim would finish up and then enjoy that economic advantage. Obviously, a good call as well, eventually sending out those 2 medevacs, right? While Special was sort of trying to contain him and being annoying, send out 2 medevacs, he got the 3rd CC, and that's all C Road, Germany. Clean sweep. Well done.
Big Gabe. He showed up and he beat the best player from Team Mexico twice. We're going to head to a break, but first, make sure to check out the Matcherino, guys. Matcherino.com/nw2019. And we've got some good stuff, as we keep mentioning. There's the mug, the hoodie, the t-shirt. Just get all of them. They're all amazing. I'm looking forward, actually, to getting... We all did some stuff, right?
We ordered everything. Like, I want double the stuff at this point.
By the way, you know you didn't read the full message of the guy. He was like, you can choose one thing, and then Roddy just replied in the group. He's like, I'll take one of each. And he's like, no, that's not how it works. You're supposed to choose one thing. But
then he was like, I can add a cap. It's like, well, have you waited so long? Now you better add another coffee mug. We went already over this yesterday. Obviously, we just told you guys all about it. It's funny, right? Because we do 3 games, and then we obviously promote the Matcherino. But then we come back, and then if it's a 4-0, it's like, hey, guys, the Matcherinos. And all the viewers are like, geez, Louise, Roddy, we get it. It's like, guys, we're just sticking to the script, okay? If this wasn't a 4-0, this wouldn't have been so obvious. Anyway, make sure to check it out. It's a great way to support the tournament. We're going to head over to a break, as Todd said, and after that, we'll be back with China versus Brazil. That's going to be awesome. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to Nation Wars. You're watching the round of 16, and it is day 2. We already had one game, and in this one, I would say that was pretty much the Schrechtening, a 4-0 acquired by Team Germany. And now we've got Brazil versus China. I'm joined by Todd here, and we'll try to explain to you guys how this one is going to go.
I mean, what we saw from China in the previous rounds was just so impressive that I'm really worried for Brazil here. Obviously, I don't want to count them out too early, but I know it kind of sounds like I am. Yeah, China has been so impressive. So Brazil, hopefully they train hard for this one and they're ready to put on a performance of a lifetime, because otherwise they're going to be out of time.
Whoa. I have no words. How am I to follow? How am I supposed to follow after that? Nah, the thing is, what we said earlier. I think when we talked about it with Roddy, was obviously time one of the greatest player in the foreign region, right?
Yeah.
Like, even though it's China close to South Korea, it's still foreign StarCraft. Like, it's not South Korea. But the guy is pulling out results, is constantly improving in general. He had a pretty decent run at the Global Finals, defeating Maru before actually losing to him in the rematch, which was kind of sad. But
It's the rematch curse. There's nothing.
It's the rematch curse. You can't do anything against that. But then, the thing is, the players that are with him are even better than what we anticipated, because both Ayasonu and Cyan, we didn't have that much info on them before. And then in the round of 24, they looked unbeatable. So now, suddenly you've got time as the heavy hitter, and then you've got two really great players to go alongside him. So, yeah, that's going to be a pretty frightening team to face against. And I guess Brazil is going to have a tall order ahead of him. Obviously, the objective here for both those teams is meeting Germany in the winners match and trying to get a spot in the round of 8, which will be played. Well, that winners match will be played just after this game. So we're qualifying one team today, and the other teams are either going to be in the decisive match or the losers match, and that will be played a little bit later into the week, mostly in the weekend actually. Time, Ayasonu, Cyan, we talked about them. Time, the new kid on the block for China. And he's performing like a king, 20-7 in Nation Wars.
And Asun is perfect so far as well. Very impressive. Cyan, a little bit of the elderly player, I guess, so to speak, on the team.
27 elderly.
Yeah,
go into esports, guys.
Esports, man.
Yeah. Just
That's
before you're 30, you're already part of the elderly.
Like 70 years old in real life.
Yeah, basically. Right. So what does that make you? 89?
4.
Yeah. All right, so yeah, as you said, Cyan, not the greatest ratio yet, but still in the positive here, 4 and 3. But yeah, Ayasonu was used tremendously during those early rounds, especially in the all-kill format. He was sent out and he played super well, 8 and 0 for a Zerg player from China. And yeah, Time, obviously team captain, but also heavy hitter and probably carry of this Chinese team. So obviously the favorites here going into Brazil. We can take a look at their lineup as well. In just a few seconds, you'll see those guys. But you know all about them. I mean, Eric, Turkey Dano, and Kelazur. Another great foreign Terran in this team. Maybe not as active as he used to be.
Yeah.
But played amazingly last season. He was one of the guys that were the closest before the finals to defeating Cyril in Nation Wars 5.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I mean, Kelazur is like, at this point, considered one of the veterans. You know, he's had his up and downs. And in terms of how active he is nowadays, like, he's definitely not necessarily at the peak of his career, but he's got a wealth of experience. And once upon a time, he was regarded as one of the better Terrans that we had outside of South Korea. So he's got that going for him. We know he's got a good potential. And as I said, preparation is key here. If he prepared well for this, might be able to put up some pretty good games. Eric and Turkey Dano, they're not going to be used nearly as much as Kelazur of playing on the big stage like this, but they can use that to their advantage. Yeah. Like if you're Team China, I'm not sure how much you're going to know about these guys necessarily. And Turkey Dano in particular is like a pretty tricky player to face with a very specific style.
Yeah, and I have no idea how much the Chinese server, or at least the Chinese community in general for StarCraft, is used to those, counter rushes, proxy immortal robo stuff that Turkey Dano showed in the previous seasons of Nation Wars. So as you said, I mean, Ayasonu, I'd be a little bit scared going into against Turkey Dino because if he goes into it thinking, "Oh, I don't know that guy that much, so that means he should be, it should be an easy victory," then that's where you're in for trouble, Todd. Where you go
That's
into
the best
that
way
thing.
to get Marjorie.
Exactly. Moderate 8 minutes into the game, and then you can type GG. So Cyan versus Eric. So a PVZ there, and then we'll have another PVZ with Ayasono versus Turkey Dano, and then we'll end up with Time versus Skelazur in the TVT matchup before going into the revive format or the old kill format of the game. All right,
That's
so
interesting because for Germany versus Mexico, the TVT was an ephemeron, but this time around it's on Thunderbird. I wonder if they picked the map that they were the most comfortable about playing, or if maybe, well, probably not China, but for Brazil, they tried to anticipate who was going to be where to try and counter them.
I'm with you on this one. I'm pretty sure that for Brazil, this was not the matchup that they anticipated. I think going into Thunderbird, you're not expecting the only Terran player from the opposite team to be on there. So maybe Skelazur was trying to dodge Time. Because Skelazur, I feel like he might be favored going into either Cyan or Ayasono, or at least 50-50, but I think against Time, considering the level of the Chinese Terran this year, Time is going to be the favorite there.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm pretty excited to see him in action yet again. Who will win, guys? Make sure to vote in the chat. CHN for China, BRA for Brazil. Pretty sure we're going to see an overwhelming
Number
vote
of China.
in favor of China. Then again,
Yeah,
the
Brazilian
memes can be
community.
strong sometimes.
Yeah, in esports,
Maybe people are feeling the Turkey Dano cannon rush.
and you should. I think Turkey Dano is
Versus
gonna take
Ayasono?
it. I think he's winning this game.
Versus Ayasono?
Yeah. My expectation is 2-1 after 2-1 in favor of China after the early stage, the first 3 games.
All right.
That's my call.
Clip this, guys.
If that happens, I look like a genius. Or if it doesn't happen, people
like,
will be
what's
like,
it
"Yeah,
really
anyways,
supposed to
that
happen?"
guy's garbage." So it's not a problem.
Wow.
No, we'll see. But I'm looking forward to those games. Obviously, another TVT makes me happy, and yeah, the opportunity of just seeing Turkey Dano doing his thing. I mean, one of my highlights of last year's Nation Wars was his 2 victories in a row against Poland. That was really crazy. Beat a laser and
It's the perfect format for this kind of player, right? Like if they play tricky, if they play out of the ordinary, you get like a best of 1 or 2 to try and do the builds that you've been practicing that maybe flew under the radar.
Yeah.
That's what I really like also about this tournament. We've had a lot of these performances in the past. Remember, who was the player from Norway that people ended up changing the name of?
Yeah, the Protoss player.
Protoss player.
We actually had that exact same question just before
So
the
anyway,
broadcast. Ike.
Yeah, Ike. Yeah.
Ike.
So Ike, who was fairly unknown, right, in the European scene, was not the most known player, just came out and played some amazing games and won some very important ones from Norway in the past. And the audience here in France chanted his name.
Yeah. He actually all killed Poland, basically, in the live finals in Paris back then. So that was quite crazy, quite a massive feat. And obviously, Nation Wars is the time to shine for those players, maybe not as well known as those WCS residents that go to every single tournament. That's another opportunity to shine. Players like Future come to mind in this season. Still not as well known as the other players, but still made a pretty huge impact, even though he was defeated yesterday by Innovation. That's always a tough deal going into a game versus Innovation. So Cyan and Eric will be playing on Acropolis. PVZ is a matchup that we've seen a lot on that map. I think we haven't seen a single Terran there, I think, in general. Just Terrans tend to dodge that map, so usually PvPs, ZVZs, or PVZs. And in this case, that's a PVZ in the bottom right-hand side. Representing Brazil in the green, he is Eric.
His opponent in the reds, representing China, thank Protoss, it is Cyan. It's crazy how the players have they kept on switching, who was at the top over in China, right? From once upon a time where you had guys like Jim, Maxade, Shigua, and then what are those guys now? No, they're a completely new generation of players.
Yeah.
Has taken over there with Cyan, Time in particular, and Ayasono. Ayasono, I guess, has been around for a while though. I remember he was playing in WCS when he was We did the NA finals in Germany and stuff. He was over there.
I remember that.
So he's like the more experienced player out of the three, but all three of them, I feel like have a pretty good potential, and they're like all really good players.
Yeah.
It's good to see China like doing well again, because historically on RTS they've always been really good. In Warcraft 3 they were like one of the best countries and still are.
Yeah, and even in Boudoir they had a lot of really great players. F91 I think it was called back then. There was a couple of guys that were really decent at the game, even really good in general. So obviously a pretty big nation for RTS. But
they were better at Warcraft 3, I think.
They were better at Warcraft 3. No, you're right.
So roach run pretty early on here from Eric.
Yep. That's a cheeky roach war, and if I know any cheeky roach warrants, that's one that is really cheeky. Super early into the game, before the second minute mark. And can you get that probe? I mean, those 6 Zerglings are already going to tell you that you're in a lot of trouble if you're Cyan. So you need to chrono boost out that first Zealot. Even some probes are being pulled out the line to try and help out and block that wall. He's actually not going to go for a perfect wall that he could have done with the one pylon here. And he gets those probes here and blocks. Oh my god! The Zerglings do manage to get through.
But he wanted them to get in, I think.
You think? Interesting.
I mean, once he gets the Adept, if they're in, they're never going to get out.
You're right. I like it.
I'm surprised he's not putting the Zealot in the wall then.
So what's interesting to me is that what Eric is doing...
By the way, yeah, those links are designed to hide the roaches behind. Yeah, he's going to trap him in. But that was the goal here for Eric, was to keep these units back at home. And Cyan is not going to be unsuspecting of these roaches heading across the map. And he's not going to have anything like a Stargate or Robo to really help with them. So then you can just walk on the wall with the roaches and then eventually flood in with Zerglings. Like we see no drones being made. It's still on 50.
Ooh, and that probe comes in at the last possible second and misses those roaches by just a few meters here. Which is kind of sad, but it's interesting because it's exactly what you would do in a ZVT, for instance. Those Zerglings push the Reaper back. You don't see the roaches come in.
Just chrono boosted probes,
and then you're in a world of trouble. And as Cyan is chrono boosting probes, and he only has Adepts to fight against roaches and Ravagers, that's going to be a tough hold. No shield batteries available. Only one pylon powering 2 gateways. And that sentry was a little bit late to the party.
And
so
the units
no
are
force
in.
fields.
The floodgates are open.
Yes.
He can just kill all of those units and then kill the pylon. Any unit that comes out from these gateways is going to be targeted down instantly. Even the Overlord wants a piece of the action. He's going to fly right above this. Probes being pulled. And now, I mean, he can just kill the pylon. Yeah, this is it, Eric. Oh my god. What just happened?
Yeah. Ling Roach attack. You didn't expect it. And yeah, that early pull actually worked wonders in, as you said, just covering the transition that was coming from our Zerg player. I mean, Lings are good, you know. They will take a lot of time to be cleaned out before the Adept is in. And as you mentioned, yeah, you trapped those Zerglings, but that first Adept Shade was within his own main. Like he wasn't even trying to scout. He was trying to get rid of that menace, get rid of those pesky Zerglings that would have killed probes. And then suddenly you're not looking at what's happening at the opposite side of the map. So what's kind of sad is that Cyan was like just a tiny couple of pixels away from seeing those roaches, and just knowing 10 seconds in advance could have made a whole difference.
But like, even when he saw them, he didn't really react. Like,
yeah, it was a slow reaction.
Probes, then he made 0 shield batteries. Like if you make 3 shield batteries there already, it's a very different fight. It was weird because he was chrono boosting probes too. It's like you don't need probes against this. You stop making probes, if anything, and you just make a bunch of units. But yeah, Eric, he took Cyan for a ride here.
Yeah,
he was practicing his Wing Chun, his Tai Chi in the morning.
Yeah.
He was like, yeah, here's the Samba. You're not ready for this.
Yeah, he wasn't ready at
One
all.
pylon, man.
Yeah, even that sentry, I mean, if it shows up just a couple of seconds
he
earlier,
didn't
maybe
he could have force fielded.
Yeah. But it's interesting because it looked like both players were not microing at all. Like even Eric is not trying to kite away from that Zealot that actually dealt a lot of damage, but he knew that when he kills that pylon, suddenly there is no production whatsoever for Protoss. So the game was already done and dusted here. So that's 1-0 for Brazil, and that's already a pretty huge upset, I would say. That Eric was able to beat Cyan. He used a strategy that he obviously prepared quite a bit with the map, with the way everything went. And that's already a really easy victory. I mean,
Brazil are coming prepared.
Yes.
Apparently. And I like that. I like that. I think that's very important. Now that means we're going to have ASNU taking on Turkey Dano. Another one of those wilder players that we have out there. And yeah, see if he has something great prepared. I hear something in the background.
Yeah, me too. I'm hearing somebody cast in the background in English as well. I'm not exactly sure what it is. Okay, it's now gone. Turkey Dano. So he was the player that I expected could take a win here against China. Maybe you will. And in that case, that prediction I made of 2-1 in favor of China after the early 3 games would be totally out the window. But we need to play that game first to know. Ayasono, 26 years old. Favorite matchup in ZVT, but he is right now playing a Protoss player. And not any kind of Protoss player, as we are introducing that guy from Brazil here in the bottom right-hand side, in the green. Representing Brazil, I said it before, he is Turkey Dano.
A regular Roti stream viewer, whatever that means. His opponent in the red, representing China, wants to bring it back. Thanks, Zergidis, Ayasono.
All right. And are
So
we
it's a
even
standard
surprised?
Turkey Dano build? No, we're not.
See, if I was Crow right there, I would have even I wouldn't even have done that zoom in, because that's expected, you know. Zoom ins are for unexpected things. This was so expected. And look at the pylon positioning, which is interesting, because Ayasono at the same time is going for pull first. So he might have done his homework and know that going for hatchery first without scouting is a really, really difficult and really dangerous thing to do.
And look at this. He's trying to pretend that it's fake with the one probe that's forward. He's not throwing anything down. So right now, Ayasono might be thinking that this is...
This is so unfortunate.
Back, right? I think he might have seen it and flew back, no?
No, he hasn't seen anything.
I mean, he's not making...
Do you think he saw the
making
probe?
6 things. No, he's making 6.
Okay, he saw the probe maybe. Saw the second probe, which is already a pretty big tell. But the thing is that cannon is not going to be easy to... get access to. I mean,
like, how many times has he played against this before? Like, how would you know how to react if it's the first time you're playing against this?
Okay.
You're wondering all of these questions right now. You're like, what do I do?
So, to me, the fact that he throws down a roach warren tells me that he doesn't know how to face against that. Because making roaches, I think, is the worst idea ever.
Why?
Because they're going to get demolished by those immortals that will surely be coming. But those Zerglings, actually circumventing that first cannon, I really do enjoy it, because that means a lot of resources are going to be invested in defending that ramp.
Oh, I love the positioning on the cannon as well. It's not too close where like roaches actually could kill it easily if they were there. Turkey Dano has done this like so many times.
Oh yeah.
And as soon as that cybercore finishes, it's going to be one robo going down, probably some shield batteries, and then we're going to see the moonwalking immortals shooting down everything.
Oh yeah. All right, let's see. That cannon is going to finish up. Cybernetics core is being targeted down for now, but those Zerglings, they have to go back now. And now that the cyber is done, we should be seeing a robo in just a few seconds when he has the gas.
Because he made a stalker first.
Yeah, the stalker.
He made that cannon in range to shoot down the hatchery, by the way.
And the other cannon is actually defending that first cannon pretty well. But no shield battery yet.
Yeah.
The first one is going to pop up in just a few seconds. We
Maybe
already have 2 Ravagers.
I think that's why the stalker is there, to try and kite against these guys and make it harder for them to take out the cannons very quickly. But
okay, that's a good start, I think. That's a really good start, actually. Like killing that cannon before the shield battery was done.
That was so close.
All right, he needs to add on, extra shield batteries, because if that cannon dies right now, that's going to be super difficult for Turkey Dano to just hold on to his push and hold on to his position. Now that cannon is dead, Roach is going to get taken out by that first stalker. A second one will join the fray in just a few seconds, as we're getting extra shield batteries up in just a few seconds, but no cannons to help out. And now the Zergling come back. Can they get this around? They don't. The corrosive ball now is being used on that pylon. He needs to repair it.
It is an immortal.
Yeah,
but
he needs an immortal, but he doesn't have the resources.
Because Ayasono made so many Roach and Ravager.
And that's an easy hold. I mean, that's GG. It's GG right there. I don't think you can survive long enough for an immortal to be out, and that's the only thing you need here if you're Protoss to hold on to that game. Really nice defense by Ayasono. It's interesting that those Zerglings coming back to hurt him at the opposite side of the map, like that first cannon actually being built at the opposite side, slowed down that push so well.
It was all in the details. Even the targeting by Ayasono was really, really clean, and now Turkey Dano is in a world of trouble. He's just going to tap out some quick games here.
Yeah.
Between Brazil and China, as Brazil, they brought out the cheddar. for this series, at least in the first 2 maps.
Yeah, it's interesting that it was the chatter coming from Eric that actually worked, and then the one that from Turkey Dino that was not good enough. And but yeah, in general, I said that the Roach Warren I didn't like, but the way he handled those things and the fact that those Zerglings went straight across the map and forced him into building that cannon, it might not look like that big. I mean, it's only 150 minerals, but those minerals you want to invest them in shield batteries and cannons as soon as possible at the opposite side of the map. If he doesn't lose that first cannon, for instance, if the shield batteries are already there, which could have happened if he didn't have to build that cannon back home, then suddenly those 2 Ravagers, only 2 corrosive bile is not going to one-shot a cannon, obviously. Yeah. So then your shield battery is just getting so much time for you, like it's buying so much time that suddenly your immortal is out, and then you can push back those roaches. And that's the moment that Zerg player actually feel pretty bad about making roaches, because an immortal hitting at a roach, once again, 50 damage. Early game, that's a lot. So kudos to Ayasonu for not panicking at all, knowing exactly what he was supposed to do and doing his homework in general.
Yeah, very nicely done. Didn't really drone up like crazy, which makes me even more surprised that the way Sign reacted, right? Like what Sign did is the equivalent of if this attack here was going to happen, and then Ayasunu would be droning up where there's cannons and a robo going up, right? Like, it's so weird.
Yeah.
I wonder what happened, because he had something in the middle of the map. I'm still kind of stuck on this, you know? Like,
yeah, no, the way he handled the first attack, Science, so going back to that first game, as Todd is saying, yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, his reaction was really questionable in general. So maybe just he got a glimpse of a couple of units, but he didn't know it was roaches, because once again, he saw the end of it.
But in the middle of the map, I thought he saw them. Even like at some point, he saw with the shades.
Yeah, it was already like close to the ramp. Like, it was literally at the ramp of the third base.
Get some shield batteries at least. I don't know anything.
Yeah.
But even before that, I don't know. We see everything. For us, it's like so clear cut, like what you're supposed to do and stuff. I'm curious what Roddy's going to say about that first game, actually.
Yeah, we'll see.
Being someone that often gets cheesed, or at least people try.
Yeah,
they don't know that he's unbreakable.
People try, but you can't break the Roddy. That's not happening any day, anytime soon. I can tell you that. Game number 3 is happening here between China and Brazil. Who's going to take the lead after the Pro League format of that game? Time versus Calazur, TVT. And for Time, that's even his favorite matchup. Which is kind of nice. 20-7 in terms of ratio. So a great one, definitely. Even now, it's close to 66%. Is that right? Is that proper math right there?
20-7?
20-7, is that 66% victory?
Absolutely, very close to
it.
Very close to it, at least. Very quick games indeed, and no pre-game interview. I barely had time to finish my chicken and rice, Funka.
How good was it, though?
It was all right.
All right.
I think I'll go back to the dumplings tomorrow.
All right.
I mean, what we really need is a Subway in this mall, but I'll start my own eventually. Alrighty, guys, let's continue with Brazil versus China. In the left top side, we're looking at the main base. The star player, the ace of Brazil, it is Calazur.
Diego Schweber. An amazing guy. One of the coolest pro gamer to ever to talk to in general. Really, really enjoy him. And the bottom right-hand side, his opponent. He's a mighty Terran from China. Here in the red, he is Time. Qualified at BlizzCon, or at the Global Finals, was eliminated during the group stage in Korea, but played amazingly against Maru, while beating him in the first game and then losing in the rematch. The classic curse, Roddy.
Yeah.
That hurts. And he also got 3-0'd in the rematch, which makes it even worse.
Played it harder, though.
Yeah, he did.
Especially, I think that first best of 5 really impressed a lot of people. Maybe in the end he became a bit too predictable, as Maru made a couple of good adjustments, but that is easier said than done. You need to be very good to be able to do that kind of stuff on the fly, and Calazur is good, but I don't think Calazur can just look at those games and be like, oh, just play like Maru. It's a little bit of a meme. Perhaps that's what you're going to have to do here to defeat Time. I think Time is so good. I think he's one of the absolute top players we have in this entire tournament. I think he showed that throughout this year multiple times, and even at the Global Finals.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Definitely one of the greatest foreign Terrans, and probably foreign players in general.
I mean, he's just like a household name at this point in top 8, right? If there is a WCS circuit event and Time is not in the top 8, you'd be like, whoa, what happened? Did he get Sarah or Rainer in the round of 16 or something? Because otherwise, that just doesn't really happen. There was a time, like Rafi, Fear Dragon. I love Fear Dragon. He always, ooh, look at Diego, busting out the Chinese.
And Time's like, yes. No idea what it means.
What?
Whoa!
How good is he?
What happened to Calazur? Does he know how to speak Chinese now?
Speaks Portuguese, speaks English, speaks Dutch, now speaks Chinese. Jeez
He
Louise.
speaks Dutch?
Absolutely, man.
No way.
Mate, he's been living in Holland for like 6 months.
Oh yeah, you told me earlier. Yeah, you're right.
He's flawless in Dutch. He probably has better Dutch than me at this point. No, I'm sure he's working on it.
Imagine if that was the case. So,
He's a Terran. He's very talented. It's possible.
of course.
This was a Protoss. It'd be like he doesn't know how to say a damn thing. But he's Terrans.
So what's interesting to me is that already you can tell that the way Time was playing at BlizzCon, so maybe he just doesn't want to go for the same thing that what he was doing at BlizzCon, but it looked like it was designed to beat Maru. So that double Rax Reaper opening, double Rax Reaper expand, if you will. So he didn't go for that in this game. He went for something way more conventional in that early Reaper expand into 1/1/1. On one side, Calazur is going for that double Hellion production with Reactor on the factory. And on the opposite side, it's more about getting those Marines out for Time.
It's going to be interesting, right? He's going to go for a lot of Hellions, maybe drop a couple of Hellions in the main base and then have even more Hellions show up in the natural. This should be a very explosive game as well, because if I think of aggression, I think of these two when it comes to TVT in the foreign scene. Calazur, there's only one thing that he truly enjoyed doing in StarCraft 2 for the last 9 years, and that is be hyper-aggressive, multitask. He will never just sit back and macro up forever. That's just not who he is. Time on the other end, I think sometimes almost to a fault, also loves attacking all the time. And like I remember a moment in Montreal where he was basically winning. I think it was a TVP, I forgot who it was against on Triton. And I was like, I love that Time. He's so aggressive and he's fun to watch, but sometimes he just attacks for the sake of attacking when he really doesn't have to. And right in that moment, he makes another attack that he didn't have to do, and he lost the game. A moment where he should have never lost in the first place. So we'll see how he handles this initial aggression here by Calazur, because that's 6 Hellions, and these 4 Hellions are going to have a field day here in the main base.
Yeah, Time was totally caught out of position because of that pressure that was coming towards the natural. And now he's already losing 5 SCVs, and that number is just going to go up and up. And still, I think a couple of units are killing stuff here in the natural.
Yep.
That's 10 SCVs for that early aggression, which is quite good for Calazur. I mean, we've seen yesterday at I think it was Uthermal back then. I'm sorry, I'm bringing up that game every time, but
it didn't
6
happen.
Aliens and Liberator didn't kill anything. This time it was less expensive on the side of Calazur, and it killed way more, 10 SCVs, and a pretty sizable lead in terms of the economy for a Brazilian player.
Like, I think 10 SVs is really good, but I don't think it's the end of the world for Time, because that is still 6 Hellions and a Reaper that are being donated, that are just being thrown in there. Like, I would say in the end, this is a win, but I don't think it's like the biggest win ever, right? Like, with the medevac going down there as well, I think Time is more than fine. Yes, he's a little bit behind economically, but he should be able to at least get something done with the Ravens eventually. That's a Raven that Calazur doesn't have. That Cloak Banshee wasn't able to accomplish anything either. Like, I think it's all right. Like, sometimes you just look at numbers, you're like, 10 SUVs, whoa! But, I mean, it wasn't for free.
It's a playable game, definitely for Time. He's not out of it any, of course. But the thing is, like, Calazur, he invested in aggression in the early game, and he got some stuff for it. So, obviously pretty decent for him, but definitely not a big advantage that was gathered here from Calazur. He's still a little bit ahead here with 10 SCVs there. Third command center has been thrown down on location, but look at that push for Time, because Time, he actually offered some units just for SCVs, so for now, he lacks the army.
What I'm wondering about at this point is, did Time leave anything at home to deal with the Banshees? Because let's say Calazur just holds the line. I don't know if he can do that. Stim is more than halfway done, by the way, for Time. Like, the Banshees, I think, have quite some potential now on the other side of the map. The Ravens using Interference Matrix. I don't think Calazur has the units here.
No, Calazur is just in a world of trouble here. 2 out of his 3 tanks cannot shoot at the moment. Now the Matrix finishes, and he got an extra shot from those tanks. But you mentioned it, the Banshee is actually killing a lot of stuff back at home. 13 SCVs are going down, but the thing is, you might even lose the game here, Calazur. Double Banshee actually killing a lot of stuff, which explains why the SCVs dying were going so fast. That CC and that eBay might fall in just a few seconds. That second command center, it's down.
Yeah, Kalazur just didn't have the units, and that's kind of the downside, right, of opening up with 6 Hellions, a Reaper, and a Medevac. If you throw all of that away, you just lack units that can really fight. And Time just went up that ramp like that ramp wasn't even there. That's normally a ramp where we're like, whoa, you don't want to go up there. But Time knew that his army was simply a lot stronger. He had a massive advantage when it came to the Ravens. And Kalazur now, I think, is in all the trouble. Yes, he has 15 additional SUVs, but he's zoned out of his natural. He lost his E-base. I think it's a disaster.
It is a disaster. And all those SCVs that were saved for a bit are actually going to die in just a few seconds. Now the Banshee on the left side is actually taking care of a lot of Marines, but going down that ramp against 2 siege tanks like this is so painful. Even the Vikings could land and finish the games right here and then. 79 army, 79 supply against the 46. As Todd would say, look at it. It's looking grim for Kalazur.
It's looking more than grim. I think this game is about to end. Explosive it was, short it was. Time, yes, he took a little bit of damage, but he realized that his army was a lot stronger than the army of the Brazilian Terran player. The last few Marines go down here. I think Kalazur knows it. I mean, the thing is, as well, he can't even really defend that mineral line, right? Yeah. He can only defend it from the high ground. So I don't think he's even truly done with losing SCVs, but he already lost 41. That's a bit weird, but Time. He's like, here you go, sir, have a Viking.
Yeah, he was...
The Christmas spirit. I can get behind that.
Yeah, I mean...
Imagine, you walk down, you're like, what's that underneath the Christmas tree? And it's a Viking.
It's a Viking.
I would love to play with Vikings. If I could, that'd be fun.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Pretty cool toy. I would not hate it if I got
like
it.
Transformers.
The Christmas tree. Exactly, it's a Transformer.
Well done by Time. Once again, the start is like, yeah, it looked all right. By the way, there was a weird bug this game. Did you notice that the army
didn't have the army supply?
Yeah, that the army supply tab wasn't gone.
It came back at some point.
Yeah,
so maybe it was just a mistake by Crow. He used a key that doesn't exist and actually removed it. And then they were figuring it out in the production room.
Let's just go with a bug from Game Art, okay? Let's not throw our boy Crow under the bus, who's been doing a phenomenal job in this tournament.
He is doing a phenomenal job.
It suddenly came back, but obviously the Army of Time was bigger, and especially, I mean, 3 Ravens against, I think in the end it was 1 Raven, but that Raven had barely any energy as well. So you're talking about 3 Ravens with an insane amount of energy. All the turrets are good, the interference matrix are good, and Marines and tanks are good. And because Kalazur opened up with all those Hellions, it just wasn't enough. I think ideally what you want the Banshees to do is maybe go in a little bit earlier, right? Imagine if the Banshees would have shown up not when this fight took place, but right when Time moved out. Then maybe you can get that moment of hesitation out of Time where he turns around for a second and then he continues again. And then maybe Kalazur could have been slightly better prepared.
Yeah, even like something that could have been done a little bit better, I feel, from Kalazur is the tank positioning on top of the ramp. I think it was a little bit too close to the ramp itself. Like sometimes you got to figure out that obviously Ravens are in play, and if your opponents can use his matrices without even like pushing his Raven too deep into your army, then suddenly it's just a a child's game, like you come in, you click the key and you just block out all those tanks and then suddenly it's over. So usually you want to put your tanks a little bit further down the line to avoid that kind of situation. Anyways.
As much as I agree, I don't think it would have made a difference there because there simply wasn't the firepower to snipe a Raven.
Yeah.
Everything you say is 100% true. It was way too easy to land the interference matrix now, but even if they were a bit deeper, like 5 Marines are not going to one-shot a Raven. The interference matrix will still go down. I think that Time's army was just too strong there.
You're right. I mean, the Time just realized easily that his opponent went for a Medivac, some Hellions, 2 Banshees, which means like basically, what was your stopper doing? Like it wasn't building any Vikings, it wasn't building any Ravens. That's something that I can use to my advantage. So well played, kudos to Time. It is indeed 2-1 in favor of China after those 3 first games. Eric was able to grab himself a victory and a victory for Brazil. He will be the first player to open up in the next phase of the Clan War. Before we go into a break in those next games, I want to remind you about the possibility of grabbing yourself some swag by Matcherino. Matcherino.com/nw2019. Mugs, t-shirts, caps, hoodies, everything.
Baseball bats.
Baseball bats?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
You can't get that. We can make it a special one for you.
I don't know why it's taking so long. I'm sure that at this point, everybody wants to pick up their baseball bat.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So you can crush your keyboard after getting Zealot all-ins or something like that. Major it for the fifth time of the day.
Even though it's a very bad idea for your mechanical keyboard, I must say the idea of grabbing a baseball bat and smashing my keyboard is oddly satisfying.
Yes.
Maybe that's the inner rager in me, but I think there is a market.
I understand it.
I don't want to say much, but I believe there is market. Put it in the shop. See how many we sell. Okay?
All right. We'll see if that's possible. Maybe baseball bat coming your way on matcherino.com/nw2019. For now, we're making a quick break, and when we return, it's the end of China versus Brazil. Don't go anywhere.
for now.
All right, going back into the live, we have a couple more games here between Brazil and China, and we're ready to get into this one. Eric is going to be the first one to face off against any of the two Chinese players that won, whether it's Ayasonu or Time. What do you expect, actually?
Like, Time is the obvious answer. But
Yeah.
because of Time is the obvious answer, I think that Ayasonu is probably like, send me out, coach. Like, I've got some ZVZ. He's been practicing hard. He got very high up on the Korean ladder. A lot of the foreigners that were in Korea were talking about how good Ayasonu was doing on the ladder, that he's an absolute beast, and then a lot of the Europeans have no idea how good Ayasonu actually is right now. So if Ayasonu is indeed that good, I probably expect Ayasonu to come out there and be like, yeah, let me play a ZVZ and then maybe a ZVT.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. It's always kind of difficult to know, right? Like, it's either you want to finish right here and out, and you're sending like your big top dog, or you also want just to give a little bit of exposure and a little bit of experience for another player. So I guess both scenarios are completely true. The only thing is, it's Brazil's time to select the map because they're being led 2-1. So.
Well,
Do you want to send
map?
out the Terran, because maybe you can counterplay him by just selecting a good map.
But which map is fantastic for Terran right now against Zerg?
Not that many. No. No, but we had it. When was it? I think it was in Innovation actually against America. They kept in for last, right? And he started once again with Disco Bloodbath. It seems like it's the only map that Terran player like to play.
All right, well, it is going to be Time, and it's going to be Time on World of Sleepers. All right, well, Time must just feel really confident then. Because that is not a map where I think late game TVZ you're going to have a very good time. But of course, Eric, I think, is a very good player. We don't, it doesn't say the MMR anymore. That's actually kind of sad. I liked it when it said the MMR.
Oh, really?
You didn't like that?
No, it looked like in general we were a little bit confused about the numbers, so we had that discussion and we were like, okay, what can we add? Like, and then we settled on favorite matchup.
I think it's good because we often look at it from the idea that everybody watches as much StarCraft as we do, right? But that's simply impossible because a lot of people have jobs, they have studies and stuff like that.
Once again,
so a lot of people might think of like Eric. Who the hell is Eric? Well, Eric is actually pretty good. He's a Zerg player that has been over 6k MMR plenty of times in the past, and I think that's often a good indicator. But when I think of Eric, his strengths, I don't really think of like Infestor, Brutler, and that kind of stuff. Like,
you're right.
Eric is a mid-gamey Zerg who can make an insane amount of units and then definitely go for run-by, stuff like that. We'll talk about it. For now, let's introduce these lovely nerds. In the right top side, in my opinion, one of the very best players we have in this entire tournament. He's representing China. It is Time.
And his opponent, he was the only one to grab a victory in the Pro League phase of the match. He is, for Brazil, Eric.
In very Eric-like fashion, right?
Oh, yeah.
Show up with a couple links, be annoying, keep them busy on that side of the map, and surprise! Here are the Roaches and Ravages. When I saw the start and I saw the links were in the natural, I was like, oh my god, Tyne is so dead.
Yep.
Like, been there before. None of your units are going to be very good against Roaches right now, my friend.
All right. So, for now, nothing too cheeky, not too crazy from Time. Just going to go for a Rax Reaper expense. So nothing out of the ordinary. The question is, where do you go from there? And what does Eric want to do? Like, he's not gonna go for that early pull that he used earlier to put some pressure onto his opponent, because what he did basically in ZVP, you can do in ZVT, right? Like, you can open with those Zerglings, you push the Reaper away, and then suddenly some Roaches pop in, because obviously your Reaper has to turn back and defend to grab yourself the CC. But yeah, Time is gonna scout with an SCV, which is, I think, mandatory against a Zerg that's supposed to be a lesser player than you. You want to know what's happening. You want to be completely sure that your opponent is not going to go for that early pull, or even a Ravager build, even though it's not meta anymore. Can still happen and, grab you by surprise. If you're not aware of it coming, then you can suddenly just get a free loss.
Like, I'm thinking at it right now from Eric's point of view, and I was like, how can Eric possibly win this game? Like, obviously everything you just said, like, yes, those things are a possibility. Now you can send it run back and still go up to 3 bases there. Take the rich Vespian gas. Like I think maybe trying to get into the mid game in a very solid position, you get a decent drone count, but not insane. Like I don't really see him ever getting up to like 80 workers or something. But let's say he gets up to like 68. You have a rich Vespian gas. You can make so many freaking banelings, and then all you need is one favorable fight somewhere to then just pedal to the meadow and keep going and keep rolling those banelings forward. I kind of think that is his best chance, because I do believe the longer this goes, the better it will be for Time. And that's not because Terran is fantastic against Zerg in the late game. No, that's just because Time is fantastic.
Yeah, actually Time is going to go for something rather interesting, because he's going to squeeze out that third CC super fast. So that's a way of combating a Zerg player that wants to go for a mid-game oriented kind of style, because you'll be able to crank out 3 SCVs by round with 3 CCs super early into this game, which means that your macro is going to be fantastic. And then Time is going to be able to play with a lot of units, lots of toys for our good friend Time should be the key of defeating a strong mid-game army. I'm wondering, like you said it here, Eric, he's got that high Vespin guys. Does he go for, like in your opinion, maybe some kind of like huge Ling Baneling timing?
Yeah.
Or you see like Ling Baneling Hydra maybe?
Maybe Lingbane Muda. I feel like Eric loves Mudas.
Ling Bane Muda?
Yeah, make a couple of Mudas, try to force out quite a few turrets, and then just show up with an insane amount of Banes. Maybe have 1-1 upgrades, and then even start +2. Something along those lines. I think that's his best chance. But hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this plays a very macro-oriented game, and he holds his own forever. But once again, I feel like Time is multitasking is so freaking good. And once you start giving him the opportunity where he can have plenty of units at home to be safe and send out medevacs to start harassing, Time is gonna pick him apart, man. He's just that good of a player, in my opinion.
He's a momentum-based player, right? Like like a lot of Terrans, I would say, but especially dangerous and deadly and lethal when it is Time handling and microing those units. So just to know, because I wasn't paying attention, did Eric confirm the third CC with the overload speed? Yes, he did. Okay. Just to make sure. So
he's got overlord speed, so the answer is always yes.
Yeah. Just in case. I mean, there was a lot of Marines. So
we're still waiting for the first game where a Zerg player opens up with overlord speed and misses a command center. But the day it happens, we're gonna talk about it on Reddit.
Yeah.
And all the Zerg players will say, "See, it's not a guaranteed."
Please give it to us. 50 minerals, 50 gas. It's still too expensive.
I mean, this is nice though, right? Already having that rich Vespian gas, the income is just good. It gives you that little bit of extra economy boost, because normally you would need a few more drones. That Viking could land and maybe snipe a drone or two from the high ground, but obviously a bit risky as well with queens there and links nearby.
Also, one of the greatest advantages of getting that hatchery in the middle is the creep. Also goes so much faster into the middle of the map, and creep is a pivotal part of TVZ in general for our Zerg players. The better the creep spread, the better their situation in general, because of that huge map presence and mini-map awareness that it's going to give them in the future stages of the game. That Reaper, I don't even know how it's still alive. We got a couple of creep tumors, a couple of units that were destroyed in the early game.
That's the Hydra then, by the way. So you were right, Funky. He is going for some Lingbane Hydra. We do have those 1-1 upgrades on the way that I mentioned earlier. Now, I would love to see Eric get a few more drones, right? Because we all know what happens when you start building Hydras of 57 drones. It's like, at first the army is big, then you make one attack, you run into a couple tanks, you force to turn around, and then suddenly Zerg is just completely out of steam. So you simply need a better economy than what he was at. 62 is nice, but once again with Hydras are quite expensive units.
They are.
One of those units where you think, like, they're not that expensive. No, they are. Especially once you lose a fight. It's terrible to lose a fight with Hydras if you have a bad economy. So he's going to need a little more.
Yeah, he should go up to, as you said, probably around 68, maybe 70 drones. We'll see now that he has 4 bases. First time that Time is actually going to cross the map with a sizable force is those 2 medivacs, 6 minutes and 45 seconds into the game, which means that those medivacs, they will fly for about 5 seconds before meeting creep. And now he needs to be super cautious of not losing those units and getting as many creep tumors as he can with every scan. That first sequence is going to be key. 1, 2, 3 active creep tumors are going to go down, the rest of it. And now that the Zerglings are here, you got a Kate back. Great first sequence. But I like that he went for Hydroling Baneling, and the reason is I feel like Eric is a player that wants to face his opponent. Like he wants to be, he wants to attack, well, in a normal way, in a way. Like he wants to confront the army of his opponent, and what's better than Hydroling Baneling in the mid game as a composition to fight Marine Tank? I don't think there is a better one.
It is very good. I'm a little bit confused about the fact that he's going high. Wow, lurkers. Okay.
Ooh.
He's going high for lurkers, and then we're probably
is
going to
cute.
get the... how's it called again? Damn it.
The speed burrow upgrade.
Yes.
I'm never gonna tell you the name. I can tell you the
I
name
know
in
the-
French.
What is it?
Riff falciforme.
Adaptive talents. There you go. Thank you so much.
Adaptive
Look at Crow. Isn't it nice to have Crow with us, guys?
Of course it
He's a
is.
Zerg as well.
Send him some love, obviously. All right, so
He
let's
knows
see
all
about
the-
that push.
Crow's a macro Zerg as well. He's a dirty high Zerg. I've seen him before.
Yes.
He likes turtle.
All right, so first push with only a couple of tanks, but I like, and that's something that a lot of Terrans are doing these days, which is transition into the second factory, not to add on more tanks, but actually getting those drilling claws to get those Widowmine drops, and also just Widowmines in a frontal fight, which are really nice, but especially dropping. Like 4 Widowmines with drilling claws, you don't have that much time to react. And if you don't, then suddenly it's like 20 drones that are going to go down super fast. So time, once again, going to go for something rather
What? Nidus
harassy.
as well.
What's that?
He's just getting everything. He's getting
Yeah,
Nidus
Nidus.
as well. So we could potentially get some Nidus lurker action, which is obviously very cool. But now we are going to get a couple of these Widow Mines with
yeah.
drilling claws. No detection over here. And these are some reasonable hits. Couple drones, couple links going down. I'm just a bit worried by the way that Eric is playing this, though, because economically he's really not in that good of a position. And once again, Hydrolink Bane is a very expensive army. And taking a fight off creep, that's obviously not going to be that good for it very often. I'm just worried that the moment he loses a fight, he's going to lose the game because he has no backup plan at that point. He needs more drones. He's getting more drones right now, and I'm happy to see that.
And he's getting those talents, those adaptative talents to get those lurkers go down and burrow at the speed of light. Because it's really crazy,
That's true.
crazy fast.
Look at Eric, man.
Oh,
Our
they
boy's
burrow.
growing up.
Yeah.
Like, what do you guys mean? Just lings and 1-1. He's like, no, I'll go Hive and I'll go Adaptive Talents Lurkers with Nidus. He's like, I'm about to show
And that
what
Nidus?
Zerg is really made of.
Nidus has been scouted quite late. Does he go? He wanted to use that Nidus for some lurkers, actually.
Yeah. I mean,
That would
just
have been pretty cute, actually.
What's the lurker count at this point?
7?
Okay. All right,
Alright,
couple
those
of
tanks.
tanks, a little bit exposed. Eric will be able to pick them off, and he's going to be forced to retreat immediately. I think it's all quite cool what Eric has been doing so far, but this is kind of where you would like to see him get some real damage done, right?
Of course.
Take damage.
Nice reaction time here. So let's, he doesn't want to mess up that next phase of micro. Ooh, that Widowmine is going to deal a huge amount of damage. 4 drones are actually going to die, but now those lurkers are in the natural, but just too much bio here. Too much bio, and it looked really grim for a second, and maybe if those lurkers were able to hit another,
Yeah, 2 more times. then
maybe
everything
once or
dies,
twice
but-
more,
yeah.
and it would have been a disaster.
I really like how Time is leaving a couple of tanks behind, because these tanks can just pick up these Nidus networks, so you don't have to move units all the time. It's so nice to just have them there. And even though Time doesn't have that much vision, he's got to be feeling quite good. He knows that his drops have been pretty successful. They've been getting a couple of good hits up. Eric is now going to fire up 13 more
Yes.
drones, so now he's going to go past the 90 drone mark. And he's also getting, is that Kindness plating that I saw? Didn't he get an Ultra then? Maybe not, no, it's just Adreno at this point.
Adrenal glands, 3/3 upgrades, and even +2 range as well for his lurkers. So a really interesting composition. But what's interesting to me is that Eric is reaching a state in the game that you'd expect Zerg to be all about infestors, broodlords. But he actually dodged that composition entirely for a long time by going for those lurkers.
I mean, I do feel like we're one successful Nidus away from suddenly Time being in trouble, right? Imagine
Yeah.
if 8 lurkers pop up in the main base and they can get like in range of the ramp as well. That'd be very sick. Eric is going to be able to punish this base very quickly. So no 5th base yet for Time.
Oh, that Nidus
That's
is actually
more.
so close
It's
to
in
the
the
tank.
dead zone of the tank.
Okay, let's see how many lurkers are going to go up here in this space, because look at this. They're already burrowing
That's
here,
it.
and that tank is just good as dead. And now all those SCVs are going to go down. Even the CC needs to be lifted up.
Yeah, I don't think you want to really run into this anymore, right?
No.
We don't have any Liberators in the mix either. A couple of Marines are thinking about it. Are they going to go for it as
Is this
well?
a good idea? I'm not even sure. Lurkers against Marines is not something you see every day.
Oh.
Okay, that's actually gonna go pretty easily for Time. Once again, lurkers, they deal a lot of damage to armored units, which is not the case with Marines. Here, some ghosts are actually trying to kill those Niduses, but will he actually unload a couple of units there? I
wouldn't
think he
do
will.
it. With the Liberators there already as well, and
Yeah.
a couple of goals working on these Nidus, that's probably not the right move for it. We do have a great Aspire, 14 drones going down to these Widowmines with drilling claws. Man, Draining Claws have really paid for itself, right? We often say that against Hydras, you don't really want to have too many mines. Well, you don't have to have the mines in your army. You can just use them to drop over and over again. And these drops have been quite successful.
Yeah, it's just an amazing mechanic to harass and kill a lot of drones, which is kind of interesting because it kind of invalidates creep, right, in a way, because you'll see the medivac and maybe you'll run the drones away, but the thing is, like, usually if you want to drop 8 or 16 Marines or even a couple of Marauders, he's gonna know about it. The Zerg player is gonna know about it. He'll send some Zerglings, and that's that's good as new. Like, you're not gonna lose any economy. But if you can drop just 4 Widow Mines, yes, they will be cleared out, but they need to shoot only once, and then it's suddenly 16 drones that are going down. So I really like that idea of going for Widow Mine drops with Drilling Claws here. The army still kind of weak, I would say, from Eric. I mean, he only has a lot of Lurkers and Hydralisk, which are kind of decent,
and 100
but in the middle of the map, right?
And he's got 100 Zerglings.
And he does have 3 Zerglings with Adrenaline Glands, which is kind of nice, but he needs to take a proper fight, proper surround, or even a proper counter-attack to make them worth.
It's a really cool army. It's just like, let's see if you can actually get it done. Because having a cool army and not getting the victory doesn't really mean that much. This is not something you want to attack into. There's a planetary fortress there as well.
Zerglings.
Eric has been losing a lot of links there very quickly.
Yeah, 53 Zerglings died in this sequence, during that sequence, rather. Yeah, in general, look at the resources lost. It's 11,000 to 7,000 of time. So, yeah, our Terran player has been trading super effectively. Let's look at this attack, though.
Really good EMPs there, landing on top of the Vipers. So no Blinding Clouds, no Abducts possible either. Abducts would have obviously been very nice on maybe the Liberators or a couple of these tanks. And time has been incredibly cost efficient.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to think about when he's facing against a lot of Hydralisk and Banelings, which are a pretty decent army to trade with. And also those Niduses that have been dealing quite a sizable amount of damage here. That Nidus is going to pop up. Probably a couple Lurkers again. Harassing that base, killing a lot of SCVs.
And now all 8 of them are so close to each other as well that I really don't think you want to run into it this time. A couple of Hydras are going to try to take care of it. I don't know about this one time. Okay,
with he's sniping Lurkers and he goes back. Now Planetary Fortress is in a lot of trouble. Can he defend it? No. That Planetary Fortress is going to go down.
3
as
links.
well as 11 SCVs. But now Nidus in the main.
Yeah, that's a
what
good
the
one.
hell is happening here?
That is a very good one. These Lurkers ripping apart a couple of these ghosts as well. You can maybe pick up the Ghost Academy there. That's very nice. So that nuke that's on the way is most likely never going to see the light of day. More units unloading out of this Nidus. Time is starting to run out of money a little bit as well. It's going to lose this orbital too. So that's 2 bases going down in the last minute of this game. That has a massive impact on the economy of time.
All right. You need to kill that Overseer time if you can. But yeah, Eric is playing pretty well with this. He always has an amazing amount of vision onto the few bases that Time has. And killing that Planetary Fortress on the right is actually killing a lot of the economy that Time had and a lot of the income per minute. Look at this income advantage that was gathered by Eric by killing those 2 CCs. 1,800 resources per minute for our Zerg player as an advantage.
He got quite a few ghosts there as well, don't forget about that. A couple of expensive units. 7 more Lurkers on the way. Eric is playing an absolutely fantastic macro game here against Time. Wasn't really sure if he was capable of that, but he is proving us wrong. He's hanging in there. I think he's got a Great Aspire as well. He just didn't use it yet. But he's got Pathogen Glands being researched for the Infestors. He's got everything. The world is his oyster at this point. How many ghosts do we have on the side of Time? I feel like he lost quite a few, huh? Yeah.
Only 6 at the moment. Here, Zerglings might be able to... Yeah, they're going to take out that tank if they don't derp a little bit.
These links are going to absolutely rip apart these SUVs as well. Look how fast that goes. Look how fast that goes. That's minus 16 SUVs again. Time is slowly but steady falling apart. He's going to lose another orbital here. Time is undefeated in this season of Nation Wars, right?
Yes, he is.
Wow, Eric, what a beast. What an absolute beast.
That's crazy.
What a cool play. What a cool way to play TVZ.
Yeah.
I think Time
Lurkers in TVZ is just like, it's not supposed to work.
I think he's slightly regretting the fact that he came out on World of Sleepers. He's like, maybe I should have sent ISO for TVZ after all. Like, rich Vespian gases are just so freaking sick for Zerg. In both matchups. Really not something to be underestimated. A lot of the pros were a little bit surprised because World of Sleepers is going to survive for another season in the next map pool. Well, a lot of people said immediately, like, can we please address these rich Vespian guys. These Liberators will get abducted as well. The Hydra is going to take care of it. These Lurkers are going to get a few more good shots up. This is very far off creep,
That's
though.
a pretty decent fight, actually, for Time here. He actually got so many Lurkers and Hydralisk in that phase. Not losing the base as well is a pretty huge plus here for Time. He's gathering 4 more ghosts. He needs a lot of them because, once again, Snipe are going to be key against Lurkers. They're working wonders for the longest time now.
Does Eric know about this base at 4 o'clock? At the
Yeah,
rich
he might not
Vespian
know.
guy?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
he does.
know it. Okay, he has seen it. Well, okay. Maybe it's not something you can easily bust.
Yeah,
I like the combination of Liberators and Ghosts, obviously. I think that's a very, very sick combo against everything that Eric is working with. But Eric technically has the time, right? He's got the time and the economy to maybe get a few other units as well. Now we've got a few Corruptors showing up, so these Liberators suddenly not having that good of a time anymore.
Eric, she's playing a beautiful game. There's not that many ways to say it.
He is
playing a great game against Time.
But he's not there yet. I feel like Time's army is increasing in quality. And even though he took a massive economic hit for a while, he's still hanging in there. He's not crippled, right? With 61 SUVs and still plenty of bases. Eric is going to take another fight off creep here. These Lings are going to get absolutely demolished. Not sure about this fight.
Yeah, me neither. He does get 3 Liberators in the end, but that was quite expensive. But once again, Liberators are quite expensive, and if there's a player that can remax really easily, that orbital might die if he doesn't realize it. And even that Planetary Fortress... Oh, okay, Ghosts are here. Okay, no, you need to go back now. If you're gonna get sniped out, like, okay.
Oh, Time is fighting back now as well, with some Liberator Res getting a couple of drones. Finally finding some economic damage again, and not a good game here. So far, the
We're
round
so
of
lucky,
16.
man.
Yeah. Oh no, that orbital. Sad.
Booyah.
That SUV's like, hey, what happened to my little deposit box?
All right.
All right.
The nuke is gonna... Oh, okay, nice reaction time here. He realizes...
He leaves quite a bit behind, though.
Yeah, there's a couple...
I don't think that was
A
reaction
lot.
time. I think that he just wants to transfer a couple of workers.
Oh!
He kills the ghost.
I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Every time I see a nuke about to blow up a lot of drones, I'm a happy nerd.
You want to play the guessing game on how many Lings have gone down in this game?
330.
That's, I think, a pretty damn good guess. But I'll go with 374. 418.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
418?
He's been spamming
Holy
Lings
hell.
like an absolute mad lad.
Oh my god. And boom! 420 now. Interesting. Alright, Planetary Fortress is gonna go down, and once again, SCVs
And
are
an
getting
orbital
shreked.
as well. Don't forget about that. Like, he's getting quite a few orbitals now
Whoa.
in the last few minutes of this game. Even though this is probably not a fight that Eric really wants to take. But these Lings with these upgrades, they're so devastating. You simply can't ignore this amount of Zerglings.
Okay.
Because they will pick everything apart so
They
quickly.
will destroy his base,
Yes.
basically.
No, you're going to need to raise the walls and get quite a few Marines there behind those depots. Otherwise, you're going to lose everything so quickly, Time.
Okay, the nuke is gonna land, and another base is getting picked off at the left side, but he might lose the Medivacs and the Marines and Marauders that were with him.
Oh, these
Are the
Lings.
ghosts going back? I don't think they are. No, they are. They are. Okay, they are here. It's 135 supply against 140, and
Yeah, but
Eric's
look at
got
the bank.
And
Eric is
Eric
just
has
wondering.
got an
he's like,
amazing bank, but he doesn't really know how to replenish his army, I think.
Yeah, I think he's thinking, he's like, what should I make it? What's good?
Yeah.
He's like, more Lings.
And how much lava does he have? Okay,
18.
he's got 18, 20 at the moment. Okay, it's gonna go up and up and up from there, but he doesn't really know. And I guess like making extra banelings, because if he gets a proper connection with banelings against ghosts, then it's lights out for Time.
What about
That's
a couple
the only
of
good thing
investors
that he
then?
has.
Just try to like land a fungo on the gulls
Yeah.
and then just roll banelings in. Like, you've got the money right now that even a bad fight could become a pretty decent fight if you can just shave off 5 or 6 gulls. Another Nidus goes up in the main base at the same time.
This is so good though.
Yep. I mean, once again,
love
we've
it.
already seen what these Lings can do. There's quite a few Lurkers here that are going to keep this base safe for now.
Yeah, and the fact that he goes with the Nidus means that he doesn't have to send like 40 Zerglings. Just 16 are gonna do the job. Like, no questions asked. Does he have detection though onto those Lurkers? I don't even know. Ooh, he ate a lot of Lurker shot there. And nuke is gonna land probably. We'll see if he has the time to unburrow those Lurkers. But here,
I don't
the
think Time
Zerglings
can
will be
save
enough.
it. Yeah.
Okay,
Every-
the ghost was picked off.
I don't think Time can save his main anymore, man.
No.
I really think that this is just going to be a little too much Zerg. Yes, Marines are still popping out. There's still 2 Nidus networks up. A couple drones do finally go down. But don't forget, Eric still has the entire left top side of this map as well. And he still has a little bit of a bank.
Oh snap!
Yeah, forget
It's
about
like
it.
a million Lurkers now, and buildings, they're armored. So they're gonna go down super fast. So now he has to evacuate. with all the buildings that he has left, a couple of Raxes. Now Niduses are going to be used defensively and even to transfer drones from bases to another. And yeah, he needs the extra ghost time, that is. He needs Liberators, he needs Ghosts.
Yeah.
And for now, he doesn't have anything. And does he have an orbital left? Okay, he does. It's good, he's got 2.
Yeah, but he's been losing quite a few, right? Like, imagine if he has 5 or 6 now.
Dude.
Then it's completely different.
Eric is going to take out time.
Yep, this planetary fortress is going to go down as well. Time has a little bit of money that he can't spend right now because he was forced to fly away all his buildings. Good job there by Eric. He's been doing a phenomenal job and also avoiding nukes. Eric is not just winning, he's playing actually a really sick game in a very cool style. Those are some very good EMPs, but I don't think it really matters because it feels like there's just too much Zerg here. A couple of Bailings on top of those goals is all that Eric needs at this point. Time is running out of units, he's running out of steam. You could even say he's running out of
time.
Let's get out of here.
Yeah, we should stop casting StarCraft professionally. I think it's a bad idea.
Eric!
What an amazing game, honestly. Yep. I'm just totally crazy surprised here by the level that Eric showed in this game. And it's not even a classical, matter of I've got 1 million infestors and broodlords and there's nothing you can do about it.
Oh, it's cool.
Just, I'm gonna play a really cool game with Nidus Lurker and I'm gonna just outplay you left and right. What an amazing game by Eric.
Yep. It was World of Sleepers, and yes, there are rich Vespian guises, but it's still very, very difficult to pull something like that off. He did it with style. It's an amazing style to execute, I'm sure. I bet you have so much fun just spamming Nidus networks everywhere. Lurkers. He kept up in economy. He kept sniping orbitals. He made sure that every time he lost drones, he replaced them as well, and eventually just started taking over. I mean, the map, it is a relatively big map, so it is hard to really counter immediately as a Terran. And we know that the late game stages can be difficult. I kind of thought that Time would still, with skill, would carry him through there, but I think that he was probably just going nuts. He's like, what on earth is happening? Can you stop already with the run buys, with the Nidus networks?
No, I mean, he probably also faced that strategy, maybe not for the first time, but just he doesn't have that much experience against it because it's just not a staple ZVT. It's not. It's just not. I mean, playing Lurkers usually is just a bad idea. It's a way of throwing games, right? But in this case, going for that super quick hive, considering he was going Hydraling Baneling, and we actually questioned it during the game. I was like, okay, I like Hydraling Baneling. You want to, crush that army or actually fight and just have a proper fight, be against a Marine Marauder, Medivac, and Mines. But then it was just, one step ahead of us. Like, no, guys, I'm actually going Lurker because I want to get those, whatever, adaptative talents or whatever. Yeah. And I'm going to get those Niduses left and right. And if I can get one in the main or the natural, then suddenly every single SCV is going to go down. The production facility is going to go down. And we've got a nice tweet from Kane Z that's having some kind of a kebab, I guess.
Yeah, I think kebab with fries and a cheeky beer. I mean, this man knows how to live.
He knows.
He knows how to live a Wednesday evening. That's Junito, I choose you. Don't worry, Mexico's definitely not down and out yet. They'll play once again. Nice potatoes.
Yeah. Eating. Oh, no, it's actually raclette. It's actually raclette.
What is
an amazing dish made of melted cheese with potatoes and cold cuts. It's so good.
Sounds
you need to have that.
Sounds like something Todd would order at 1 a.m.
Yeah.
He's like, don't you think this is sick? I was like, Todd, I would prefer a kebab over here. He's
like, you need to try it. If you've never had it, I really do believe that you should consider having raclette.
All right.
Raclette before leaving France.
If they have it at Subway, I'll give it a go. Funky now, Todd. So, guys, normally we swap out. Todd is so confused. He's like, what on earth is happening? Funk has a live tilt, guys, because I've been in Paris for a couple of weeks and I keep praising the French cuisine, and then I'm mostly talking about the spicy Italian at Subway because it's marvelous. Anyway, Todd is super confused because normally we swap out when the next match is starting. And now I'm just sitting here by myself. If you want to join already, Johan, you can. Todd is like, no, I'll wait. Because Todd is actually, he's either wearing no pants, sweatpants, or some really cool jeans. I'll leave it in the middle what it is. But he doesn't want to show it on camera. All right. So that means that the score right now is all tied up. 2-2. Eric, he's on a roll. And we're getting ready for the next one. That is going to be Eric versus Iasono. So obviously, Iasono is the last man surviving of the Pro League format. Welcome, Todd.
What is going? I was so confused because I was gonna walk over and then look. I was like, wait, that's not the versus crane.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Funka can't handle it anymore.
I understand him. What was it? You said raclette in a Subway?
Yeah, I was like, if they serve it at Subway, I'll give it a go.
Oh my god, you've got issues, brother.
All right, Funky can't let it go. The Frenchies are unhappy with me at this point, guys, but I will fight strong.
You've gone too far this time.
I know my classics. What can I say? All right. Like I said, we're all tied up. China and Brazil, 2 apiece. Did not expect this, thought. A lot of us were like, Brazil's the underdog. You know, it's going to be close between China and Germany and obviously Mexico as well. But Brazil putting up a sick fight. Can Eric get it done again? Eric had a 6 ZVZ run. I've mentioned this a couple times already.
Yo, Eric's on fire today.
Yep. No,
I would have thought he's like the least likely to actually do well, but that guy can play some StarCraft.
Yeah,
Holy moly.
He's been to Korea as well a while ago.
Yeah.
Been grinding games there in the house of No Regret. Obviously, No Regret, making dreams come true for nerds around the world.
It feels like in Nation Wars, we're always going to have some surprise, some upsets here and there eventually. Or at least one of the players doing much better than we would expect him to. And this time, today, so far, it's Eric is stealing the show. Can he keep on doing it, though?
Well, this is a matchup that he's had a lot of success with in the past. He's cheeky, he's cheesy, he's aggressive in it. I'm not sure if he's going to do it this time, but we'll see. Representing Brazil, it is Eric. You also know why he's carrying Todd. He's the real Brazilian of the three. Turkey Dano is American, Calazur is Dutch. This man, he's sticking to where he grew up. It's like Brazil, this is where I shine.
I mean, hey.
He might be
you don't need to travel to be successful. Well, practicing in Korea, I guess, does help, right?
Yeah.
I've always found it fascinating how some players, though, they still manage to do well. Cyril being the best example of that, right? Like, he's not practicing in Korea all the time, but he still manages to be an absolute beast.
But he's practicing in Pornainen.
Yeah.
Get superpowers over there. And the left top side. Production is waiting. We're looking. The main base. And the Zerg, who is apparently 8-0 in this tournament. It is Ayasonu. Undefeated, Todd. Just like the Dutch team this year. We're still undefeated. I'm going with the Ronda Rousey approach.
Yeah, I was like, what are you talking about?
Well, in my mind, we're still undefeated.
Sure. I mean, they're still in it, right? At least.
I mean, it's like the word literally, you know? If you look up the word literally like that, like, definition is, could be literally or not literally.
What? Yeah. That's what it says?
Yes, because people have been using literally wrong for so long that now at this point it's okay to use it wrong. Like, I'm literally about to, I don't know, do something weird. And then you're obviously not going to do it. So we have a couple of links sneaking away to the other side of the map. Eric opened up with that spawning pool, Todd. No, he's sticking at 16, 17 drones for now. We'll see if he makes more than just a couple initial links. Obviously, the moment you're Isona now and your Overlord flies in, you're like, no creep yet? What's happening? We know it's not that crazy. It's not that wild. But obviously, Isona doesn't know that yet.
Yeah. I think like this is like a controlled aggression with like just a certain amount of Zerglings to maybe try and catch a few drones here and there before the queens really come out.
Isona doesn't care at all. He's like, you've got links running to my base. I'm going up to 3 bases right now. So he's losing a little bit of mining time there. Even trying to save one of his drones more.
I don't know, but that's fine.
Yeah,
that was like
a Spore, was it? No? Oh, it's Spore. Okay. 2 drones going down already. This is actually really good for Eric. Look at this. Eric is killing all the links. He got 2 drones. What a start. A lot of lost mining time here as well. That's some decent value out of
Eric
the first
is
6
stealing the
links.
show today. And Asunu, as you said, is not phased. He starts the 3rd hatchery anyway.
What a start, though. I think that's really good. I don't think in your wildest dreams will you be able to win the link fight and get 2 drone kills just like that.
There was some very good prioritization, obviously. And
I think Eric has been drinking a couple caipirinhas this morning.
I think he'd be playing a lot worse if he had been.
No. Those caipirinhas give you superpowers, Todd.
I don't know about that. Dude, Brazilian food's awesome, by the way.
Yeah.
A lot of good stuff.
I mean, Brazilian steakhouse, we went over it, right? Fogo. Oh my God, it's so good.
Yeah, I don't know if that counts as like proper Brilliant
Actually,
food.
it did start in Brazil. Like, even though they started
Fogo de Chao?
Yeah. I know that there's quite a few of them in America, but it did actually start in Brazil.
Well, it's supposed to be Brazilian food with the Brazilian name, so yeah.
Yeah, but I mean,
I would assume so.
yeah, but I highly doubt that Panda Express started in China. So that's not necessarily a guarantee, right? I could be wrong, but anyway, we have a couple of links and bailings being produced. Got you there, didn't I?
Example, I didn't expect that.
Look at that, couple bailings coming in from the right side as well. Eric quite serious about this one. Needs to get some damage done there with all these baits. But Todd is getting to where he wants to be. He's getting nice and close to the door. He gets all the links as well. One bailing does run into the hatch.
Ooh, they're going to be stopped just before they can reach the mineral line properly.
Where are the links now, Eric? Just
There's
a couple
none.
of links.
Oh,
One
wow.
bailing, Todd.
Yeah.
One bailing ran into that hatchery.
If you had just like 4 links here, that'd be like
Yeah, the dream.
an absolute massacre of these drones. But now we have Asunu is still behind in walkers, 30 to 35. I mean, obviously it's ZVZ, right? Like production tab will tell more than just the numbers that are down there. Roach Warren going down on both sides at about the same time. Lair's already on the way here for Eric.
Yep.
He's playing like a superstar.
And a little bit of an advantage as well when it comes to the +1 missile attacks. Can maybe come into play if he decides to go for some sort of a timing. Isonu hoping to get something done here with his links and a couple of banelings on the other side of the map as well. But Eric does have his own defensive banes. Keep an eye on that one adventurous bailing of Isonu that's trying to get into the mineral line. Wow, that's a lot of links going down though. Now Eric might actually be in trouble, Todd.
Yeah, he needs to defend here. He needs to get units out right now. Ayasunu gonna jump on top of some of these drones. He kills 2 pretty much immediately. Where are those things going? There's nothing in that corner. Get down there.
Isonu is good. Isonu is very good as well. He really handled all of that quite well.
There is no lair for Ayasunu. He's only getting roaches.
Yep.
He's going all in.
This is going to rally everything to the other side of the map.
So if this fails, he's actually going to be in quite a bit of trouble. But is it supposed to fail, considering Eric is still droning and has no idea this is coming?
No, Eric
And the overall is not well placed, by the way.
Nope.
Oh my god, this is not a good way to scout as well what's coming.
Well, that's a good
Oh, he
way
sees the
to
roaches.
scout.
Okay, so this should make him react.
Yeah, but he just made 5
my
more
God,
drones.
no.
Oh, no. So that means he's going up to 52 workers. Eric is going to try to get a couple spines up. Maybe you don't even try to save your third base. You just try to stabilize on your main and your natural. But I'm sure that Iasono is not even going to bother with that base. He's probably going to run straight up to that natural. Eric needs to buy a little bit of time for these spines to finish up and get his own roaches out. Don't forget, he is going to have +1. That's the one thing he has going.
But it's so tricky on this kind of map because you can't really sack the third because otherwise you don't have enough production. So the best thing Ayasunu can do is go around the area here between the natural and third base and then kind of stay there. Like,
no,
if he goes into the third base and sieges that as well. Like,
I don't think that Iasono should do this, though. I think he needs more than just this base. I mean, he is stacking up right now. Spires going
oh my god. Wait, how did he get in there?
Links ran by. Iasono
Wait,
is
did Iasono see it?
Yeah, he's looking for it with links. But
Oh my god, oh my god.
Prevent it? Is there a queen here? Good splits so far. I think well done.
He's going to get links plus drones. Wow, that's sick. Too bad there's not
Spire, by the way.
Finish more stuff. But yeah, Spire behind this. I guess he's mining quite a bit of gas, right? Because he's got multiple one of them.
He still has a drone
Yeah,
advantage.
those spines. Okay.
I think losing the Evo chamber is not that bad. Losing the Baneling Nest is not that bad, but you don't want to lose your Roach Warren here. But it didn't happen. I think Eric is still in it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's mining from 4 extractors, so his gas bank is going to build up pretty nicely. He can very soon retake the third base. But Asunu obviously is going to have some good economy advantage here with sniping the third base of his opponent. He's now about to complete the lair. And if he realizes early what's happening, he can just easily, get a bunch of spores, go into maybe Hydralisks, and then counter-attack.
Yeah, Eric is not that rich, obviously. The Overlord will spot it. Eric is now going to retake his third base. He's going to try to bring things back. I mean, he's still down in roaches. Yes, he had a little advantage with the missile attacks, but that will most likely not come into play because he's simply down a few too many units. Well done by Iasono. In the end, I think settling for that base and then retreating and not throwing away everything was a very good call.
I wonder, oh my god, the supply. Look at it, man. 144 to 102. I mean, obviously he's going mutas, right? Against somebody that's massing roaches, so he's always going to have less, but it's starting to look scary because Asunu behind this didn't really miss a bit. He made the right amount of drones, then now goes back into units.
Do you think that maybe Iasono should go for a tunneling clause at this point? Because there's a good chance. Okay, he's going for the Nidus. What's the queen count, though? I have the feeling that the queen... That's not high enough. I was thinking about this before when you said Hydra. I was like, that could be maybe a queen Nidus as well. But 3 queens is simply not enough. That is a scout. So So at this point, I think he finally knows about the amount of mutas that are out as well.
That's a sick changeling, by the way, that was waiting there. I mean, with this amount of roaches, all he has to do is get a bunch of queens or get a bunch of Hydralisk. And yeah, I like the idea of Nidus because on the ground, there's not going to be nearly as much. Even though Eric is getting 10 more roaches, and he already had 28.
He's got no NTR. This is actually going to be awkward for him.
Oh, he's got the best entire.
He just lost 2 out of 3 queens. I mean, obviously spamming
That's
Nidus to be
66% of
annoying,
his
but Eric has plenty of roaches to potentially snipe Nidus networks on his side of the map. Eric's got a lot of roaches as well. He's got 38. I think there is some potential here. Okay.
Oh my god.
That's risky.
He's loading that up as he's being attacked.
Yeah.
By the way, they do no damage to this.
Well, okay, now there's one going
Does
up
he
in the
see
main
this?
base as well.
Eric was out of position. Okay.
Yeah.
Does he have enough? He needs to fight with the spines.
It would have been amazing if Eric would have spread out his overlords.
The
a bit
mutants
better,
are flying
right?
back. What's the roach count on both?
Like 35 against 48 or something?
It actually doesn't look that bad for Eric in terms of numbers, but oh my god, he's fighting with the spines as well. Eric going for the counter attack?
Yeah, he sniped. I mean, don't forget, he has mutas. He can maybe make a few more. But the
that's
roach
a lot
count
of
is
roaches.
very high here, though. Jeez Louise, that means a lot of drones are about to fall here for Eric. And Eric, I think he is in quite a bit of trouble. What's happening on the other side of the map? How are the roaches of Eric doing? Okay, Todd. They're doing damage. There's no more Nidus network, by the way. Don't forget about that.
And the mutants are going to chase down these roaches. They're going to have to escape through the... No,
Shouldn't he not go in? Doesn't he have no more Nidus? Am I crazy? Or, yeah, I was about to say that would have been bad because he would have lost everything.
Oh, yeah, he lost the one at home.
Yes. He lost the main, the bot.
What is going on? Asunu defending on this side with enough roaches. Eric lost his third base to a few links on the other side of the map. He's really running back up. 39 drones to 28. It's an absolute bloodbath.
Can't you keep building mutas now, Todd? Like, I know that the economy is very weak, but I would go for drones and mutas at this point because Eric really has nothing.
Yeah, his gas income is still good.
He's got 1 queen, Todd. 1. Hey, he lost the spore here. Let me... No,
he didn't.
What? How were there 12 roaches in his base and they did not kill the spore?
They are killing drones in the hatch, which they didn't finish, sadly for them. 3 more mutas on the way. What a sick game. Damn, Eric is a god.
Eric is putting up a fight. Today, Eric won't back down from a fight. There's nothing he wouldn't do, Todd.
To get another tattoo?
To get an all kill here over China. Oh, a couple of roaches in the main base as well.
How did he get there?
Drop a lord.
Oh my god.
Eric is on fire. He's getting 5 more mutas as well. He's starting to get very close to picking up this hatchery.
He's gonna get it.
Oh my goodness.
What the? I mean, he's falling behind in supply quite a bit. These guys, he needs to pick up. Save 3.
I think mutas is so godlike here, though, because once again, like Isono has a massive army advantage, but what can he do with it?
Look at the soup, though.
Yeah, no, it's all roaches, Todd. He can have 400 roaches. He's still not gonna kill 7 mutas. He might kill all the buildings.
Maybe 4 queens will.
3 queens at this point.
This spore is gonna be down. Okay, no, he put down a tumor. I like that.
I know he's down 40 army supply, but I have the feeling Eric is winning this game.
2 queens left here for Iasunu, which you can see on screen.
Another Nidus.
What a game. And Eric's re-expanding behind this. Nidus. One more Nidus is going to go down for Iasunu. Where is that? I guess in the back of his natural?
Yep.
Okay, around there.
I think that is a very smart call.
How many roaches?
41.
11 to 41. I don't know, Kev.
No, the Nidus is very smart because I think you can run to the other side of the map. But obviously, if he's able to get a Nidus, Eric should start spreading out his overlords on his side of the map, for real.
Yeah.
There is nothing that should stop. He can't possibly be losing them.
Is he looking for this?
And then he will always be able to see the Nidus.
Is there still spines at his expo?
He lost those, I think.
Yeah, that's bad. Because like he's got so few roaches in
That's good.
comparison.
He sees it immediately, Todd. Massive fight.
Okay, he's moving out with the roaches to shut this down. I think he's going to be able to get it.
Yeah, he'll
This
get
is
it.
massive because this really tells him that Iasunu still wants to Nidus and he's getting a little desperate with some of these attacks.
Just spread out your overlords, Eric. Make your life easy. You've got floating overlords, my friend. I mean,
He's just chilling.
it's like Nidus. It's like we ain't worried about it. All right, now if you want to run to the other side of the map, that obviously means that these mutas are going to get a lot of free shots off. Nidus goes up in the main base. Does Eric have vision there? Oh, no.
Oh my god, this is the one blind spot that he can't see, but I mean, there's nothing really loaded up. I think Iasunu's realizing that Nidus will finish, so he's running back home to load those roaches into the Nidus. Eric will resume the harassment in the main base with the roaches. He might actually be able to get a hatchery and those queens.
Oh, and the Spire is in the main as well. Don't forget about that. Eric does get the main base. That's nice. You got to evacuate the main if you're Eric, and that's exactly what he does. The downside, though, Todd, is that the Spire is there as well. Oh, no. You can fight this, Eric.
Ravagers maybe save the day?
Oh, my god.
Oh! Dodges that just some time. Roaches are going to make their way down. The mutants need to fly back. Where are they?
Where are they?
But there's so many queens now.
That knight is in the main was sick. If that doesn't happen, I was really starting to feel it for Eric. I was like, I think there is a way that he can prevent this. Couple roaches, more ravages being morphed though. Crossball and Mutas together. Queens are very slow off creep.
He lost the roach warren.
Yeah, 5 queens against 6 Mutas.
These Mutas need to get to work, especially when the queens are out of the range. Ravagers trying to save the day. They're going to need some of the best cozy buys of all time. They're going to land on some of these queens, actually.
Hey, gets a queen. That's the start. Needs a little bit more. Queens being pulled now as well. Can Eric put off the hold of a lifetime? Now the Nidus pops up and more roaches show up. And I'm afraid that is going to be it. Eric, even though he was very far behind, he put up one hell of a fight. But it's not going to be enough. Ayasonu will send China into a 3-2 lead over here. But boy, oh boy, what a game, Todd. ZVZ delivering again.
Eric is sick. It has to be him coming back with the way he's playing, honestly. Like, I'm so impressed by him.
Yeah, that's a hard, right? Because normally you'd say like Kalazur.
Yeah.
Maybe Turkey Dana. You'd be like, I can snipe that Zerg.
I don't know. The last cannon rush didn't go so well. I think maybe he's been spending a little too much time on your stream.
What, on my stream?
Watching the phoenixes fly around and kill stuff.
This was such a good snipe, by the way, on the Nidus. I really kind of believed for a second that Nidus in the main. I think that is the one Nidus that changed everything.
He had like literally one small blind spot. That's it. You said it. Like spreading out the overlords might have been important. Like they were just kind of there doing nothing around the third base.
I mean, it's obviously hard, right? Like
that counterattack too. I think, like, I mean, as much as this achieved damage, I think if he has all of these roaches back at home plus the Mutas against pure roach, he would defend so much more easily.
Yeah. That would have been probably truly epic, because Ayasono put a bunch of his roaches back into that Nidus. Imagine if Eric would have killed it immediately, then all of those units inside of the Nidus network would have died straight up immediately. Would have been like
killing a Zeppelin above a forest.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, this was painful. This was really it, man. This was the move that made Ayasono win that game. Because I really felt that Eric had the potential to slowly but steady get a few more favorable trades and actually get it done. And that queen count really wasn't like that sick, right? Oh, unfortunate.
Yeah, it got high enough here that they could deal with the Mutas. That's what I was talking about the whole time. Like, you were freaking out about the Mutas. I guess if he had gotten to like a huge cloud, sure, but it didn't feel like he was reaching such a high number that, you know, this was going to be an overwhelming force of Mutas.
Yeah. But like, I think if the queens would try to run to the other side of the map, it's very easy to take care of them, I think, with Mutas, because queens are just so slow. I think that would just take a little too long. Obviously, all 5 of them are loading in the main. That's a big problem.
This was still losable here for Ayasono if like he microed really badly and Cozy Bites landed on everything. But I mean, they hit a couple of these queens and stuff. Like, it just wasn't enough. The roach numbers, they were too high.
That second night that really seals the deal there with like 7-8 more roaches immediately showing up in the fight. Really fun ZVZ, very exciting. But China will take the lead 3-2. Which means that now we're going to head over to a very quick break. And after that, we'll be back and we'll know who is going to be the final player of Brazil. Is it going to be Kalazur, Turkey Dana, or maybe Eric? Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. You're watching Nation Wars 2019. And after we had a 4-0 in our opening match, we now have a much closer matchup here between Brazil and China. It's very, very even here in these games and score-wise as well.
Yeah, no, I think a lot closer than most of us expected. And Eric was even this close to maybe taking the lead for Brazil. So we're about to find out who is going to be the next player on their side. Normally we expect Kalazur. I mean, it is a Zerg that Kalazur... maybe Eric, Todd. I'm with you. Just send out Eric again. He's got the momentum. He's playing well. ZVZ is a matchup that traditionally he's pretty damn good in. Go with Eric.
But, yeah. Like Kalazur, right? He's been a little bit more... He's been having a harder time, right? Than when he was at his peak. It feels like Eric right now is the man on form a lot more so than Kalazur. Brazilian army in their way to the crown. Strategy gloss from Kela and Turkey. And Eric, in a normal day, only first place is enough for our Titans. Still optimistic. I like that.
Cheese and wine? Wow. Now that is a build that I can get.
Just the hashtag, by the way.
Yeah. He's like, do I need to
Cheese,
say
wine,
anything
and
else?
hashtag.
No, you don't. That was
It's Sephiroth.
Who's that?
Are you serious?
What?
When we went to WCS
Mexico.
Copa Intercontinental, he was one of the guys there casting. Great guy.
The thing is, like, after that event, I had 17 people adding me to Facebook, and all of them were casters. So I started giving them a little bit confused. Look at this one, Todd. We just took a look at this in the break, the Mac Raclette.
That looks awful, by the way.
I gotta say, I'm not a big fan of the McDonald's in this mall. Like, I am a...
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of McDonald's, period. You know, the guy that orders food, he came to me, he's like, so did you make your choice? Do you want to order from this place we usually order to? Or do you want to order McDonald's? I was like, it isn't a choice then. Of course I'm going to order the place we usually order to.
I really don't like it when people say like McDonald's is always the same, because that's just not true. There are certain McDonald's that are clearly a lot better than others. And the one in this mall is honestly not very good. But there's McDonald's.
Okay, just don't talk about food anymore, please.
No,
I've heard enough.
I'm not praising McDonald's and their quality, but saying that all McDonald's are the same, I think that is a massive lie. There's a big difference.
Well, you think they update the recipes somewhere?
It's not about the recipe. It's just like maybe certain cooks just care a little bit more at McDonald's, or certain employees care more. Like, sometimes McDonald's is god-awful, but sometimes it's actually pretty decent. I don't know how you can laugh about it. These are facts, okay? Everybody who has ate as much McDonald's as me in their life can tell you.
You're out of your mind.
There is a big difference between the restaurants. It is going to be Kalazur, by the way. Slightly more...
Yeah. Whoa!
Yeah, maybe we should talk about that.
I don't know, like... You're going on an epic review of how different the McDonald's are.
Next time you're in Rotterdam, Todd, I'll take you to my favorite McDonald's. It will be glorious.
I do think I've never been. Why did I say Kalazur? Oh, anyway. Let's get started here. We're on Disco Bloodbath. The revive player here from Team Brazil is going to be Diego Schwimmer, aka Kalazur. Nice delay.
Really busting out the Chinese today, isn't he? Show off.
Google Translate is one hell of a tool.
Weird flex, but okay, Kella. In the left top side, we're looking at the main base of the Chinese Zerg. He got another point. Still undefeated in this tournament. It is Ayasonu. 9-0, Todd. A monster.
I struggled in that last one, but yeah, clean score so far. Let's see here if he can continue with the streak. I'm really surprised that they sent out Kalazur.
It is Disco Bloodbath. It is a map that Terran players have said that they like.
I mean, you have to think about every potential upcoming matchups, right? And like, maybe Eric is not as comfortable in certain of the matchups, even though he looked great against Time.
Yeah,
like,
he looked fantastic.
What would he be worried about?
I have no idea. No, I'm actually with you. Normally, like before today, I would have said like, no, that's a no-brainer. You send out Kalazur. But with the way that Eric was playing today, and I feel that ZVZ is a matchup that he's been quite successful in the past. Like I've mentioned multiple times, this run that he had at one of the WCS Kiev events, where he beat like 3 really good Zergs in a row. He beat Stefano back then as well, 2-0.
Midouye.
Meduyet. He's happening tomorrow or the day after. Can't wait for some more Meduyet. Then you get
Maybe Eric had a Mac raclette and he's feeling like trash now.
I don't think they serve those in Brazil. That'd be a travesty.
You know, actually, like long time ago when I moved to South Korea, I think like 2004, I was like eating a lot of foods that I didn't like. Back then I didn't know about the ways of the Korean food. I remember one day I went to McDonald's and I was really looking forward to it. And I ordered like a burger that looked good on the picture, but I didn't even read what it was. It was a bulgogi burger.
Yeah.
And it was awful.
I know, like bulgogi is really nice if you get it in a Korean barbecue restaurant, but then you order it on like a sandwich, and it's like, ugh. I was really tired once, and then I arrived in Korea after we had IEM Shanghai or something, and then I went to this hotel, and I was like, can I get a bulgogi sandwich? But this was a really fancy hotel.
You just ordered the worst thing ever.
Yeah, it's like bulgogi sandwich, really weird. They put some green stuff on it. It was like $32 or something. It was horrible. Yeah, no, I was so sad. I was like, this is like the last. Like, I was so hungry that I thought everything would taste good now. Well, I was wrong. Okay, the bulgogi sandwich did not. Anyway, so far the Reaper not getting much done. I think a single link went down there. Obviously, getting a scout up, that is important. Maybe Diego just felt really disappointed. No, he got nothing, actually. Maybe he felt disappointed, right, about his TVT versus time, and he's actually been practicing really hard, and he's like, no, trust me, guys, I got this. I can do this. I can definitely take out Isono in a TVZ.
And he's going deep here with these Reapers.
Diego's a very obnoxious Reaper player. If they both
Very
get out...
good Reaper player. Oh my god, is he gonna get out? Oh,
This was a ladder game, I'd be done. You're like, all right, guys, next. And you always have guys like, well, what happened? I was AFK. I was like, he killed me.
I say GG, but it's BG.
Oh, yo. Oh, yo.
What?
Oh, yo.
What is that?
It's like, you know, in Dutch when you're, or in the Netherlands when you're young and like kids are like taunting each other and something cool happens in the video game, you're like, oh, yo.
What?
In their
I never
face.
knew about this.
Finally,
I was like really confused.
Finally, a Reaper does go down, but geez Louise, have these Reapers been annoying?
Yeah.
I'd be so pissed. Oh my god,
Yeah, the
another
queens are
drone.
running in circles. They're not even injecting. Look at its second hatchery.
He gets another one! Wow.
And he's gonna get out.
And the fusion core, by the way, is going up at home.
And now Hellions are there.
Yep, couple Hellions gonna show up.
And look, those queens, they're still running around. Damn, fusion core.
Good old BC opening.
I think, are you sure?
Yeah. Why? You really believe in liberated range, don't you, Todd?
Yeah, on a map like this, with the way the main base is set up, like he's already driving these queens crazy. If he's gonna keep them at the front, great scout, by the way.
Liberated range sucks. Nobody does it.
How dare you?
Sorry, mate. Used to be good. I don't know, something changed.
Nathanias begs to differ.
No. Then he has also built BCs.
True.
I mean, he complains about different things, though.
Such as?
He's like, I have 7 turrets and 2 bases. Why is my army so much better than yours? Sorry, Nate, I love
he's
you.
in the chat too.
Sorry, Nate, I love you. You know what they say? Every joke has a little bit of truth in it. These Hellions are going to show up on the right side. A few links will get fried.
What's the plan here for Asunu? With the getting the Roche run at this timing? Like, does he actually want to do an attack, or does he just want to make sure he's safe? I guess you don't really know
That's a lot
when
of
the
things.
opponent will stop making Hellions. And with the Armory actually about to finish, those could become Hellbats and be very annoying to deal with.
That is a lot of queens, Todd. Now, obviously, if all of the queens are here, I would say BC, go ahead and jump into the main. I don't know how much I like this map. I mean, there's always potential for BCs, don't get me wrong. Of course, something a lot of Zerg players like to do is just rally Zerglings and Roaches to the other side of the map, but this map is so freaking big that that's not really the play. Could maybe be some Nidus aggression on tier 2, though. Don't sleep on that.
Oh my god.
Oh, the units
He
are
just
all a
drove
little bit
past
out of
everything.
position. These Hellions are about to fry some drones over here.
We're gonna chow.
But there
Here
aren't
we
that
go.
many drones here, right?
Yeah, actually, that was weird.
Yeah, you expect
Okay, they
more.
were there.
Well, they're not done yet, Todd. In the
Yeah.
main base, there's way more drones in the main.
And a lot of those are very low on hit points. The drones are clumping up. Oh my god.
Oh.
If he can make it close to them, that's already 13 drones going
It's
down. There's
good.
gonna be more 16.
And the BCs haven't even shown up yet. That's
Well, to
18
be honest,
drones.
there's quite a few queens ready for them.
Yeah, but now the VC could jump over here, right? If all the queens are in the main, and
Yeah.
this is the spot. Okay, that's the Nidus network, by the way. Ayasonu cannot be bothered. This man has no chill. BC is gonna save tactical jump. Okay. You don't often see BC.
Wait, no, he
fly.
didn't use tactical jump.
I know, yeah, that's why I said he's saving it.
Oh yeah, yeah. I like that. to be
Because I
honest.
think he's
Yeah, I think
really
he might
worried about the
realize how
Nidus.
much damage he did, and he's like, I might need that defensively.
Yeah, no, I think you're spot on. I think you're spot on. Couple extra factories on the way. There is an overlord.
Is
there.
he flying
Kansas-
towards the Nidus?
Yep.
Oh my god. If he sees the... Oh,
Yeah, he
this
sees
is
it.
so sick.
He can jump home. He's gonna get maybe 4 or 5 drones here very quickly, and
Just
then
make
he
sure,
can always
make sure you
jump
don't have a blind spot like Eric. That would be disastrous.
up. Yep. Galazur knows exactly what is happening. He's up 17 workers, Todd. It's 59 SCVs against 41 drones.
He's still making SCVs 3x3 though. Might want to start focusing on making more units.
Yeah, the thing is though, with this build that he's playing, you don't really have the production facility to build a lot of units. So there's a good chance you're going to be forced to pull SCVs if you do get Nidus all-ins, and then you may as well have a couple extra, right? Because even though SCV is not the greatest,
I also knew I bought it when he got scouted. He's like, I'll just go back into drones. I mean, I don't like it, but I have to.
What do you do then?
12 worker leads.
You build a spire or something? Like, what do you do here? Infestation pit, okay. Swarm host? And he's already had the Nidus that work, so you may as well, right? Swarm host Nidus? Yeah. I mean, always look at the bright side of life. Galazur having an absolutely fantastic start here on Disco Bloodbath.
Yamato Cannon on the way now as well. He's already got +1 about to finish. He's like the dream. And he's pumping out tanks 2x2. 2 more factories on the way. Asunu will just take a 4th base. Creep spread. I don't know how much he was pushed back, but it's not really going out like crazy right now.
I think he's been distracted, right? And he obviously had a different plan. That plan got prevented. A Baneling Nest being added now as well. Alrighty. Bit confused about that one, but we'll see what Iasono gets done. A lot of queens are in the main. These BCs are not going to have a good time. All of the aliens are going to show up over here on the right side, but roaches are waiting for them.
And Yamato takes a long time to upgrade.
Where did he jump?
Yeah, looks like he jumped.
He definitely jumped, but where? Right side? Ah, I like that. Maybe just go for
he can get it. Oh my god.
Yeah, all the queens are out of
Sick.
position. I think that's a very good play by Galazur. Well done.
So Aizen is going to go into Infestors here to try and deal as well as he can with his BCs. That's no cancel.
No cancel, indeed. This is kind of a train wreck of a game for Iasono.
Sacrificing this.
Whoop, couple of overlords for free. Why not? That's going to supply block Iasono for quite some time. Man, this is going fantastic for Galazur. There's no other way to
And
put
Yamato is going to finish soon. Oh my god, he's going to kill a whole bunch of queens. Yamato 10 seconds away from finishing here. Try and transfuse that.
Pew pew. A couple of links did show up in the natural, but they won't be able to get much done at all. Man, what a disaster of a game for Iasono.
Yeah. He's way behind in supply. Blue Flame completed in the meantime too.
Oh no.
Is it Yamato time?
He's gonna lose a queen.
Shoot Yamato the cooling tower. Spread these two outside.
In the end, he's like, I will get that queen, okay? Even if it's the last thing I do. Like he transfused it.
Okay, there's Fungals. Oh my god.
He can probably get it with the next fungo. Rosseval takes a little while. I like how he's splitting it up already. He's like,
He's forcing so many Fungals.
Yeah.
Oh!
Jump out there in the end.
That was sick.
What a game for Galazur so far. He's just dominating, man. Go take a look at the units lost, please. It's 4,500 against 2.8. Jeez. Painful. 5k against 2.8, and then obviously Galazur had the better economy as well. Like, if Iasono was up 20 drones all game long, these numbers there, they don't mean that much, but that hasn't been the case at all. The opposite has been true.
He's only now just caught up, and look at the army supply.
Yeah.
56 to 107.
I feel Galazur
And
can just
upgrade-wise,
siege.
he's gonna get +2. Galazur is gonna get +2 attack before any upgrade of
He should go though. I do think he should really go, Todd. As soon as like Macfield is close to finishing
I think
up,
he will.
Yeah,
Like, when you
gotta
max
go.
out with a +2 like this in a game where you've just been dominating the whole time, you just move all across the map and go for the fight.
You don't want to give your opponent time to get like 7 or 8 Broodlords out and then get a bunch of Infestors out as well. A few more drones are going to go down here. More Hellions showing up in the natural. The harass has been absolutely on point this game by Galazur. He's just getting sick damage done everywhere.
Oh my
Todd,
god.
a massacre. Le massacre.
And we were saying Eric should come back out. I was counting out Brazil at the start of this match. I thought it was going to be very one-sided.
I mean, I've been hyping up China for 3 weeks. Don't that look stupid now? We're not done yet. I still think China is very strong.
Yeah, I mean, they've been very impressive, but Brazil really taking the fight to them now. Galazur with a massive siege on the other side of the map. BC's throwing some Yamato cannons in there. We've got Cyclones going to work on these Corruptors.
This army is sick for Galazur. Look at that. Galazur is still close to maxing out.
Look at these!
Yep, the Broodlords are not done yet. Only 41 drones remain. So even if Iasono somehow, some way wins this fight, which is not going to happen, he'd still be there. GG. Galazur sends us to the rubber match. Man, Brazil, what a showing today. Sending China to the ace match. China was the only nation in this tournament that didn't drop a single map yet up to this point. Well, that has changed.
Crazy. Really amazing performance already from Brazil, but they still need to seal the deal here in our last map. Otherwise, it would all have been in vain. Those Reapers, they're going to give me nightmares. I don't even play Zerg. I mean, this was just so frustrating to look at because the Queens were running around and they just couldn't deal with this.
I'd be so tilted. Like I already said, like I would leave games for this. Four drones going down to Reapers.
I mean, he forced the Spore as well. Like, and again, the Queens weren't injecting in all this time as well. They were just running around trying to deal with these guys.
Yeah, the real beauty, I think, in Kalazur's gameplay wasn't necessarily the strategy, even though that worked out really well, but it's the army movement that he went for. Like the way that he utilized the mobility of these Hellions, found openings, and then always went with the BCs where he knew the Queens were not. And that was not a guess, right? No. He knew where the Queens were because he was so active with the Hellions all the time. On top of that, getting a lot of damage done. Just sick, man. Really, really well done. What a game.
Yeah, Asunu did his best to try and kind of get to Brood Lords and stuff, you know, the things that you're supposed to do to come back in this kind of game. But eventually, that one timing that Kalazur hit with the +2 attack and a maxed out mech army against a Zerg who had less was just insane. You said it, like he had to go here. If he had waited even just a little bit more and Brood Lords come into the picture, this becomes a very different game. But I mean, even the Infestors, I guess, didn't have that much energy to work with. They were kind of sitting there in the back, like, yeah, this amount of tanks. This was the perfect composition too. Like everything matched well with the rest of the army. Like the tanks in the back all clumped up, so it's very hard to attack into them.
At this point, Todd, 9.9k resources lost against 5k, literally 2-to-1. You don't see that very often on this level, guys.
Literally double.
Yeah, this time literally was actually literally, because it was double. You don't see that very often on this level. Just a sublime game by Kalazur. There's no other way to put it. Everything worked out from start to finish. The Reapers, the Hellions, the BCs, more Hellions, and then a massive army. And who does China revive? Is it going to be time?
I think
TVT, yeah. Sion is quite good as well. But I guess...
Yeah. Sion is good. He lost to 6 Slings and a Ravager, bro.
Well, that happens.
Good,
Todd, out of experience, I can tell you that does happen to the best of us.
Well, yeah. I lost to 21 drones on multiple occasions when I played show matches against Moman in previous Nation Wars, so I guess...
I don't think you're a real Protoss unless you lose against a couple of Lings early on. Like, it just happens.
Every once in a while.
Yep. You're like, I don't need to scout this game. This guy never cheeses. Bam! It's like, no. Why did I even go there? Yeah, we're expecting TVT, guys. Time against Kalazur, that makes sense. Time is obviously incredibly good in TVT. We saw that. He defeated Maru at the Global Finals. Has done very well on the WCS circuit, even against the likes of Hero Marine in the past. I think of Montreal last year, where he came out as a tornado, 1-3-0.
Yeah, I'm really glad that we've got players like this just kind of taking the scene by storm and not just playing well and like putting up results, but also playing amazing games. Even like, was it Assembly Time versus Serral?
Yeah,
yeah. Like some of these great games that we see in the scene would involve some of these newer generation players, or so I guess we would call them. All right, let's find out. I hear the music. You hear that? Suspense. Who's it gonna be?
I think it's gonna be Time, Todd. Wait, what? Did you hear that? What was that? I feel like the production has been low-key trolling us.
I don't think they're trolling.
I feel like they've been trolling us a little bit, but I don't really know what these sounds are. Like they're using sounds of like, I don't know, different video games or something. Who plays different video games in 2019? All right, it is going to be time. TVT on Winter's Gate. Have fun, brother.
I will. So Time versus Kalazur here. Each team's ace, I guess we would say usually, even though Eric has been the one doing a little bit more of the heavy lifting so far in this matchup there. Kalazur, he showed in the last match that he still got it. A very convincing win against Ayasunu, who was the one up to this point who was doing really well, having taken out Turkey Dano and Eric as well.
Yeah.
And I'm rejoined by Terran.
Hello.
To cast a TVT.
Salut, mon ami. Yeah, I'm really hyped. A TVT is always a blast to cast. And Kalazur, as you said, was pretty well decisive in that last game. Obviously, it was probably the best map that he could have hoped for to play a TVZ. And he used it to his own advantage. Well played by Kalazur, but now can he do it against this man in the top left-hand side here of Winter's Gate? He is the red Terran representing China. He is Time.
And his opponent in the green, representing Brazil, playing Terran as well. It is Kalazur. Played like an absolute beast in the previous game. He's known for his Reapers, and guess what? It's going to be a proxy Reaper, proxy barracks here. 2 of them with the gas being taken.
So now the question is, does Time go for the double Rax Reaper defense that we've seen him use during BlizzCon against Maru? Looks like it's not going to be the case. It's going to be double refinery on one base, which means a really early 1-1-1 will allow him to get some Hellions, some decent Reaper count in the middle, in the early stages of the game. But he can still take a sizable amount of damage if Kalazur is precise with his micro on his Reapers, and that's something he does. But that's not even going to be Reapers. That's going to be Attack Lab, which means Marauders.
Wow.
Concussive shells.
And usually when you go for these builds, the point is to siege the opponent's wall and maybe use one of the barracks for spotting on the high grounds.
You can definitely go in. You can actually break down that wall. Like the thing is, like now he's in a few seconds, Time will be able. Oh no, Time already scouted. Sorry, Time will be able to figure out that there is something missing, which is buildings basically.
Does he get a bunker?
Normally, you would like to get a bunker. And then you'd like a Cyclone, but once again, like Cyclone can be a little bit dangerous because if you get hit by a Marauder, then suddenly that Cyclone is super dead because of the concussive shell. But if you play perfectly in terms of micro and you target down those units perfectly, then suddenly you can be in a good position. So getting a bunker would be a good idea, but I'm guessing he expects Reapers at the moment.
Yeah.
Now he knows.
And that's the whole mind game. So now he sees Marauders. I mean, it feels like it's a little late. Oh, he's going to try to mineral walk to try and get a surrounds.
Yeah. It's like, no, you can't go up that ramp. I need that bunker to finish up. Nice KDA charge here to gain a little bit of time.
If the bunker finishes, you can just repair that, and then there's no vision, which is then when you're supposed to have a barracks to spot on the high ground with the Marauders to be able to shoot that. But yeah, right now, Kalazor, he's kiting his way out of this.
Oh, the Widowmine is so good.
Setup. Oh my god, and it connects onto everything.
Yeah, he actually messed up his micro a little bit. He was surprised by the presence of a Widowmine, so he pulled back the Marauder in front, which meant that two Marauders actually died to that Widowmine shot. So now maybe you want to accelerate and get that Widowmine out of the way. Okay, it's slowed down for a bit.
Yeah, but there's the bunker now.
Yeah, the bunker is actually... maybe it's not covering the right side depot. He might be able to...
He's floating one of the barracks, like I mentioned before. A little bit surprised he's allowing these to connect like this. And this one's reloaded already, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And perfectly placed too. Okay, now he can get
he was going to connect. Okay.
That's really nice. Like getting
might
the
be able to get the other
is
one
actually
too.
going to slow down your opponent tremendously, but there's a Reaper.
Oh, he's triggering the Widowmine.
Yeah. And
oh my god, he wants to make sure he kills
two
it.
Marauders.
Oh, that's really bad.
This game is looking grim for Kalazur. I mean, Time just reacted properly. And the fact that he scouted that it was Marauder and he needed to make adjustments to his defense was just the key to victory here. And now that Reaper is being microed really well. 5 SCs already going down, sorry. And if he micros it perfectly, that's actually going to be 6 and maybe even more.
Kalazor getting ranked by Reaper. This is almost poetic.
Yeah, we thought he was about to do a double Rax Reaper, and he's actually the one dying to Reapers. So now all depots have been, both depots have been destroyed, but that Liberator comes in way too fast. And there's nothing you can do against the Liberator when your factory is just completed a few seconds ago and your Cyclone is nowhere to be seen. So China takes it. That was kind of an anticlimactic kind of ending, but kudos to Time. I mean, he scouted it. The only thing he needed to do was scout the proxy and know which either Reaper or Marauder were coming, and now he knows.
Yeah, even though the bunker was late, he bought time very nicely for it, and he went for the 2 Widowmines, which made him safer and bought time as well. And then once that Reaper got across the map, he completely smashed it as well with it and kept on killing SCVs. Very nicely done by Time. He will send China to the winner's match, which means we're going to have a clash of the Titans.
Oh, yes.
It's going to be Germany going up against China.
China versus Germany, our next best of 7 for a spot in the round of 8. So the final bracket is opening its arm right now to a couple of teams. Obviously, South Korea already qualified. That was yesterday. And today it will either be Germany or China. But
they say you can see the Great Wall from space. You know what else you can see from space? Big Gabe.
Big Gabe can be seen from space. That's right. I've seen pictures.
He's ready to rumble with those Chinese players. So I think we're going to head to a break.
Yeah, in just a few seconds, I feel like we will be going into a break. But I feel it's interesting to mention that, and I talked a little bit with the French casters as well when I was on break, and none of us expected this match to be as difficult for China as it was. I mean, kudos to Eric. I mean, Eric has not
And
been...
Kelazur as well.
Yeah, Kelazur
That one game
obviously
against
playing
ISONU.
that great game against ISONU, but the fact that they were making it this close because Eric was able to take out time that looked like the player that probably Brazil would have the toughest time to take out. That was already quite nice.
And you know what the great thing is? They're not even out.
No, they're
Mexico
not.
versus Brazil. That's going to be a sick matchup, which will be played in a couple of days.
Mhm. Yeah, no, it's great. That's great. I mean, we've been really lucky ever since the beginning of the round of 16. We've been lucky with a lot of great games, and that's good. I mean, round of 16 is always the moment where the competition starts to be a little tough, and that's definitely what's happening here with our 4-3 between China and Brazil. So China, Germany, our next match. Since production is not saying that much, I'm guessing we can throw it to a break. But when we come back, it's the third and last best of 7 of the night. Not ready to break. Should have told me that earlier if you can. All right.
No call-outs, please.
Yeah.
We need to get some good food for Roddy, by the way. Like, this is getting
I know.
out of hands.
I know. We didn't
Mac
have time to
raclette.
talk about it because that TVT was really quick. But yeah, Mac raclette is a possibility, but I don't think it's out these days.
No, but like that sounds terrible anyway.
But what about an actual raclette restaurant? Because we can get that in Paris.
Any good French restaurant would do.
Well, so I know people are actually gonna be mad because it's supposed to be a Swiss thing, the raclette. But we also have the Alps in French, and we do make raclette in France. So maybe it's a Swiss specialty, but we eat that a lot in France because obviously anything that's connected to cheese and melted cheese is something that us Frenchies really, really do enjoy. What we wanted to say to you before we can go on to break is matcherino.com/nw2019. Get yourself some swag and increase the price pool while doing so. I think we are above 4,000 that have been added to the price pool, which is kind of sweet to think about. It's already a 10% growth on the price pool. And as you can see the price of the items and then the percentage, or actually the actual number of dollars that are going to be fed into the price pool if you do buy those items. Hoodies, caps, cups, mugs, stuff like that.
The mug's almost one of the best things I want to say, but everything's good.
I'd like the cap. I think it's a really good collectible item, like from a lot of different events, you can get, even though I'm not wearing any caps anytime soon.
Yeah, 15 years from now, you walk into a pawn shop, you're like a vintage Nation Wars 5 cap.
6,
they'll buy it for
2019. 6.
Yeah, they'll buy it for $2,000 maybe.
Oh, yeah. Invest into those caps. You never know. They might be super valuable, super collectible in the future. Anyways, that's time for a break now. So we will go into it, and when we come back, it will be Germany versus China for a spot in the round of 8. We'll see you after this.
Welcome back to Nation World 2019.
Huh?
You were going for the freestyle, weren't you?
Yeah, I was about to. And then I thought, I have to do it in English. That's not going to go well. I'm going to end up
You're
on the
actually
bad
really
side of
good.
Reddit.
We did a freestyle at last Tom Story Cup. Like you, I was doing the beat. It was you and
Yeah.
Coca, and you guys.
I
did the
remember.
freestyle.
I remember now. It was a little bit
You guys
fuzzy
need
at
to
first.
write a song for the round of 8 or round of 4, one of the two.
Yeah, we actually thought about a lot of stuff that we could do rap-wise. And then we also started writing a couple of stuff in English. And then it was... we were all
It's a different
out
challenge,
of time, right?
but I think you guys can do well.
Yeah, but
Maybe
we
give
need
a version.
I feel like we need so much time. Like sometimes, even writing a proper song in French already takes a lot of time. Maybe because I'm just a lazy ass, but it's already kind of tough and difficult to get that out of here. And then suddenly in English it makes it another layer of difficulty. But
Anyway.
I know we can do it.
China versus Germany here. A
Oh,
clash
that's what's happening?
of two absolute titans in this tournament. I cannot wait for this. It's going to be amazing. The German team, the best that it's ever been. Hero Marine, Showtime, and Lambo. One player of each race, and 3 of the absolute best players outside of South Korea, of course.
Yeah, but I guess in a way, Germany was way more impressive in their opening game here tonight. I mean, winning 4-0 as they did in that opening match was not an easy feat by any means, because at the same time, when China playing against Brazil, and at the beginning of the night, when we talked about that with Roddy, we were mentioning that Brazil was probably not the weak link, but the outsider of this group. And in the end, China was 4-3.
Yeah,
I thought about it as well. But I thought the same way. So I was really surprised. So I'm guessing Germany now comes into this match as the clear favorites. But once again, preparation and just the way the matchups are gonna go, like the opening matchups are gonna go, will have a massive impact. So it's not because China struggled against Brazil that they are out of this by any means. But I would still favor, because of the recent games that we just saw, that Germany is slightly ahead there.
I mean, they've got Gabe on their team.
I mean,
what else do you need?
what else? I don't think you need anything else.
So it looks like we're going to have Lambo against Cyan on Acropolis as our first match. Then Hero Marine versus Time will be on Ephemeron. And then Showtime ISNU on Thunderbird. Ephemeron is where Hero Marine played against Special earlier.
Yep.
So it seems like the Terrans, you'll find them on that map here in the center.
Yeah, well, interestingly enough, between China and Brazil, the TVT actually happened on Thunderbird. So I'm really thinking, and that's also what we said with Roddy earlier, is that I really think that they tried to dodge that TVT in a way on going into Thunderbird, but this time it's just more straightforward. What's the best map for a Terran player to go into with those 3 maps? It's Ephemeron by a long margin. So let's go for that TVT. Let's set out both our Terrans on this map.
It seemed like the 2 best players of each team on paper, right? They just kind of keep meeting as well in these first matches, which makes it very interesting. It's very reminiscent of, in Warcraft at WC3L.
Yeah.
And that would happen sometimes too. Like, I think a lot of the best players, they wouldn't shy away from playing against one another, so we kind of would know where they would be seated. Mm-hmm. It seems like here, for the most part, except for China versus Brazil, that's been the case as well. They've been like, all right, let's just seed me on the correct map. Yeah. I'll do the rest. I don't care if I'm their best player. I'm better than him anyway.
I mean, it's you could argue that it's a pretty big risk going into a match, wanting to face the best player on the opposite team, because if you do end up losing, that's probably an easy victory that you would have had against a different opponent. So it's like you're showing that you've got some, like, okay, let's send me, let's see about that.
I talk like Hero Marine is clearly the best player of Team Germany, that's not even sure, right? Like,
no.
Obviously Showtime, very high caliber as well. Lambo has been playing really well.
He's the biggest player. Is he the best one? I don't know. But he's the most massive one,
He's much bigger than both of them combined.
All right. So once again, if you guys want to grab yourself some free XP for your war chest, don't hesitate to connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account. And as you're watching Nation Wars, you're going to get some sweet XP going your way. So don't forget about that. I think we're ready to go in game, and we'll be able to start off our first match. Acropolis will be Theater of Lambo versus Cyan in a ZVP. Let's go into it.
And Cyan, I feel like he's going to have to scout a fair amount here, considering what happened previously when he played against Brazil, with Eric going for an early game rush and catching him completely off guard. Even though Cyan was supposed to kind of have seen it in the middle of the map, yes, we have to go back to that. We're going to talk about it again.
Yeah.
He didn't react accordingly. He got his buildings unpowered. He lost everything, and it was a very, very quick game. Obviously, Lambo, not really the type of player to necessarily do this kind of rush, but if it's any indication, Cyan so far hasn't impressed at all here today, so he's looking to redeem himself a little bit here.
Oh, you're right. I think Time and ISONU showed a way better colors in general, speaking of StarCraft 2 skill, at least today. The Cyan was pretty impressive in the previous rounds, but today was just not his day. He's going to try to redeem himself against Lambo. But definitely a powerhouse of the European region for a couple of years now, Lambo that is. So not an easy victory by any means. We'll see if he can make it happen. In the bottom right-hand side, in the yellow, as Zerg is Lambo King. Lambo.
Presenting Deutschland. His opponent in the red and playing Protoss, representing China, it is Cyan. Going for the same wall that we saw earlier, that same pylon. He's going to have flashbacks of those links killing everything as he plants it down.
So,
every once in a while, I feel like you need to be reminded about some of these attacks and all-ins, right? To just kind of be on point against them when you face them again. And then you'll be very careful for a while, and then after a while, if you're not facing these attacks, then you'll start lowering your guard a little bit again. It feels like now he's been reminded. Now he's going to be a lot more careful, I feel, Cyan. He's going to put the extra effort into scouting and seeing what's coming.
So once again, I'm not that much of a Protoss expert, but that was a really early guess, right? Like he did Pylon Assimilator Gateway. That already strikes me as something of a little deviation from what you could usually expect from a Protoss player.
Yeah, that's because you can get to 16 mineral probes very quickly anyway, so it doesn't really change your minerals economy. By the way, what the hell? He's putting that all the way back, so it feels like he's thinking already about like the rest of his wall off, and he's already mapped out everything. And I mean, obviously against Lambo, you don't really expect to get rushed nearly as much as when you're playing against somebody like Eric, obviously. And it's going to be a crouching probe hidden pylon going down on the map.
That's a cheeky probe indeed. So I expected, because the Cybercore was not in the wall, that he would add his first technologic building, like a Stargate or a Robo, in the wall. It doesn't seem like it. It might be just a second gateway in the wall and then maybe a proxy Stargate. We'll see what happens here, as he does have 150 gas already mined from, so he would be able to throw down that Stargate, and that's exactly what he will be doing. So a rather aggressive Cyan in this map. I mean, Cyan hasn't got the opportunity to play anything too technological earlier because he was rushed down by Zerglings and Roaches. So now he gets to play a normal game, and we can see that he is definitely a cheeky Protoss.
And he still kept that probe hidden out on the map. So maybe down the line might want to use that for something else. And this is going to hit super fast, by the way, because he chrono boosted out the first Adept here to force an overreaction maybe on the ground, and then behind this, I mean, we see Lambo, he's getting pneumatized carapace, like he really wants to scout. He knows that on this map, it's very hard to scout the back of the main mineral line. And that Stalker is designed to make sure he can kill the Overlords that are going to scout as well. So far, it's, in terms of like the whole situation, it's looking pretty scary for Cyan. But Lambo does get the scouts, and he should be able to get the Spore sometime and just add like a ton of Queens from there.
Yeah.
I almost would have recommended canceling pneumatized carapace there, but I mean, it's just so cheap anyway, it might as well be free.
Yeah, and and then maybe you can use that overload speed to just grab yourself a couple of maybe Baning drops further down the line. So that'd be interesting. But yeah, no cancel, which means that or a little bit of the income in the beginning of the game has been used for a technology that's not that useful, because he knows that that Stargate was placed down on the map, was proxied there, that an Oracle would show up, and for now, that's a really sad Oracle. I mean, you know, he literally got the opportunity to see the main base ramp, and that's basically it, because 3 really angry Queens were shooting at him.
Yeah, as long as he knows around where the Queens are, and he keeps the Oracle alive, there's still always the potential for doing damage, right? As soon as he has 2, he has 3, he goes where there's only one of the single Queens, and then he makes sure he comes in from an angle where the Spore is not doing like full damage from the get-go. But yeah, those Adepts are going to synergize very well on the other side of the map, which Lambo is not really seeing them coming right now. I don't know how many links he has. I see 4 in the production tab, but if he's not ready to receive those on the ground and they're the first wave of aggression, that's where he's going to be looking. And then on the other side, the Oracles are going to fly in like this.
All right, that's a pretty decent aggression coming from Cyan. Nice micro on the Oracle, might be able to save it. Oh! That was rather close. And now the Adepts, they did shade onto that third base and maybe gets an extra drone. Now, although he will settle for 6 drones, which is, I would say, kind of decent. The Oracle not dying in the process was actually kind of good.
It could have been a lot more, I can tell you that.
But it could have been way more, yeah. But the fact that he didn't lose a single Oracle, I guess, is fine. All the Adepts did die in the process, but still 2 Oracles to get some Revelation going.
No,
or even
Lambo
some
did
stasis
well.
wards.
Lambo did well with the defense, I think. He minimized those damages, like losing 6 drones. Like, obviously, like, it's not like you're happy about it, but trust me, it can be a lot more of those here if he hadn't been ready in the good spot with the Lings in particular. Like the Oracles, they're always going to find damage, even when there is like 1 Queen and 1 Spore. But yeah, we've got double Robo on the way behind this, so Cyan is going to be going into heavy Immortal production.
Yeah, or is it Disruptor, or is it...
Usually, if you want to go Disruptor, you make 1 Robo, then you make the second Robo when you start the Robo Bay, I think.
Yeah, you're right. So it might be that massive Immortal production. Couple more Adepts actually showing there, and traveling way into that third base, now into the natural. That's 7 drones already going down, maybe an 8th one, let's see, is actually going to be able to shade into the main, which means scouting that Spire as soon as it's been produced.
This is what Protoss dreams are made of.
Oh yeah.
Being able to see this from the Stargate starts! The Stargate starts! And that's a second Stargate. He's already still got the one on the map, which should have been unpowered by now.
Nah, it isn't powered now.
I mean, you might as well repower it. Even if you can squeeze like 1 or 2 Phoenix out of it, it's worth it. And here's the thing, though. Just because you see a Spire, you don't always know what's going to be made from it. Sometimes Zergs, they're going to play really smart and not use it at all.
Yeah, that's what I expected.
But I don't see anything else. Okay, no, there is a Bailing Nest. And Infestation Pit. So he's going to keep all of his options open, especially realizing that he has been scouted. Like Mutas, they're really good when the opponent is not expecting them at all. And then you just make them, you fly to the middle lines and you start killing pros. But if they're expected, they're a lot worse because Protoss just has to make enough Phoenixes. And we saw a Protoss god like Harstem previously deal really well with some of these mutas.
I think he repowered the Stargate, actually. Yeah, he did. And now double Phoenix production. But the thing is, as you said, I'm expecting no mutas at all. Maybe you just don't cancel the Spire because you'd be fine with going straight to Hive and maybe Broodlords to finish up the game. So now Spire does make sense. But you can see that, Cyan just canceled the next round of Phoenixes, knowing that his opponents might not feel comfortable in making those, being scouted that early. All right, 7 extra gateways and a Twilight Council about to finish. We'll see what upgrades he decides to go for. Most likely Charge. And we should be seeing a Templar Archive to complement that and get an Archon Zealot Immortal composition. That's really, really potent in the ZVP matchup.
Those Lynx trying to deal with that one
Force
Zealot
field.
there. Oh my god. No way.
Amazing.
6 hit points.
Cyan is living the dream
champ
for now.
right there.
Cyan is living the dream. Saving units left and right with like force fields, getting a lot of damage done with random adepts, scouting the Spire as soon as it's been morphed. A lot of stuff are actually going well for Cyan, I feel, in this game. Economy-wise, 87 drones to Lambo.
When I'm watching a game like this, I really feel like these players are so good. Like the level they've gotten to, there is like non-stop action. At the end of the day, they're just kind of sitting back, making transitions, scouting each other, but it feels like there is stuff happening all the time. Whether it's like a scout here and there, them working on their perfect composition, thinking like many steps ahead. Sometimes I just like look at these games and I'm like so appreciative of like where we've gotten in StarCraft 2 with the level consistently getting higher and higher. And like the execution of the attack here again, so far is looking okay from the Protoss. He needs to make sure he doesn't run out of force fields, and I think he did just that. So he's going to recall out of there. And like even
centuries.
Yeah, looking at this fight here, Cyan used his army to the maximum of its potential, then got out. And same thing for Lambo. He took the correct engagements. Like there's not really any massive mistakes made between like these players when they face off against one another. So it gives us like, I guess, medium-length games a lot of the time where it's just like stuff happening all the time. They're never sitting back and just massing. I'm really appreciative of that.
You're right. Like it's actually kind of interesting to just notice those kind of like perfect plays when the game is not that aggressive, right? Like they haven't been fighting that much, but they are still making a lot of good things happen while macroing perfectly and taking a lot of decision on the fly, right? Like they need to know where they want to go. They need to make adjustments to whatever the opponent is trying to make. And
this was scary, by the way. Like this Zealot Wapin, if it goes straight for the main base and Lambo's out of position just for 1 second, but he's getting Corruptors now. I don't know, in terms of vision, I don't see too many Overlords around the bottom side of the map.
Greater Spire just finished, though.
Yeah,
Broodlords are going to be produced right now. 4 Broodlords in the production tab, as we see an extra Stargate as well as a Fleet Beacon. And you were mentioning it, probably a huge a round of Warpins here into the main. No, actually doesn't, decides to not go for it.
He's using that to bring the army back while he's cleaning up the creep. Which is just brilliant, because if he just moved on creep with his entire army, then Zerg is there and he's engaging into him. Into a fight that you don't want to take on creep against Banelings being that fast with, you know, centrifugal hooks.
Okay, War Prism has been found and will be forced to
Oh god, Rot is going to be tilted. It's Tempest. Double Prism on the way, which I'm a big fan of. Like, especially you save some supply, right? You stay on like 180 plus, and then you warp in across the map and you play aggressive. But now Lambo has got Broodlords. Oh my god.
He's gonna need to storm if he wants to save those. And even with the storms, I don't even know if that's gonna work. Actually, all 4 of those Templars are still alive. That means extra storms that are gonna be landing onto that Zerg army. But will it be enough? Because Banelings on creep, they're so fast.
Oh my god.
4 Templars going down. Those Immortals, they're all by themselves. And I don't know if he's going to be able to save them with a recall. Okay, that's actually gonna work perfectly here.
That must have been like... The cooldown just came back, by the way. And 2 Tempests are on the way. Cyan is feeling the urgency here. He needs some sort of anti-Broodlord. There's still going to be some Corruptors he needs to worry about. But I think he realizes that if he gets sieged, he's going to have no chance with the army that he has on the ground. He needs to threaten counter-attacks here to make sure that he doesn't let Lambo get across the map and actually siege him. But Lambo, he's playing it slow. For a moment, I really thought he was going to fly across the map, go for the full-on siege. But I think he realized that that would be risky. And we saw yesterday a crazy base trade and what can happen when you really try and abuse the lack of mobility of Broodlords.
Yeah, definitely one of the most reliable options to win against an Infestor Broodlord composition. As we can see, Broodlords are on the map, but Infestors as well. Pathogen Glands just finished, so those Infestors are already ready for a couple of fungal growth.
Where's the Dark Shrine?
No Dark Shrine for a late game Protoss. That's a pretty, massive mistake, but that's a really, really exposed Greater Spire. Are the Zerglings enough? Yes, there are.
Yeah, it was close enough to really get rid of these ASAP.
Oh.
And we see Lambo. He's going to build a straight line of spores there.
Taking care of this easy. Well, taking care of this fast, I think, is a.
But he again used the
relief.
Prism to bring him out of position.
Yeah.
This is so brilliant because it's just, I mean, it cost him minerals, right? It's 250 minerals. Obviously, he warped in some units, he forced him back, and he's like, I'll make sure I'll snipe all of your spores in the center and prevent you from building this stronghold, which you're going to need. I mean, fighting army against army, like, you know, Zerg can still win, but with spores, it's so much better for them. And
yeah.
I mean, we see in the production tab, so much stuff is being made. The +1 air is already on the way. He's finally going for Blink, +3 attack for the ground units, and Zerg is getting every single upgrade. He's on triple Evo.
Yeah.
Are you joking?
Yeah, he is. And that's interesting because the only upgrade that he's been researching since the beginning of the game is melee upgrades. He's already +2. So he's working on +3 at the moment, but also +1 carapace and +1 range. So that triple Evo that you were mentioning, that's being used to its full potential at the moment. And I guess it makes sense because that game is most likely not going to finish in those next couple of minutes. So if you want to make it, you want to make it worthwhile using any unit in the Zerg arsenal, well, get those upgrades going. I think that's a good decision, obviously, by Lambo. That's sitting on a really high number of drones, a really high number of bases. So obviously, resources are not an issue at the moment. The issue is what's my end game? What's my plan to finish that game? So basically, as we can see, getting those upgrades going, getting that wall of spores, Broodlords, Infestors, splitting the map.
Yeah, what's the perfect army that you can build? It's really like the most important question. Mm-hmm. You need to keep some Roach, Ravager, and Zergling to make sure that you can snipe a big Zealot weapon in your base, because that's your mobile army, especially on creep. If you only go for Broodlord and Infestors, Protoss is going to run circles around you, and then, you know, maybe kill your main base. Zealots with upgrades are going to be a pain to deal with. So you need to keep some of that. And same thing for Protoss. Like, you don't want to just max out. That's why he's keeping some free supply right now. Like, the more time that passes by, the more those Immortals are going to become useless. So what's one of the best things that he can do? Make more War Prisms. Drop these Immortals, maybe some in the main base, some in the fourth base, in the top right, and then try to be aggressive with those. And then down the line, just work on his perfect composition. Maybe go for the 400, aka the Mothership.
A random Tempest in the middle of the map, pushing away that Zerg army that wanted to seize that southern side watchtower. 3 extra Stargates to get that late game army going. So we might see some carriers at some point here. A couple of cannons are gonna buy some time for the main army to come back, and those Roaches and Ravagers, I guess they're kind of in the same position as the Immortals that you mentioned earlier. You want to trade that army as effectively as you can.
I think you're supposed to keep it alive, to kill like whatever units on the ground are attacking you. Especially losing them like this. What are you doing? What did Dustin Brother do to you? You're just attacking rocks.
Terrible, terrible damage indeed.
That was
up onto those
awful.
destructible rocks and debris. All right, baby.
And Mothership now starts.
Boom. Yeah, Mothership. That's the 400 that you were mentioning earlier. I think he's
more like the -400. Blink about to finish. He needs to defend there. Still no Dark Shrine.
The Dark Shrine actually finished.
Oh, okay.
It finished in the main. Crow is showing it to us.
So maybe some more Prisms now might come in handy, because a lot of the ground army that's supposed to defend against this. Wait, is he? What?
And this army fights.
Is he attacking?
I'm not sure.
I think he might just recall if he's in big trouble. Oh my god, Fungal.
Oh, DT. Dealing a little bit of damage.
What is this Oracle doing?
Oh, that...
oh, he neuraled it.
Yeah, he neuraled an Oracle, and now he's got access to Revelation, which is quite amazing against a Protoss army that's trying to be super... to pressure you from afar. If You can see it at all times. It's always good. What's the infestor count at the moment? About like 10 or something?
Oh my god.
15 already. Oh my god, that was a massive fungal.
I landed a big fungal. He's going to force the recall out. That's going to be a dead Tempest.
And the Tempest is like, what the hell, guys? Like, what? Why am I not part of this recall?
I thought we don't leave anyone behind.
Yeah. That's not a Protoss way. Okay, Fungal's going to connect to a
Oh, and he
couple of
just used the recall, so he can't get out again with the recall.
Yeah.
So he's... Lambo actually... Oh my god, I didn't even expect he was going to do that, and I can see the whole map, so I can't imagine. Cyan must be so surprised by this timing there.
Okay.
Tempest still putting in work.
Luckily
There's an attack
enough-
elsewhere, and he's not ready for that one.
Luckily enough, he had a lot of storms to take care of the eggs from the infested Terrans before they actually hatched. But at the same time, as you mentioned, there was that attack to the south side. 21 probes actually went down.
Oh my god, this Broodlord. Queen's
These
trying to
Broodlords
keep
are
it alive.
taking heavy
Don't touch my
damage.
baby.
But he doesn't have the power to one-shot them, which means that transfusion are going to come in handy.
The fact that he was revealed made it really hard for him to fight properly here, because these Tempests, all they had to do was click on the very easily spotted Broodlords. Lambo comes back with the ground army, still trying to fight on top of this army there. He's got the bigger bank out of the two. They're trading a ton of units here.
my God,
Infested
the
Terran are going to try to deal with the mothership, but it does get away. And carrier production is in full effect behind this. But Cyan lost the very important 5th base that he had.
Yep, and 21 probes alongside with it. So that's going to be rough to...
He lost 21 probes just now?
Yeah, to on the on
And
that
he's still on
fifth base.
65.
Yeah, on that
How
fifth
many-
base.
what the hell?
Yeah, he had like way more. Like, I would argue maybe around 86 then. Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And
Plus
my,
two
my
attack.
math were accurate, actually.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
really
no.
happy about that.
Fantastic.
But I had to think about it for like half an hour.
Better safe than sorry.
Yep. Okay, carriers coming into play here. The DT is going to try to do his job, but there's an overseer there. That's just dead supply and dead... a lot of resources lost, actually. DTs are not cheap by any means.
The fact that there's spores there makes this siege so much better.
Yep.
Because last time, remember, he fought without that. If he had that here this time, it'd be a lot better for Lambo, but he's still exposed to having his entire army revealed by a single Oracle, and then Tempest can just kind of chip away at his Broodlords, which die super fast from that. And there it is.
All right, let's see about that army. Okay, no detection on the left side. So for now, Roaches, Ravagers, Zerglings are getting blown to pieces for nothing. And we're getting a couple of Revelations going. Most of the Infestors are actually revelated. Is that a word?
Yeah.
But which is kind of nice, because you're not gonna get taken by surprise normally, even though you're getting neural, because the range on that spell is quite amazing. Carriers are getting phone gold, and now Infestors might use some Infested Terrans to get that damage going. Well, actually, most of the Protoss army belongs to Lambo at the moment.
Yeah,
So it's like, what are you supposed to do?
They're going to do quite a bit of damage here onto the Protoss army. And they're running out of hit points very quickly. Infested Terran really cleaning up here. Mothership is a permanent Zerg unit at this point. And when it's not, it's dying from a ton of spores here where it was pulled into. Cyan's army just evaporated here. These Infestors really putting in some crazy work. And now he's really going to have a hard time replenishing.
24 Infestors, Todd. Like, I feel when the number is rising at that huge amount, like, you have to grab yourself a couple of units that can actually deal and kill those Infestors. Like, you can't...
Yeah, like
you would like to avoid it, and you would like to avoid them, but there is nothing you can do against 24
usually you get
Infestors.
disruptors,
yeah.
but it's just so hard when the Broodlords are shooting against the ground too.
Yeah. No, I agree. Disruptor might be the only solution to take care of that many Infestors.
And usually having more carriers will help as well, like you need to split. That's why Tempest is like, a little bit controversial. On paper, they're great against Broodlords, but against the entirety of the composition of Zerg, they struggle a lot more for sure.
Yeah, and they can get neural as well, and then suddenly it's an investment that's going down the drain. And you can see that Lambo, yeah, he's not threatened by any area of effect damage. So he's like, okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and pressure you with my Infestors and grab your units, And that's exactly what he's doing. Infested Terrans dealing a tremendous amount of damage to those carriers, Tempest. And yeah, once again, the army of Protoss is actually the army of the Zerg. And even though we've got that counterattack going, it's still so much power that's sticking to the Zerg army with 24 infestors is actually
14
making
more
14
infestors.
more.
Oh my god.
There's
Stein-
literally not a number that's too much infestors. Too
Oh, there
many
is it.
infestors. That doesn't exist.
Yeah.
You can make as many infestors. That's never going to be an issue. Look at this. They do everything.
Fungal is gonna land.
Take the stalkers, you know,
oh my
like
god. It's like let me out of here. I'm out. Peace.
that's like Zerg force fields, anti-air. They
And
can
this is the
grab
most
units.
important base. That was the one base that he was mining from at this point. Good amount of minerals and gas. Cozy bite. Oh. Barely misses, but the soup will not be lying, I think, in this one. Lambo with a massive lead here. Science spent his entire bank at this point, down to 31 workers.
So, Protoss and Terran players, please close your eyes as we are opening the tab of the units tab. Yeah, okay. No, he's actually closing his eyes on the game. Because we had like 36 infestors, I believe, in this game. Like, right now. So it's like, how am I supposed to combat that? Well, the answer is you type enter, then G, and you type enter again. And that's what happened to Cyan. Germany is leading 1-0. Great plays by our good friend Lambo, playing the map to his advantage, playing just in general the PvZ meta exactly how it's supposed to do it. Like a lot of Roaches, Ravagers, and Ravagers, Lings, and Banelings to be comfortable in the mid game, rush towards that hive, make a lot of spores, split the map, Broodlords, Infestors. That's going to do the trick.
Very nicely done by Lambo. Very convincing. And Cyan just... He kind of hang in there as long as he could. He tried to go for the late game army that you're supposed to get, but Lambo, he set up that siege beautifully. And I gotta say, the first timing that he attacked with Broodlord caught me off guard because it was off creep without the static defense, and he was like, he's just not gonna expect it. And it's really hard. Like sometimes, you know, if you know an attack is coming, it's so much easier to get ready for it. But now sometimes, like if a Zerg army that you thought was gonna wait for a long time before you finally attack pounces on your army, you're just going to be caught off guard. It's going to be like a deer in the headlight moment.
Yeah.
And you're not going to micro nearly as well. Like the engagement, you're just going to like not going to do as well. So very nicely done by Lambo. Impressive. Yeah. And now Germany's up 1-0. And they're still perfect so far today.
Yeah, that's 5-0 for Team Germany. Now our second matchup is going to be Hero Marine versus Time on Ephemeron. And that's an opportunity for Team China to bring it back, make it 1-1.
That's an opportunity for Large Gabe.
Large Gabe
to be dominant yet again as well.
Interesting. So we should be seeing that game in a few seconds. We're waiting on Time, I believe.
If Germany wins that one, like if they win Hero Marine against Time, I feel like China will, at this point, almost be out of it. Be down 0-2 with Time. Not being left in there. I mean, obviously, Ayasenu, he played pretty well in the previous matchup as well, but he's facing Showtime as well, like who's like just a Protoss versus Zerg expert and really good in the matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough one.
Like, we hyped China a lot previously, and like obviously, they're still a really good team, and it's not like they've lost this match yet or anything. Like, they're still in the winner's match. It's only 1-0 for Germany, but Germany right now, they're all the rage, man. I'm so impressed with them.
They're playing beautifully. I mean, the 4-0 victory against Mexico, I didn't expect, like not at all. And at the same time, I expected China to 4-0 Brazil, and that did not happen either. So it's kind of interesting that it's that this group, even though we said it at the beginning that was a really strong group and it was a hard one to call, was a little bit flipped on its head, right? Like I expected different scenarios, and for now, it's just Germany's, I'm feeling comfortable. Every single matchup is going well. That ZVP from Lambo, and he actually said it. That's his favorite matchup at the moment. ZVP, blam. No problemo here. Easy victory on Acropolis.
Well, Roddy also said he has the best PvZ in the world. And then he lost the show match to Stefano, so...
I don't know if he's got the best PvZ in the world. I'm not exactly sure about that. He's sitting right next to me. I feel like I'm going to get smacked in the face, but...
Probably not, since the Hearthstone's from there.
And Grubby. I think Grubby's got a better PvZ at the moment. All right, Hero Marine versus Time is going to be our second matchup. Roddy's so annoyed at that last comment. And both our players are actually huge fans of the TBT matchup. Great! That's exactly what they're about to play. Isn't that amazing, Roddy? Oh.
Fantastic. I'm excited for it. I am. I'm happy to join you again, Funky.
Oh, you do?
That was a fun match.
That was cool.
Yeah. It was few too many tempests for my liking, but
Todd said it right away. He's like, ooh, Roddy is not happy with this. Tempest? What is he doing?
I'm still waiting for the day the Tempests win a game. Okay, like I know Neep won yesterday, but he won after all the Tempests were dead, and he went back to Gateway units. Anyway, guys, let's talk about this TVT. These two have quite a bit of history, and they have had some spectacular games in the past. Let's see if it's going to happen again. The man who 2-0'd Juanito today, representing Germany, he's going to try to put him up 2-0. It is Hero Marine. Begin.
His opponents in the bottom right-hand side, representing China, he is the Red Terran, Time.
Surprisingly, dropped the map earlier on the World of Sleepers against Eric. But once again,
What a game from Eric, though.
it was a fantastic game by Eric. I also wondered, though, can he pull it off on a map that's not World of Sleepers? That is the one question.
We know extra gas geyser or
rich Vespian gas.
Vespian geyser.
It's really quite insane what that does. Like, it's not just like the little bit of extra gas, but that's basically saving 3-4 drones that you can put somewhere else. And
people don't think about that, but it's just like you get a similar economy as you would get on 3 bases with 6 extractors, but you don't have to invest into that many drones. That's just amazing.
And obviously you save a drone that normally has to morph into another extractor, etc., etc. It all snowballs really quick. Of course, don't want to take anything away from Eric. He played a fantastic game. It was really fun to watch. I think everybody really enjoyed watching it. Maybe Time not so much, because he was...
Because he wasn't watching it, he was playing it, and he was getting owned.
Well, kind of felt like he was watching it. He just saw Nidus popping up everywhere. It's like trying to play whack-a-mole drunk.
Whack-a-mole?
Yeah, you're playing whack-a-mole drunk. It's like you're always too late. Every time you hit it, you know, you're too late. It's like, it's gone again! Jeez Louise! Who do you think is going to take this here?
Honestly, I'm feeling Hero Marine. I was really surprised. Well, not surprised, but I was really satisfied by the way he played earlier in the day in the TVT matchup against Special. And I rank Special really high in the hierarchy of Terrans from the foreign lands. And so I'm expecting him to be able to beat Time, but at the same time, sorry about the number of times that I used Time, but he was amazing against Maru as well. So I'm guessing those two guys are feeling pretty comfortable in the matchup. They said it both. They love the matchup. Let's see what happens. I'm just feeling Hero Marine, and I'm feeling Germany in general.
I mean, Germany is looking really good, and obviously China maybe not as strong as we expected them today, even though they did win. And in the end, you know, as a very wise man, I believe it was Vin Diesel once upon a time said that it doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile or 4-0 or 4-3, winning is winning. And he was right. He was right about that. So they did still win, and they're still sort of undefeated in this tournament, even though they dropped a couple maps. I don't know. I love Gabe, but I'm feeling Time, man. I'm a little bit of a Time fanboy. I think he's so freaking good. And I know he dropped that map earlier, but I think World of Sleepers is almost like a meme map at this point. Like, I don't really take it serious anymore. So we'll see what happens in this team. I'll never forget that it was WCS Montreal, not the most recent one, but I believe it was the one of last year, where it was Time against Hero Marine in the quarterfinals back then. I was like, wow, that's really cool. Gabe's having a fantastic run. Now all he has to do is beat Time, and I was like, yeah, you know, that should be very doable, right? Gabe's on fire. And that's what I got. I blinked twice, and the series ended 3-0 in favor of Time. Like, he played out of his mind good, and everyone was just like, yeah. He's really good. I was like, damn, if even Gabe says he's really good, this kid must be something special. And I think over the last 12 months, Time has only gotten better. So we'll see. I'm expecting fireworks here. I really hope it doesn't end in that weird Raven phase or that one player takes a massive lead. I hope that it goes a little bit deeper. You know, let's get us 6-7 minutes into this game, dead even on both sides, and then let's shine.
FMRN is a great game. Is a great map for a TVT Marine Tank versus Marine Tank. So it usually brings out great series between two top players of the Terran race. So I'm liking our odds of seeing a good game here. We'll see exactly how it goes, as Time is playing a rather greedy style with a third CC that's awfully quick here. So he's actually stopping Raven production after 1 and grabbing himself that third CC. Early Steam as well, but double racks. It's kind of interesting. You know, third CC comes in as well from Hero Marine.
I was like, I'm going to look it up, because I really thought they had another encounter not too long ago, but apparently that didn't happen. The series that I refer to, the one in Montreal 2018, that's the only time that these two have ever played against each other, which to me is quite shocking because they've been making deep runs in all these WCS events throughout the year as well. I mean, obviously both making it to the global finals, but in some bizarre scenario, that is still the only time that they have ever played against each other. So we'll see. This is round 2. Let's see if Gabe has evolved in the last 12 months. We did know that he grew. He was big before. He's bigger now.
It's gigantic.
Yeah. Gargantuan.
Gargantuesque.
Enormous.
Why is it so funny? I don't know. It's so great.
It's because he embraced it.
Yeah.
I really like. To me, it had something adorable when Gabe was like, "Oh, everybody thinks this is funny. Like I'm gonna use it too all the time." And I was like, "This is what I live for."
The biggest of Gabe's. All right, time moving out with this massive army. It's a really interesting
Raven,
build,
by the way.
Yeah, single Raven against 2, but the thing is, he's got earlier 3rd CC, super earlier upgrades as well. Like he's already working on. Yeah.
So wouldn't you say that like the right play here is to just go for that soft contain? Like there's no need to really push your luck.
Oh, yeah. So yes, yeah, you can do that. You can definitely do that, but you can also get like abused quite hard if you get double dropped in the back if you're trying to go for that soft contain. So the fact is, I think he just wants to be on the map. Like he wants to pressure the opponent by being on the map. The question is like, how deep does he go with it? Maybe he's not gonna go too YOLO and just contain, as you said. But I'm not 100% sure what's the correct answer. Pressuring that 3rd base before Hero Marine is in position would be nice, but as you can see, Hero Marine is way ahead of times.
Yep. I mean, the soft contain is no longer an option. Maybe he can run into that natural.
Yeah.
And Stim is done. Stim is almost done on the side of Hero Marine. Combat Shield well on the way for our Chinese Terran. I mean, it's been very even up to this point. Tiny army advantage.
The lack of vision. The lack of vision of Hero Marine is like, yeah, it's scaring me a lot, and he should be because
he's
now
in trouble, mate.
Time is actually going to take such an amazing position here. He's going to use some auto turrets, Hero Marine that is, and he's going to try to block on some of those tanks, but so many Marines left over.
You need to kill that tank on the high ground. If that tank on the high ground doesn't go down, I feel like you're running out of luck here eventually. That's a good auto turret by Gabe. I don't know if it's going to get the tank. Does a little bit of damage. It's a real shame he wasn't able to put a couple of Marines on the tank on the high ground. Because I think if you take that one off, then you really create a lot of space for yourself.
Both Ravens are still alive here for Hero Marine, whereas Time has lost his single one. So a pretty decent position for Hero Marine to be in terms of technological units that he's had available. At the same time, Time should have been able to send go at his 2-2 super fast, but the fact is, forgot to dolly about his armory here.
Yep. Armory a little bit late, as Crow showing us as well. The timing on Hero Marine side is a bit better because his upgrades weren't done yet, but by the time they are done, that armory is going to finish up as well. Time is going to push his luck one more time. Let's go for a massive drop in the back of the natural. There is a tank there on the right side, but it's a little bit far of position. I like it by Time.
Well, that's a really great position to be in. Once again, the Raven might be the key. Let's see if he can use his matrices perfectly on that sequence he needs. eBay could be destroyed right there, but now not building 2-2, so that's not as bad as it could have been. But now SCVs going back to the line, and that's a lot of them that are actually dying. 13 already, and still rising. Not at all, actually. It's still 13. It will not move.
That's basically me and Loletta. Guys, we won 4 in a row. We're still rising. And then we lost 5. But we're still rising. Like, we keep on rising. Gabe has quite a bit of an army advantage now at this point. This was obviously a successful drop. Don't get us wrong. But there's always that question you have to ask yourself. Do you have enough at home? Hero Marine, with those Ravens still alive, feels like he's got enough. Now, this drop is going to deal damage. But I don't think Gabe is turning around, man. I really think that Gabe is like, all right, I know I've got way more than you right now.
Look at this scan. It says, like, you've got nothing. I'm going to go ahead and siege your natural, even siege your main. As Hero Marine is losing a lot of economy here. Only one tank to defend, so now Time has to pull the SCVs to gain a lot of time as much as he can and get as many shots from that tank as he can. 23 SCVs, 23 SCVs, sorry, just went down. Is there another tank that's coming up here as the 4th CC and 3rd CC from Hero Marine is about to evacuate that 3rd base position?
I love how those SCVs hopped in the comments. They're like, we're out of here, guys. How much is there in the main base of Time? Can we take a look at the pocket? He's been saving. Oh, if that's it, that's not that much, right? That's just a couple of Marines. Matter of fact, is he going to try to evacuate them? That's a risky move. No, he wants to fight with them. He's going to bring the drop back. 27 SCVs went down in the end. Time is still up. 16 SCVs, by the way. That's final move that Time made towards the third base, and he's still active in the natural.
Time got a takeout.
If Time cleans this up and he's going to set up a little sandwich, he's going to be in a masterful position.
It's time for the drop. He's going to drop on top of those tanks, and now he goes with all the Marines that he was able to reproduce at this time, and now 4, 5, 6 tanks are going to go down. And Time just cleaned that up like a champion.
What a move. Very, very well done. Wow, such a good timing on pulling back that drop as well. 2-2 is now about to finish up. Don't forget that Gabe lost one of his E-base, so he will never have +2 armor, or at least not for a long time. Gabe's going to try his luck one more time, but he doesn't really have the army advantage anymore.
Who's team first? Who's team first? That's actually Hero Marine, and now 2-2 just finished, so he can maybe take the fight. Time, that is. But that was good. He actually got a tank out of the way.
I mean, Gabe does have a massive tank advantage. That's the one thing that he has. But obviously, if he's going to run low on Marines...
He also has 20 extra supply. Like, he's been producing units a little bit better. Now a second tank is actually going to come out, but it's going to get taken out instantly by Hero Marine. That game is not done by any means. Big Game is going to try to get that tank onto the right side. And that extra army supply might give him the victory. Let's see about those 2-2 Marines. They're actually shredding everything.
I think Time wins that fight. Pulling the SUVs. Obviously, it is painful. He loses 20 SUVs. So now we're dead even. Other than the fact that Time does have that one upgrade advantage. But Hero Marine just lost all of his tanks. And we have that fourth base that is a planetary. There is no fourth base at all, right, for Hero Marine. He's just on triple orbital. But I guess that Time did lose his natural. So it's 3 against 3. Maybe you can even say that's good for the orbital player. But, I mean... does he have
that counter-attack, like 5 medivacs and about 40 Marines that are actually crossing the map with 2-2 upgrades. That's going to be a hard one to handle.
The tank is
and now the tank is not sieged. You need to defend that tank, my man. All right, that first shot was pretty massive. The second one actually hits a single Marine. And Time is just going to go ahead and maybe finish that game now. The second tank shows up out of the blue. And Hero Marine still alive to see another day.
Yeah, but now Gabe is overextending a little bit. Loses a few more Marines there in the end. Wait, is that tank in range? No, it's not.
No.
Whew, what a game. I mean, technically, economically, it's good for Hero Marine, right? Because he's got that triple orbital. And he's also starting +3, by the way.
Yep.
Gabe, our Time has never started +3. Maybe feeling that this game is about to end any moment now. Yes, it is a low eco game. Yes, it's scrappy, but Hero Marine is thinking a little bit further ahead than Time.
You go ahead and try to snipe that tank now. Hero Marine is not going to try that out.
What's in the natural right now of Hero Marine? Wouldn't that be a target? Like
there's nothing. There's nothing. But there is the eBay with +3 attack. But yeah, no defense whatsoever for Hero Marine.
8 Marines right now. 8 Marines in a medevac. It feels like in the natural that would deal a tremendous amount of damage. But he doesn't really have that many Marines anymore.
So interestingly enough, those 8 medivacs are actually going to be key here in this game.
Yeah,
like 8 medivacs for Time, only 3 for Hero Marine could be a huge issue. Now a third tank comes in. For Hero Marine.
The Liberators are coming in as well. Don't forget about that, because that might force Hero Marine to take a very bad fight, right? Because, like, I mean, the tank count, you could say, is not massive, but 3 or 4 tanks have a very big impact. The Liberators are about to show up, and this is bad news.
Right now.
What do you do?
Okay.
Evacuate? Hey, he killed his own medevac there.
All right. It's time to pull the SCVs. Hero Marine is going to go for it. And he's going to try to break that contain, but that's going to be so tough now. New extra Marines are coming from the natural, but that's not going to be enough. Now, both Liberators have been destroyed. So maybe he can hold on for a little bit more. He needs some scans to actually win that fight, or at least keep the medivac alive to get that range up onto that tank in the middle. Hero Marine wins that fight, but Marines are dying onto the north side. Trying to drop a couple extra Marines, maybe get some friendly fire going. Yeah, that extra tank falls. This is such a close game. And now +2 armor just finished for Hero Marine. And soon it's going to be +3 attack.
He already has that. Yeah, that's already finished.
Oh, it just finished. Okay, sorry.
Okay, the Marine's going to go forward. 1 tank goes down very quickly. The second one will fall as well. Those are massive pickups because that frees up this space over here on the right top side. Now the tank can be a little bit further towards the north. And I'm really not sure if Hero Marine can ever mine off this base again without taking out those tanks. But how does he take out these tanks? I mean, he's got the Marine advantage. How many medevacs on the side of Gabe right now? Only 2?
He needs to build those extra Marines, extra medivacs if he can. Oh, that's so many Marines that just went down. A little bit of a misplay here by Hero Marine, pressured quite hard.
I think Time is so sick. I think Time is so good.
Yeah, he is.
He's so fun to watch. He's really making so many correct calls in these crisis moments. Gabe is forced to evacuate this location at this point. That matter of fact,
is playing out of his mind as well, but I think it's not going to be enough here. Both Liberators are sieging. The tank up onto the high ground is going to fall in just a few seconds in time. Is going to tie it up for China here against Germany. It's going to be 1-1 in just a second, as we got 2 extra tanks that popped out of nowhere on the side of Hero Marine, but I don't think it's going to be enough. GG. Time. What a play and what a TVT once again. I mean, we've been so lucky with TVTs since the beginning of round of 16. We've seen a lot of them, and they've almost all been good. Like except Innovation, I guess, that kind of crushed Future. I think most of the games were quite amazing.
I am listening to a bunch of random casters, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if this is on purpose or not, but it's kind of throwing me off over here. I really feel like...
Is it possible that it's like StarCraft lobby or like main menu that does that sound?
Yeah, maybe if there's like a hyper... Yeah, maybe because if they're promoting Nation Wars, maybe then that is it. But I don't know.
Then they use Artosis and Tasteless to high power tournament?
Yeah, but there were also different casters. There were definitely not StarCraft casters. Anyway, let's take a look at some of the highlights of this game, because I really think we should start calling Time the Charlie Sheen Terran, okay? Because he's got 1 speed, 1 gear, and that is go. He's just always aggressive. There is never a dull game with this dude. And I think in the end here, getting that eBay, I think that was massive. Obviously, I think the counterattack that followed by Gabe was really good, but that double drop did just as much, if not more. And then the sick puppy that he is, he saved those Marines, he brought it back, and he cleaned up the tanks that Hero Marine had over there.
That was really great. Like the decision making to load up 2 medivacs and boost across the map to go back defending, that's something that's quite hard to make, I feel, because you're so far away. Usually, like you don't even think that you can come back.
So a question for you right now, right?
Yes.
Like after Hero Marines let's say he lost all the SCVs here, he sees that these Marines are heading back home. Should he have evacuated this position, or what do you do?
Yeah, because definitely here losing 6 tanks and Vikings for just a couple of Marines that he was able to clear out, that's just not good enough. If you can, and you know those medivacs are coming back, you unsiege everything, load up your medivac, boost back home, and then suddenly the equation becomes a little bit hard to solve to solve for Time, because I mean 6 or 7 tanks in your line before you get Liberators, that's not something you gotta break.
Yep. Kind of a bizarre call as well, right, for Time to never go into 3-3 upgrades. He's like, no, this is a low eco game. I am attacking at this point, and I know what I want to do. I want to get a couple Liberators out, because if I get Libs out, either I'm going to kill your tanks, or I'm going to force you to take a very bad fight. That's obviously, a very well thought out call. That's not something that he just like, oh, let's wing it. He's like, nope, I feel like this is the right play right now. You saw that he sniped his own. Matter of fact there, by the way. And then he picked up Marines as well.
8 Marines.
Yeah,
a little bit of nerves here.
It could have been a lot better. Like this fight, I actually felt that this was a fight that Time was supposed to win here, but I think obviously mishandled it a tiny bit, making that misclick twice. But in the end, it didn't really matter, because the Liberators already got the damage done.
Yeah, I do understand the decision to not go into 3-3. Like those kind of low econ games where you go like full YOLO into the aggression in the mid game around the time you're getting a 4th base, for instance. Is usually a moment that will destroy so much economy and just make you unable to get those extra extractors, that getting 3-3 is just incredibly expensive. Getting a couple of Liberators or a couple of Medivacs or a couple of tanks are usually, if you're fighting continuously, is usually the better decision. And I think Time made the right call here, not going for it. Maybe you could argue he could have went just for +3 attack, maybe. But usually 3-3 is just like way too damn expensive if you lost your 4th base.
Really fun TVT, like you said. We have definitely been a little blessed with the TVTs today. Like, it's funny as well, because TVT for me, like, it's been going through phases over the lifespan of StarCraft 2, right? Like, I think there was a time it was fantastic, then there was a time it was a little bit horrible. Like, when everybody spammed Hellions and the Reapers, and games just ended there because they always avoided each other and they just killed 20 SCVs. And then, like, I felt like the start of the Raven phase wasn't that great, but it seems like we are getting ready for better times again when it comes to TVT. But for now, let's talk about this PVZ, because in the right bottom side, we're looking at the yellow nexus of the Mauer. It is showtime.
His opponent in the top left-hand side here in Thunderbird, he is the Red Zerg, Ayasono.
Why is that introduction music so dramatic?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like everything is about to go down. It's like, any last words, guys? Fuck yeah. Nerve the queen.
All right. So what do we expect here? Iasonu just going for a normal Nidus. Swarmos, yeah.
I think Swarmos Nidus. I think he is. Look at Crow. He's like, I'm expecting it to be right here between the.
And then here.
Then on the right side of that bottom mineral patch, it's like, yeah, that's a good spot for it. Obviously, Showtime looked very good in his match early today against Jim Rising. But with all due respect for Jim, yes, he's good. He's super high ranked on the North American ladder. But Showtime is not just a nerd that's high ranked on the ladder. He is a champ. He has won tournaments before. Maybe, I wouldn't say a mismatch, but just a match that's always going to be very tough for Jim Rising. I think Iasonu should be capable of making it a little more difficult. And I'm still not sure how I feel about Iasonu, right? Because I am, as you guys can hear, I'm a massive Time fanboy. I am generally impressed by the way that Time plays StarCraft, and I find him a very fun and exciting player. Iasonu, like you said, like you hear the stories from all the other pro gamers that spend time in Korea, and they keep on telling me, they're like, you have no idea how good Iasonu is. And I was like, no, actually, like I don't. They're like, no, he's really sick right now. But then I feel like he's always showing me a little bit more of what he has already shown us in the past, right? Which is like, yeah, they make a lot of units and obviously good with it, and they'll set up a good fight in a surround, but I never really see like the same thing as I see out of a Cerro or even out of Arena, right? Like it doesn't really... I'm not convinced yet. Let's put it like that. Like he's obviously a very strong player because you don't get like super high up on the Korean ladder if you're not very good at StarCraft. So he clearly is, but is he really the guy that could carry China, for instance, here in Nation Wars 2019?
Yeah, he might lack the spark, you know, to be that the greatest player of all time, or actually like the huge carry that China needs to get to their first round of 4 in Nation Wars. Crazy to think about. They were close. I do believe at least twice.
But this is their best
Nation Wars. But that's their best team. Time has never been good as this. As good as this.
Hey, poor Time was pretty good last year, okay? Like, go back to Nation Wars 2018. I was hyping up
Time has never been as good as he is this year. Sorry, English is a difficult language, guys.
You just went full Dana White on us. You're like, Roddy has never been my friend. And I'm like, what?
No!
We've been friends for years,
I've never said that. I just left you in the middle of a broadcast because you wanted to get some raclette from Subway. And I can't stand by that. But actually, it exists. It does exist.
From Subway?
Yeah. Ooh. You can get some raclette cheese in your Subway sandwich.
I'll let you guys treat me on a nice Parisian restaurant. I know I've been a little hard on your lovely city, but I'm always open for an adventure, Funka. Just don't take me to Le Gare du Nord. Like I will run screaming.
What a huge meme. All right, Metabolic Boost just completed. We will have Overload Speed as well. Pneumatic Carapace will be part of this game as the Overlord is already about to die in the main base to the hands of a Phoenix. But the Oracle has been pushed back quite easily by 2 Queens. Well placed by Iasonu. 7 extra drones, and for now, not entirely sure on what Iasonu wants to do. I mean, we all said, and even Crow showed us the positioning of a potential Nidus, and makes sense.
Could also just be a quicker Nidus. Queen Roach. He's making quite a few Overlords. He's been supply blocked for a little while, by the way, after losing that Overlord. Like, never really want to harp on that kind of stuff too much, but it doesn't help. You can now fire up 12 drones immediately, and that obviously looks spectacular, but if everything was a little bit smoother, he didn't have to build 12 drones at once. Or 14.
17?
Jeez. What a race.
Yeah.
Do you know how many Nexa I need to build 17 works?
I think you do need about 17, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Do you know how many
Minerals
CCs I need for 17?
17.
Yeah.
Well, or 3 and a couple mules.
I knew it was coming. I'm so mad. Shouldn't have said that.
You set yourself up.
Yeah, set myself up for a crushing defeat here. In the words of the memes. So mad.
I got taught so good earlier.
What did he say?
He was making fun of me for saying that like Fogo de Chao is a Brazilian restaurant. He's like, well, makes sense that it comes out of Brazil, right? And I was like, Todd, do you really think that Panda Express and the Chinese food came out of China? And then he's like, he's like, could see it in his face, like, I got it. He was stunned. Actually, I did not think about that, but it's a good point.
I really would like to know, actually, what chat thinks of your Todd accent.
It's spot on.
Because I do believe it's garbage.
Oh my God.
It's so funny.
No.
But it's so garbage, though.
She's me.
But maybe I'm mistaken and chat loves it. But also, you're such a fan favorite and a chat favorite that everybody's going to say it's amazing and on point, even though it's not.
My thought accent is flawless, mate.
I mean, everybody does the same accent. Like, even Apollo, when he tries to do the Todd accent, he does the same thing as you. So maybe you're onto something.
So it is good. You guys just don't hear it. Meanwhile, Oracles are dealing quite a bit of damage. 5 drones going down.
Infestation pit?
There's the infestation pit. But I do believe we need a little Nidus network as well. By the way, triple Oracle still alive. Obviously, we went over this earlier today, guys. It's really important for Showtime that he keeps these Oracles alive. What's the idea here? If he doesn't make a Nidus network. Like, he's making a lot of roaches. Is he just going to go Hive? Is it going to be like Roach Ravager Broodlord? Is that how he's going to play this?
Yeah, that's pretty crazy, actually. Think about it. Interesting push out here from Showtime. Just a little bit of...
I think hoping to maybe kill that fort base. You know, that was the initial idea behind the triple Oracle opening that Stats and Zest showed us back then at Homestudio Cup. And they had a fantastic time in doing so. But seems like the Zerg players got a little bit better. So now we've got the Swarmos on the way as well. But
where's the Nidus?
Unless we are freaking crazy, we have still not seen a Nidus network. He's just going to siege the front. Okay, he's just going to run to the other side of the map with Roach Nidus. This is, by the way, like what I meant about Iasono, right? Like, he's clearly a very good player, but once again, this doesn't make me go, whoa, you know? I'm not going to go hop on Discord tonight and talk about, okay, there is a Nidus network. Do you think he just forgot it?
Maybe he forgot it, or just he believes that maybe the first wave can come from the front, and then maybe you just go for a couple of Niduses after that. But I wouldn't understand why you would do it this way. Yeah. I mean, so he probably forgot it. I mean, that makes sense. But once again, I can't be in Iasonu's head, you know? It's like, it's really, really tough being in a Zerg's head.
Showtime is getting ready for it, though. He's already getting all the defensive batteries, a couple of defensive cannons. Showtime, we know that he was quite frustrated with the series that he had at the Global Finals. Obviously, you can only imagine. You practice for weeks, and you get wrecked by a couple Swarmos and Nidus boys. That would have been a 6 snipe.
Yeah.
This is a really good pickoff. Once again, this is why these Oracles are so freaking important. His build has very little anti-air. And it's often about, we often talk about how important it is that the first or the second wave does a lot of damage. Well, if you can delay that first and second and third wave just by a little bit, you really make your life a lot easier. Because defending with like 170 supply or 125 or 130 makes a massive difference.
Right, grabbing a 4th base as we've got a push here. Roaches and Ravagers in the middle of the map. Let's see about those sentries coming from the left side. Even Swarmos are going to be used
here. Why are they going all towards
the left? Where are those Locusts going?
I mean, he did get a very easy cancel on the fort, so that's obviously something, I guess. But I'd like to say that you're hoping for a little more there.
Yeah. I mean, it's all about momentum that you're grabbing. I thought he was about to get all the sentries. I would have probably yelled at this. But no, didn't happen in the end.
A Hydra then now, okay. Tiny bit confused about that. Iasono is sitting on a lot of minerals and a lot of gas.
He's also supply blocked for a bit. Yeah, 7 extra overloads.
Could start a hive if he wants to, but I don't know if he really wants to build a hive. Iasono has never really been a hive kind of Zerg. I mean, he could maybe go for some lurkers and adaptive talents, but he's already going to go up against a crazy amount of Immortals and Archons. So, is that really the unit you want to go for? Don't know about that.
I'm not sure. Like, what is
Lurker.
Iasono doing? Okay, finally Lurker then. That I can get behind. But those new, like, 11 Roaches, I'm really not a huge fan of.
I think he just wants to max out a little bit. This is going to be very difficult to deal with, right? Because most of the units are very far positioned.
Yeah.
Showtime is putting up one hell of a fight against all of this so far. He's just disrupting this strategy completely. He's
Hydra and Lurker then have been destroyed.
No, he's not playing Iasono's game at all. He's like, no, I'm not just going to sit back and defend wave after wave. I'm going to prevent these waves from happening, and then I'm going to counterattack a little bit as well. Unfortunately, there's no observer here. I think that would have been awesome. This is going really good for Showtime, man. I feel like Showtime's army is so much better than the army of Iasono that if Iasono has one bad Locust wave, he's going to lose the game.
Can we take a moment to appreciate the fact that there has been like, what, 4 or 5 Nidus attempts, and I don't think a single one actually popped out?
Nope. Now he's going to try it natural.
Freaking Showtime, man.
In range of a cannon.
Showtime's so good.
I think Showtime is fantastic.
Woo.
But I don't know. I also think some of that is a little bit on Iasono.
Dude, he's so good.
Yeah, this is really good play by Showtime. And obviously he's had some decent practice against this playing against the likes of Dark and Sue at the global finals. But
Yeah.
I mean, now we see the Hive, now we see the Spire. Another attempt at the Lurk is
I agree with what you said earlier. It's just a slow transition that doesn't make that much sense to me. I mean, why was it so slow? I'm not entirely sure here.
kind of an awkward start
Dude,
to
it's
this
Roaches
fight
and
here.
Ravagers against soon-to-be +3 Archons and Immortals.
Yeah, but Archons are really awkward, right? Like, Archons kind of counter each other because none of them can reach. Now, there's finally maybe going to be a Locust Wave. More Zealots dealing damage on the left side. Stasis Trap coming into play as well. These Locusts really need to do some magical work for Isono.
Yeah, let's see about that Warp Prison Micro. Those Archons, they need to be pulled back at some point. But for now, Archons and Immortals, they're marching onto those Roaches and Ravagers, dealing a tremendous amount of damage. 60 by shot from every single Immortal that's hitting here. And that Nidus has to be evacuated. But another Nidus here in the natural. Is it the time that Isono actually makes a difference here?
Well,
He has to recall for a bit. Yeah, he's actually recalling with everything. Almost everything.
How fast those units get back in, eh?
Yeah, pretty crazy, right?
And I thought that maybe some of them would be left out there. Another Nidus goes up here on the north side. Isono is still casually sitting on 3,000 minerals and 1,100 gas. Gets a Nidus network up in the main base, but this army of Showtime does not mess around, guys. And yeah, a couple units go down here. This is obviously not really the fight of Showtime his dreams, but Isono still needs more. And Apolvo needs to start spending his money. And now he's making more Roaches, but the Roaches are not going to win the game.
No, Roaches are a garbage unit at the moment. I mean, against a massive amount of Immortals with soon-to-be +3 attack, it's not going to be a good fight for those Roaches here. A couple of Swarmos have been left behind and are going to get chased down by a couple of Zealots, Immortals, Archons. Showtime is on the run. Well, Isono is on the run and Showtime is on the chase, actually.
DTs are excellent in dealing with Nidus networks. I'm always happy to see DTs. Just 1 or 2 DTs can just shut down almost infinite amount of Nidus attempts inside of your little triangle of bases here when it comes to Thunderbird. Yeah, I'm starting to feel that this game is super over, man. Like, I know that Isono still has supply and he's still got money, but he doesn't really have that many workers, and I don't really see an answer against his army. I think Isono agreed and he just pulled the plug.
Is that disconnection time? We'll see in just a few seconds. 40 seconds remaining. But yeah, Isono for now having a couple of technical issues, but also not in a really good spot in this game. I mean, the Swarmos didn't do the trick.
Yep.
Roaches in high amount are not doing the trick either against that huge amount of Immortals. So
It is
tough one for China.
No, it's a very, like, that seems like an almost unwinnable game. There is a Great Aspire on the way, and there is a couple of Corruptors being built, but I'm pretty sure that Showtime can just grab that army and just A-click towards the fort, the third, the natural, and then the main, and then...
So maybe you A-click behind the mineral line of the main base.
or you just, like, shift-click.
Oh,
I would shift-click.
Shift A-click?
Go AFK. Grab a beer. Like, I believe in Gabe to get the job done in the rematch. Well, actually, man, you might have to play again, right? Because he's going to be one of the winners. Now, a very good game by Showtime, even though it's not over yet. Like, it doesn't really make... I mean, I don't see a world where Zork wins this. If I'm wrong, you guys can call me out on it. Like, maybe if Showtime takes the absolute worst fight ever against Locust, and then a couple Corruptors do morph into Broodlords, and then Showtime is like, can my Immortals kill the Broodlords? And we know the answer is no, but maybe Showtime just sometimes forget about these things. And then a comeback is possible. Other than that, I am feeling pretty confident in saying that this game is quite over.
I don't even know if he had like a couple of Corruptors.
Yeah, Corruptors were out and Great Aspire was morphing.
All right. So maybe that opportunity...
Rounds. 48 rounds is nothing. That's nothing! As Maynard would say.
As Maynard would say. And actually Maynard would say it because he's in the chat.
Of course Maynard is in the chat.
He's always in the chat.
The last time Maynard missed a competitive match of StarCraft 2, it was the summer of 2012, okay?
Oh, yeah.
He had a few too many whiskeys the night before, and he didn't make it to the WCS Southeast Asia qualifier. He was very sad about it. It's like, geez Louise, I was waiting for an entire 3.5 hours since the last tournament I watched. But yeah, Maynard watches everything.
Yeah, he does.
Passion is strong in that one.
Passion is really, really
it's in the dreads. Every dread is like a passion. I don't know how that works, but...
a little sad, actually, that we got that disconnect right now, because usually that kind of situation. It's a
This is
classic
my
one, you know.
favorite. Yeah, this is my favorite. Because now
Disconnect.
we're gonna like set up the lobby again. The player is back. We're gonna reload in the lobby, but it was kind of a long game, so it's gonna take roughly 2.5 minutes until we're all ready. Then it's like
Exactly.
go, and then Showtime is like, hey, my army's really good. A click, GG.
Yes, we wasted 15 minutes for this.
I live
No.
for this.
Yeah,
This is
I
what
live
really
for this
gets
moment.
my heart.
I remember. I can't remember exactly the match or even the matchup. Really, I can't remember exactly. But there was at least one occurrence where we had to do that for literally, I think, 3 seconds. Like
There was a WCS qualifier match a while ago with like 2 Zergs. I think it was, no, it wasn't 2 Zerg. Maybe Jon Snow and Masa or something, because Jon Snow was playing from like some land center because he attended a Psystorm Gaming Cup, I think, and then he had to play, but then they were already dismantling the entire area, so it was just like Jon Snow and his little computer in a massive hallway.
Unplugged.
And then like they unplugged and they're like, oh, he really can't play anymore because the internet is off. And then WCS was like, well, one exception, we can play tomorrow. Jon Snow was like, awesome. The game resumes like 24 hours later. They're like, Roddy, you want to cast? I'm like, yeah, I want to cast. So I joined in that lobby. I was like, guys, here's the conclusion of WCSNA. Masa grabs his units, runs to the other side of the map and wins. We're like, well.
we waited 24 hours for this.
Yeah.
That was the longest rematch, or at least rehost or recovery of a game of all time. I think we're about ready to kick things off again in this ZVP. But as we said, Showtime, D Mauer, is in a really great position right now to seize the victory and put his team ahead with a 2-1 in this Pro League phase of this match. Keep in mind, team that's winning right now is actually making it to the round of 8. Just one step away from making it to Paris for the offline finals.
Only one nation so far qualified for the quarterfinals, and that is South Korea. I know a lot of you guys join in and join out, so maybe you're not exactly aware of how we're doing things, but we're playing 3 matches a day. For yesterday, obviously, today is Wednesday, correct? And then Thursday and Friday. And then Saturday and Sunday, we have 4 matches. So we also start 2 hours earlier. And then we'll have all the lower bracket matches and the decider matches. But at least starting Saturday, we'll know 4 of the nations that have qualified, because every day, at least, we qualify 1 nation.
Exactly. Yeah, that's pretty well sum up. And then Saturday, Sunday, in just the span of 2 days, we'll get the last 4 qualified nations as second seed through the
only last 3 nations, actually, because Holland already made it. Netherlands is qualified.
You really want me to leave you alone for a second time in the day? I can't do that. I can't do that.
The boys have done it. 4-0 Ukraine.
You think it's already done?
Yeah, 4-0 Ukraine, 4-1 America. M. Canning takes the map with a couple good disruptor hits, but that's about it.
So is that because you haven't lived in America for a couple of years now that it's not the greatest country on earth?
Oh,
anymore?
it is the greatest country on earth. It's just not the greatest StarCraft lineup on earth. Like the greatest StarCraft lineup on earth are the Dutch boys.
Nice save, Roddy.
But America as a country is still the holy grail. All right.
What about France in Gare du Nord then?
Oh my God! Well, hell on earth. That's where the expression came from.
I can't take it anymore.
You asked for it.
Oh my God!
I mean, you're the setting.
No, it's actually kind of funny to bring back that topic of discussion, because you never disappoint. You smash it right across every time. Gare du Nord, hell on earth. All right.
Paris.
I see a crane shot.
Paris is beautiful.
Damn.
Just fly into it, okay? Don't arrive by.
Oh my God.
Well, we have a different
Control Shift O.
control shift. I was about to say that. I knew that too, Funky. Confused.
All right.
All right.
Is
well,
this GG time?
this is the. We're going for it, guys. We have resumed from replay. The score is 1 piece right now, 1-1. Isono is gonna try another Nidus attempt. These roaches are running a little too far forward. The funny thing as well is if Locusts all clump up, then the Archers are just like rah, magical hit.
All right. The disruptor. The locusts are being destroyed, and here
The massacre.
a little bit of a massacre here of roaches. Roaches.
Hey, there are 6 Broodlords morphing, by the way. Those are actually a little bit faster than I anticipated. Do we have Blink on the Stalkers? I don't think we do, correct? I mean, no. Oh, we do have Blink. What? When did he get Blink? I feel like he barely had any Stalkers all game long. So now I can just wipe in like 6 to 8 Stalkers. And
Yeah.
It should be
And deal with it.
fine.
Even like the high number of Archons might be enough to destroy a couple of
fine.
those Locusts before.
I would suggest to just fight, by the way, because otherwise Brutalists will come out. A couple of good storms. No! The Brutalings start showing up. The Stalkers will get warped in, and I think Showtime knows as well that it's probably better to end this right here, right now. Actually fires at a Queen. Does finally get one Brute Lord. Not the prettiest fight so far for the German Protoss,
Yeah.
but should still be good enough.
Yeah, that should be good enough for Germany. Demour holds strong, and now he gets another Broodlord, maybe a third one in just a few seconds. Here it is. And there is nothing left. Even the Swarm will start being demolished by a pesky Archon and Immortal. And now it is GG. Showtime makes it 2-1 for Germany. And I would say that was quite anticipated, but yeah, just in general, Germany is looking really good today.
Yep, I mean, yeah, we went over that many times, right? When it comes to having a lineup of all three players to be very excited over, to look forward to watching all three players play, I think that really applies to Germany. It's just such a good lineup overall, all three races, so everybody gets a little something. But Lambo, Gabe, and Showtime are all three fantastic. They're up 2-1, but they're not there yet.
Oh, it's not done yet by any means, because once again, second phase of the match is happening right after this. A little break, because we still have a couple of matches to be played to decide who's going to be qualifying for the round of 8, going with South Korea that qualified yesterday. Before we go and hop into this break, I remind you, and that's going to appear here, apparently, or not, this way. Oh, we've got trolled so bad. We're being trolled by production. That's here? I know, that's the other way around.
Oh my god.
I'm so tired, guys. Matcherino.com/nw2019. Get yourself some swag and increase the price pool. $4,000 have been added so far. We can make it even bigger, but that's already pretty massive. I'm really happy with you guys. You've been doing well and buying yourself some pretty cool attire.
Do we know what the
Nation
top
War.
selling items are? That would be cool.
Do we know that?
So maybe we can get some stats.
Maybe production will be able to tell us in a few seconds or in a few minutes, maybe after the break. But because we can know like what has been sold, but we will get that answer.
It must be the coffee mug. I mean, we've been plugging that
it's
thing
the
so
coffee mug?
much. If it's not the coffee mug, then I don't know. You guys don't have to use it for coffee, by the way. You can put into.
You can put it anything.
Yeah.
You know?
You can just use water. I mean, don't use plastic bottles, guys. Don't kill the planet.
No, yeah.
Use a coffee
Please.
mug from Nation-wise.
Yeah, that seems about right.
Yeah.
Look at that beautiful logo.
I know, it's magical.
Yeah, it's magical. It's also right behind me. No, but if you change the shot, it's not working anymore. Look at this beautiful logo. Anyways, I think it's time for a break, guys.
Oh, it's definitely time.
We will be back just a few of Germany versus China. Who's going to qualify as the second nation in round of 8? Well, tune in to find out in just a couple of minutes. See you there.
Welcome back to Nation Wars 2019. It's a hectic match, Roddy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
Germany against China.
been a little bit of a bloodbath so far. It's good. Obviously,
Two worlds collide.
now we're gonna get some more of time. That obviously excites me. I am always looking forward to watching him play. He'll go up against either Lambo or Showtime. I think time against Showtime would be sick. Time against Lambo, I think it depends a little bit on the map. I mean, Eric kind of just showed us that he is obviously beatable. Doing it on the World of Sleepers. We'll see what the map is going to be, but I think it's going to be fun. Like, obviously things are looking good for China or for Germany right now, but I think it's far from over because they're probably going to have to be timed twice.
Yeah.
That's not easy.
Yeah. I mean, they've got one of the better lineups to try and attempt that, though, out there, I would say. It's safe to say, though, that whatever happens here, both of these teams are still very likely to come out of this group. Obviously, I don't want to count out Brazil and Mexico too early, but they've impressed a lot more, in my opinion.
No, I agree with that. But definitely Mexico, I think, with that lineup still has a lot of potential. It is going to be Lambo who will come out. Triton, though. I think Triton is one of the more playable maps right now for the Terrans out there. Obviously, it is a decently sized map, but it is a lot smaller than some of the others out there. I think
What are you talking about? I thought all the maps were unplayable.
No, I mean, I think if you ask the Terrans out there, this is one of these maps where they can make a couple good pushes. There's a couple nice spots for tanks on the high ground, right?
Yeah.
Maybe sieging the third base or sieging the fourth to the middle, or through the middle, and then sieging a couple of tanks on the low ground. We've seen that before. I think this is going to be a really fun one, man. Lambo is obviously always super cool to watch as well. Looked really good so far today. Had an epic match against Cyan. Was able to get it done in the end. We'll see.
That was solid. That was a very, very solid performance, like in every single stage of the game as well. All right. We're on Triton here, and Germany is up 2-1. But starting in the bottom right-hand side of the map, playing as the Red Terran, it is China's time.
In the left top side, we're looking at the main base of the man who's been growing his Lambro army very well lately. It is Lambo.
Is that his subs?
Yep, the Lambros.
How many?
I think he's doing well. Maybe close to 500 at this point. Been putting in the hours.
He's no Big Gabe yet.
I mean, nobody's Big Gabe, Todd. Big Gabe is dominating the streaming scene right now.
Were you the one that said Big Gabe first? I think you were.
No. I think it was...
Oh, you popularized it for sure.
I mean, I used it a lot in the cast. I think it may be Marine Lord or something who started it a long time ago. Started calling him Big Gabe.
But you were the one that said that publicly, and then it just kind of caught on. And then now everybody's like, it's like the biggest meme in StarCraft, probably.
It is very big.
You're responsible for this.
It's not the first thing, Todd, we've been responsible for.
What other major memes are you responsible for?
I don't know.
There's the I don't know Kev, but that's Mr. Bitter.
Well, to be honest, that was more Hearthstone. I actually think that Hearthstone popularized that.
Yeah?
When Hearthstone did his Mr. Bitter impression in the Homestead Cup, that was spot on. When he's like, I don't know, Kev, this isn't looking all that good for baby right now. Baby night right now. Baby night. Been playing the MOBAs for a while.
Yeah.
I think he had a good start, but then he kind of quit again. Hope he's doing all right. He was always a nice guy. Fun Protoss to watch back in the
That
day.
was cool. All right. Time. Everything's looking standard. Command center on the low ground going into a Reaper. You know a lot about Lambo's CVT, don't you?
Yep.
All right. Let's spill the beans. What are you waiting for?
Lambo is a very standard Zerg when it comes to playing this matchup. He will make the queens and then an insane amount of lings and banes, and he likes getting up to 82 workers. And
How many queens?
I mean, that obviously depends a little bit, but I'm expecting plenty. It obviously depends a little bit what he's playing against, right? As well, right? Like, if you go up against the BC opening, you probably get a few more, but...
I like that he got pneumatized carapace previously when he played against Protoss. Like, it's one of the best things that you can do nowadays. Like, Zergs, they've just become so good at defending while droning up, and if they can get the information as well of what exactly they're up against, and there it is.
I think this is one of the maps where it's a little more difficult, though, to get up to that 82 drone count. I really don't think it's that easy. Like, some of those larger maps, you defend like 1 or 2 waves of aggression, and then it just feels like the world is your oyster. I think on Triton, you always have to be a little more wary of that next drop that could show up very quickly. And the last thing you ever want to do as a Zerg is just basically rely on 12 links to survive, and then 60 Marines show up, and you're like, oh no, I've got no Bane. So
Oh no.
I think it's going to be a little harder for Lambo to get in that economic position that he'd love to be in.
The tumor. Oh, he gets it perfectly on time. and has to retreat. It feels like time. He's capable of doing a lot of different things as well, right? Like, remember that one game that he played against Cyril, the epic one at Assembly? He was playing like off of 2 bases, like mass marine and tank and stuff, and like just pressuring nonstop. So
On Cyber Forest, you mean?
yeah, he's also one of those guys that definitely has a lot of different build orders. He's not just a player that, you know, focuses on one single main build and style that he does every game.
There is our Baneling nest already. So Lambo's not going to try to be greedy. Maybe a little bit worried about some potential Hellbat play. Wants to make sure that he can deal with that. But we know that there is no armory here yet. It's just a couple Hellions and a Cyclone. Or excuse me, a Liberator for now. A few more Hellions on the way. It is important that the Queens are in the right position, of course. Queens are a lot slower than Hellions. Seen it before. We saw Kalazur have an absolutely fantastic TVZ. But I don't think it's going to be that easy for time. There is our armory, by the way.
Yeah. And even though Time actually denied the first creep tumor very nicely, now the creep spread is already going kind of out of control here with tumors.
Yeah, but that wasn't a kill, by the way. That was just a cancel. Lambo
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Really? I thought he got it.
That's not going to be possible anymore, by the way. That happened later, I think.
Yeah.
But that Reaper had no kill. Crow showed us.
Yeah,
We-
Paul really wants to get into this cast. You know, Moman's coming here tomorrow to cast on the French stream.
Oh, better bring my wallet. Oh man, he's ridiculous.
Were you there? Like, I think it was season 1 when Moman was casting, and then he was like saying like sorry from English and stuff.
Yeah.
the epic moment with Apollo and stuff.
Well, then we had Elky cast as well, and then
Yeah,
told the
oh,
story
that
about
was
his
sick.
driver's license, and he's like, "Oh, this guy's so sick, fish."
That was insane to have Elky there too, casting some Nation Wars.
Yeah. Couple Banelings morphing, but the Banes are not ready yet, so there is a little bit of potential here for these Hellbats. The Liberators have been very annoying as well. Yeah, the Liberator is in a little bit of a pickle. Probably will go down there. A couple of drones are on the right side there, but the Hellbats don't want to commit. I think pretty good defense here by Lambo, right? All things considered.
Yeah, it's definitely minimized the damage from these Hellbats, but it's definitely forced units as well. Like, he had to make
Liberator?
quite a few links and Banelings as well,
Oh, that's a good Liberator.
finding some damage. He's even going to evacuate there too.
Is there another Lib in the main? Or no, it's being drones transferred. That one Liberator did go down against that Queen and the Spore Crawler when it was trapped on the top side of our screen, but overall, I think Lambo handled this well, but he did lose a lot of mining time, so that does slow his economy down a little bit. Now he's getting his double Evo and he's getting the Baneling speed. It is just the way we know that Lambo likes to roll. Oh, he really wants to get it. Oh
my God.
Come on. Now it's like start shooting at the hatchery and we're all like so confused. Imagine if
Didn't know there was a German Ninja Warriors TV show.
I'm sure there is.
Definitely completed that parkour.
No, they actually have it. Gabe won season 1.
I mean, Gabe would just step over whatever it is that's in his way.
Yeah,
and
everybody is
just
swinging around and Gabe just steps over everything.
so silly.
He like Gabe starts and he rings the bell from the starting spot. He's like, 1 second, new world record. I've never seen anything like this. There's our Hydra then, by the way. So we're going to get a little bit of Hydra Ling Bane here. I'm not expecting Lambo to be too crazy with his Hydras. Most likely just going to defend with them for quite some time. And then maybe eventually even go into Ultras. We've seen him play Ultras on this map before. But it's obviously all about those upgrades, right? Make sure that 1-1 gets done in time and then fire up 2-2 immediately. And then go for those Baneling run-bys.
Yeah.
Quite
There's
powerful
gonna-
on this map.
Well, to be honest, Terrans have gotten so good at building like walls around the third base and spotting these attacks coming that they usually minimize those very nicely. But yeah, time there's going to be a very strong timing down the line when he starts getting, you know, a good amount of tanks and these upgrades. It's just about negating creeps right now, which Lambo has prevented super well. Nice pickup here.
Yep,
After
sniped a
killing
couple.
some of these Banelings.
Sniped a couple of Banes there as well. There is an infestation pit already. So, geez, Lambo's already at 85 drones and he's getting 4 more.
Yeah, this is pretty scary.
What a sick puppy. Playing as greedy as one man possibly could.
That's that German banking. All that economy. Oh my god. Oh!
To 5 bases
Oh my God.
already, by the way. 5 bases. He's covering the map and creep. So far, very solid. He's going to end up losing a couple of drones here.
These Marines just saw their whole life right before their eyes, as they thought it was their last few seconds, but they got picked up just on time. No pun intended.
Time is trying to do whatever he can to push the creep back a little bit, but every single time he snipes a couple of tumors, Lambo is right there. Now, this is kind of that phase where Terran finally has a few more units to work with, right? And since Lambo has been a little bit of a greedy boy, and I don't want to say he took insane damage, but he took a little bit of damage, you kind of feel that in the next minute, if you're time, you're really hoping for a break, right? You're hoping to find 10 drones somewhere. You're hoping to maybe cancel a hatchery, even though that's going to be very hard because this hatch is almost done. But this is a good fight already. Like, this is kind of stuff, and man, snipes a couple of Banes once again. So far, Time is playing good, man.
Yeah, this is big, by the way, negating the creep on the top right-hand side, because now that's going to be one of the avenues that he can use to attack through down the line if he wants to attack into that base at 12 o'clock.
Like, the only downside I see here for Time is that he's getting a lot of little victories, but in the grand scheme of things, I'm afraid that these don't matter that much because of the absolutely insane economy of Lambo. Like, if Lambo is playing like this with 64 drones, I'm like, well, this really hurts, right? Losing that amount of links, losing a couple Banes is really going to start adding up. But with 86 drones, Lambo can lose links and Banes all he wants. Because for every link he loses, he makes 12 more.
This is crazy. Like, he's literally fighting to push back creep right now. That's about it. Nothing else.
Yep, but now he's going to move out, and this is kind of that time. Whoa, he never started +2 armor, by the way?
Oh my god.
Or did it already finish up? Wait, what? I'm so confused.
I don't think he started
I forgot.
it. Yeah. But
That's
it's
bad.
because he has the armory, though, by the way, that these are some Hellions that became Hellbats. So his army, it's got a... Oh my god, it's actually pretty massive. And it's got something to be at the front as well to tank some of these damage. It's all about sieging in the right spot. Let's see if Lambo lets him set up there. We're off creep for the most part.
Yep. Well, Lambo's going to use the Queens to soak up a couple of shots. Here we go. It's 32 Banelings, which is decent, but maybe not the overwhelming amount of Banelings that you really want to have here as a Zerg player. There's a few more Banes coming in, but most of them are gone. Time wins this fight quite convincingly, and now Lambo's in trouble. This base is dead. He's getting that Ultra Cavern, but it's not ready yet. Nowhere near ready yet. Reno Glen's not ready yet. I think the Baneling count wasn't high enough, Todd.
Yeah, it wasn't. And also, Time did such a good job of pushing back the creep and fighting in the perfect spot where Lambo just kind of had to move off creep. He already got the siege set up. The upgrades were a little bit later as well for Lambo. And now he finds himself in a world of trouble. There's way more army supply here for Time, who's looking to try and seize that location.
Yeah, he's down an upgrade here, though, so you got to be a little bit careful. A couple Banelings looking for the dream connections. They're getting good connections, but now once again, we're out of Banes. A few more show up on the right side of our screen, but the tank count is dwindling. Lambo keeps his base alive. He's still in the game. The focus fire on the Banelings is out of this world. Well done by Time. All that remains is just a couple Hydras and this Chinese Terran Todd. He's showing us what happened against Eric. Maybe it was just a little boo-boo. He needs... I mean, this is all good, but he's not there yet, right? He is starting to run out of units as well. Now the first Ultra is about to show up, and he's building nothing but Marines.
Yeah, and Chitinous plating actually is close to completing now, so... Because he's not so mortar heavy, that's going to make it a lot harder for him to face these Ultras. Obviously, he has tank, but they're not necessarily the dream either, especially if he's going to have to step like close to where the creep is, which he's still pushing back this entire... How many creep tumors have died? This is madness.
Want to do the guessing game, Todd? I see.
Actually, Crow doesn't even open it. He's waiting for us to guess. 34? Let's see. I don't want to guess.
46, way more. But this base is very important. Like Lambo, yes, he lost the fights, but he saved his economy, though, right?
Yeah.
This is still an 85 drone Zerg. And now Lambo, his Ultras are out, and we know what Ultras are capable of. Do you really want to go off creep, though, Lambo? That's maybe...
And Vipers could be really good against tanks, by the way. Like, if he just kind of removes a whole bunch of the tanks out of the fight, then Vipers will help him do so well against this is just pure Marines against Ultras. If they're at the front tanking a lot of the damage and then the Banelings make it safely to like huge chunks of this army,
and
it's going to be ideal for him.
Yep, he will have +3 attack soon. He finally has a +2 armor. Probably wants to try on another scan.
Time is like, why are you still creep spreading? Just give up.
Yeah, I'm with you though, Todd. I definitely fear these Ultras for Time here. A couple of Marauders in the front. They're going to try to soak up a couple of the Banes.
This is a good position for Time.
Do we have a drop heading towards the main or something?
Yeah, the single medivac. Oh, he went for that other base. And Lambo's not ready. He's so focused on defending elsewhere.
Pick it up, go for the main. Man, what a sick game. Time is playing really well, but Lambo's army is still very powerful. These Ultras don't mess around. 22 more links are on the way for Lambo. I'm not sure where the Banes are, though, Todd. I don't really see them.
Yeah, these Ultras took a beating already. And I don't think he has too many Queens around to help with some transfusions. Vipers are going to fly in. He's going to go for the Blinding Clouds here. Wait, where are they? Okay, finally. Oh, that was so late.
Still sort of wins this fight in the end. He probably took care of that drop as well. Lambo's evening up the supplies. And once again, Ultras against Marines. But now the first few Liberators are about to show up as well. And Advanced Ballistics are on the way. that's going to be very useful, especially since the Hydra count isn't really that high.
Time is on 88 SCVs, by the way. I know number 8 is a lucky number in China, but this is next level. That's a lot of SCVs.
Wow, he just
Lambo's
stands
overextending
there.
massively. Oh my god.
He just stands there and fight with the back of these Liberators. He felt a lot more confident. A few Lings did pick up a couple of SCV kills. 8 dot once again. He still has 80 left. It's all. I think as soon as Advanced Ballistics is done, he's getting +3 armor.
That was such a weird attack. Why did he do that?
I feel like Lambo had a game just like this before in Nationwide as well. And back then he was able to get it done. Or maybe that was Elaser, like one of the two. But that was a game where the Terran was a little more broke than Time is in this case. Like Lambo has been so busy in defending, we haven't seen a single Baneling run by on the other side of the map. And how telling is that?
Yeah, he's trying to set up one on the right side now, but I think he needs those units back at home.
Yep, I think he agrees. Hey, F2. Caught you. Caught on camera.
Got him.
Busted. Or actually, no, maybe he just clicked and the wall-off actually prevented the Lings from entering. Never mind, Lambo. You're in.
Okay, we don't need to find him excuses.
You're in the clear, Lambo. You're in the
Nothing
clear.
wrong with a little F2.
A little F2, no. A lot of F2, maybe. Oh, Marines are in the front this time. A couple of Banelings are in the mix there. These Banes will connect in a pretty big way. But these Liberators, though, the damage output of these Libs is absolutely insane.
And there's really not much entire. There's 3 Queens, that's it. No Corruptors, 2 Hydralisks. And only 4 Ultras to try and deal with this, and they die super fast because now Time actually has more Marauders. He's got 12, as well as 20 Marines.
This has been an absolutely magnificent game by Time. Like, I feel like the micro has been so on point. The way that he kept Lambo busy. Like, Lambo is a fantastic Zerg, and if Lambo had the chance to go for Baneling run-bys, right, he would have been doing it. But I really think that Time has just been pushing Lambo to his limits. Lambo has been so occupied with just trying to defend that he's not been able to think about being aggressive at all.
The resources loss gap actually is getting wider and wider there.
Yep.
Almost 10,000 difference, which is just insane.
Yep, and
at
now
this
Ghosts
stage.
are being added to the mix as well. The army, like, it's amazing that Time is playing at this pace while still transitioning as well, right? I think it's easy to be aggressive, but then be stuck in like your little tunnel vision and just be like, I'm gonna try to win the game with these units forever. And then eventually you run up against an invincible army. But he is still increasing the quality of his army as well. And I find that maybe the most impressive thing of everything.
Yeah, we'll see if his Ghost control is on point there eventually. As he's adding a few ones here to this army, he's already got 109 army to 100. He's never giving Lambo any good engagement. Look, even though he pulled away the bio there, and there was some abducts, the Liberators are still siege, and everything is gonna die super fast. Time gets the victory here and brings back the score to 2-2.
Mental. That's the way I put it. No,
A mad lad.
he really is. Like, the pace that Time plays at some of these games, that's why I think he's just such a fun player to watch, because he's so hyper-aggressive. He starts attacking, he never really stops. And I feel like this game he did a phenomenal job in not overextending, right? I feel like that's the one flaw that we sometimes see. I mean, in this first massive fight, we kind of missed the beginning of the massive fight here. It just felt that the Baneling count wasn't really there for Lambo, right? Like, he took a fight with like 32 Banelings.
Yeah.
Maybe if he rolls in there with 55
You see the
or
resources
something.
loss, by the way, at this stage already. There was
Double.
a big difference. Time was just cost effective the entire game, the way it needed to be. And he pushed back the creep relentlessly.
Yep.
Like, I almost feel, you know, when you play against creep, sometimes it's discouraging. Like, you keep killing it, but then you have to lose units and stuff to do it. No, not for Time. He was like, I accept the challenge. I'll macro perfectly in the meantime. I'll not lose too many of my units, and I'll keep on pushing that creep back, because as soon as I do my big pushes, if we're off creep, you're going to be in trouble. And Lambo was.
I almost thought he had it there the first time already, but obviously since his +2 armor was a little bit later, those Hydras actually did quite well against the Marines. And the first few times the Ultras showed up, like, they were alright. But you mentioned it as well, that the Blinding Clouds maybe felt a tiny bit late here. But
Yeah.
I think overall, like, Lambo just didn't have the advantage that you need as a
That
Zerg
attack
to-
was so weird, by the way.
Yeah, but I think he felt maybe like, this is my moment where it's Ultras against pure bio.
It was not his moment.
No. No, but I think he maybe didn't expect those lips to show up or something along those lines. Because I think that's the first time he actually saw lips, other than the initial harassing Liberators.
Yeah, the production with the Libs was insane too. He was getting them 4x4, never really gave Lambo any room to transition into something that would do well against those. Like, Hydra count was just really low the whole time. He was everywhere too. Like, Liberators left and right, just harassing mineral lines. Lambo just lost way more the entire game, basically, and never could get a really good fight. That was the final ditch attempt. And time's looking impressive.
Yep.
Makes it even more impressive that Eric beat him now.
Yeah, I know. And the way he did it too. But once again, I feel like World of Sleepers at this point, it deserves like a little asterisk. You know, it's like this victory was made on World of Sleepers, because I've never been like as somebody who's like, that map is like unplayable. But it's funny how the majority of our focus was always like, rich minerals are like, they're silly. It's too good for Zerg and we have to do something about it. But I think the rich Vespian guys, that's like the sleeper imbalance, Maybe that's why they call it the World of Sleepers, because that's the sleeping imbalance. It's actually so sick for Zerg. And I feel like it maybe took us some time to really realize, but in so many scenarios that just plays out in such a fantastic way for Zerg.
Do you hear this?
What?
We're about to find out what's going to be happening.
Showtime. I mean, that's the only choice they have. I already knew.
You had to build up the suspense, man. Of course, it's going to be Showtime here as the last player pre-revive. And he will go up against Time. Time against Showtime.
On the World
The
of
caster's dream of nicknames to cast going up against.
I find like Hero Marine against Marine Lord maybe like slightly more annoying as well.
There was a more obnoxious one recently that we had to do. I can't remember.
Where?
I don't remember exactly, but there were a few that were like, oh my god, like how are we gonna do this? But yeah, it's gonna be World of Sleepers there. What do you think of PVT here on this?
I think that's all right. Like I think the gases have less of an impact here. If anything, you can maybe say it favors Protoss a tiny bit, right? Because Protoss favors, like, gains a little bit more of having a lot of gas income. Anyway, we'll talk about this magnificent map after we introduce these two awesome players in the left bottom side. We're looking at the main base of the Chinese star in the making. It is time.
His opponent in the yellow, Team Mauer, representing Germany. It is Showtime.
He has 4 characters more in his name. But will that make the difference? To go back a little bit to those rich Vespian guises on this map, obviously as a Protoss player, like I think there are certain playstyles where, let's say, you open up with a very low gas style, but then you suddenly want to catch up. Maybe you go double Robo Colossus. Then obviously having a rich Vespian gas really pays off in a big way.
So you would take it as third, you mean?
I mean, I think that's an option, but it also depends a little bit how the Terran opens up. Because if you just open up with Zealots and Stalkers, that build got nerfed a couple times over time. I know people are still very upset about Zealots and their 8 damage, but I really think that at some of the highest levels, like some of the pushes that Terran players can make with either the Raven or a couple of Widow Mines, I honestly think you can take care of it by now already. So
we need to get Haz to play a couple of games on this map. Past High Templars.
Yeah, he's
with
going to show with like 19 High Templars, no Storm, just attack. It's like, wow, Haz, you're so cool.
What a visionary.
Yeah, and then 2 Widow Mines blow up, and it's like minus 1800 gas. We're like, no.
That'd be amazing.
I think that's the ultimate BM as Protoss, like Zerg players, they can steal one of your probes and build an Nexi. Terran players, they can drop the Menemeals. Protoss, you can kill them with High Templars attack move. Like that's how I saw it.
I mean, the game's pretty over if you can already do that usually.
Yeah, of course, but that goes for most of those other moves as well, right? We'll see how Showtime decides to open. In the past, he's been a big fan of Stargate in this matchup. Obviously, we've seen him open up with Twilights as well, but in this case, it is going to be the Stargate.
It's a very long rush distance, right?
Yeah.
On this map. Or do you think Funka would say it's a small map?
Funka does think it's a small map, and that's why.
You say that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I told Gabe, and Gabe's reaction was hilarious.
What did he say?
It's just like, didn't really say anything. Gabe says it best
when Gabe doesn't say anything, you know it's me.
Yeah, that's when you know how he truly
He just does this Gabe giggle.
Yeah, he's like, it's like, how mean am I going to be here on a scale of 1 to Gabe? And he's like, you know what, I'll say nothing. That's the ultimate punishment for Funka.
That's a Gabe.
But I think this map is mostly massive when it comes to like 3-4 bases, right? Like from natural to natural, a couple pushes can arrive actually somewhat quick. But this map just really spreads out. It's a very long map, in a vertical way.
Oracle being made, as well as an Adept. And usually, when you open Stargate like this, you want to rush that third base. But here's the thing. Time will know about this, so he can already start thinking on how he's going to counter this. Obviously, the first priority for Time will be to counter the Stargate units, which there's going to be Oracles. But I gotta say, these Raven timings that Terrans have been doing have looked very impressive, but against a Stargate opener, it's kind of hard to open Raven, right? Like if it's Phoenixes, you could be in trouble. Like the Raven doesn't help that much against Oracle, so he kind of has to open for a Viking here, at least in the first place.
It was a good scout, knowing that there is a Widow Mine. It's like one of these small things. You can say that maybe shouldn't Protoss expect it? Yeah, you know, it's always out there. It's always a possibility, but seeing it is still the best possible thing that could happen. Showtime, is he gonna go a little crazy this game with his adepts?
Oh, he was swapping the barracks.
Oh my god, he's gonna go for it, but he flew! My goodness! That was -2 oracles? Am I crazy, or... Was it? No, it was just a single oracle flying straight into the mine. He saw the mine in the main base, but time moved it, and this is a disastrous start. This Widow Mine will connect as well. Maybe that second oracle, where is that? The second oracle is about to show up, right? Yeah, but what a train wreck of an attack, right?
I got this, guys.
Like, I heard.
Can we see Unislaw's stab? Like, that was a sick defense.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. He lost 3 Marines.
He only lost 2 SCVs.
Yeah.
Like, for most Terrans, there's going to be 15 SCVs dead.
He is taking this base in the middle.
And Robo behind this as well.
Maybe
we'll
you
see.
go quick Colossus then, or? I kind of feel like that's the play, right?
Yeah, Time's getting a tank. I mean, it's always good to get like 1 to 3 tanks, right? And then down the line you push with them. No Raven just yet, and because he's already got the reactor on the starport, it looks like he's just going to go straight into Medivacs.
I really wonder what Showtime is going to do. Like, most likely we'll open up with an Ops here, right? Because Vision is everything here. But then I wonder what he gets out of a Twilight Council. Okay, there is our Robo Bay. I actually think if you open up Robo Bay here, that he might go for Stalkers.
Yeah, Blink.
Yeah, but we'll see. This was just a very rough start. There's no other way to put it. Like,
if you know you're playing against tanks, though, Charge might be even better, right? If somebody's going tanks, they're not really going for Vikings nearly as much. A Reaper, by the way, being made.
Yeah, that's probably an accident. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oracle in a little bit of trouble, but will survive. Still takes some real HP damage, and that hurts. Yeah, it is going to be charged.
Showtime needs some vision here on like the exact composition.
Oh no,
oh,
come
God,
on.
Not like this.
Wow, what a game so far for Showtime. Everything is going wrong. Time is just like, hey, this matchup isn't all that bad. Last game I was picking off creep tumors, now I'm killing oracles.
Did Showtime see the tanks, or like he's going charge straight away, which I actually like against this?
If he's gonna...
Yeah, he saw that there was... Okay, this is brilliant.
Disruptor.
I really think that Stalkers are much worse against this.
Like, yes and no. The only problem is... Like, obviously I agree with you that Zealots against
tanks... Oh, he
scans
scans the wrong base.
Like, if you can collapse on the tanks, it's massive. But right now I look at Showtime's army and I feel like nothing really sinks. Because I don't think Zealots and Disruptors
He's
go
pulling
very
the
well.
boys!
I think that's
God.
really smart.
And Showtime sees it. So I think maybe evacuating the third would be really good. Try to buy a little bit of time with some Disruptor shots. And just make sure charge completes.
He needs the best hits, though. He doesn't just need a good hit, he needs the absolute best hits. I mean, this Army of Time does have a lot of DPS. The Disruptor is going to fire! That's a pretty good one. Gets
oh my God.
He picked up Marines, by the way, by accident there on the left side.
Charge is not complete yet, so his Zealots weren't as fast. They got engaged into. I don't think you want to be fighting there, Showtime. I think he needed to pull back. I'm really surprised he actually tried to fight. Oh my God.
He probably thinks if he loses this game base, he's going to lose the game.
Yeah, but that's not the case. Look at the work again. Like, he pulled SCVs.
Disruptor shot. Ooh, time a little bit late there. Ends up losing the cycle. And now the extra tanks show up.
There's one more Disruptor. Can he connect? He's going to go onto the tanks with his Phoenixes, pick up the tanks, but there's still so many Marines on the ground left over. And there is no Guardian Shield now to help.
Nope. I mean, that final shot completely whiffed. He only killed a single Zealot, actually. That means the Disruptors go down. That means that these Phoenixes are in trouble as well. One more Disruptor could potentially pop here, but Showtime is going to need the money hit of the century if he wants to win this game. Here is our Disruptor. Doesn't get it. Good focus fight there by Time. Time wins against Showtime as well. And now puts China back in the lead. 3-2. We've got a little nation war on our hand. Everything started off very promising for Germany. Like we said before, Time. And they have to probably defeat him twice as well. Like, that's the real sick thing. This is still his first life, so to speak.
That was very convincing here. I'm a little bit surprised. Like, Showtime usually is known for being the guy that holds against all of the attacks and stuff. And I could tell from the start, there was no way he could defend that third base. Like, you keep saying it, if you lose it, like, it's bad. But here's the thing, he will preserve his probe count anyway. So I think the move here was to not engage with the Zealots. I think maybe he didn't realize he didn't have charge yet. So the Zealots there were not nearly as fast.
I think like starting the fight further away is good because it potentially gives him 2 or 3 disruptor hits, right? If you just sit at home.
But not starting the fight, because these Zealots, if they charge in, then they can't get out. You see like how many of them die.
No, you're
And
right.
like during this whole time is not mining nearly as much because he pulled SCVs. So the more you delay the fight, the better it's going to be every single time. I'm so surprised he actually... Like he lost the Nexus here, pretty much. He was already pretty much dead, so why did he move back out to try and re-engage?
The rough thing as well, though, is that like the longer you wait and the more space you give to time, the scarier the tanks are going to be, right? Because then the tanks are going to siege up in a very dangerous position. And that's also something that I think you want to avoid, because then the fight is always going to be bad. Like at least when the fight started now, +1 fire wasn't ready yet, or +1 weapons, I should say. +1 fire. +1 weapons wasn't ready, and combat shield wasn't totally ready yet. And he did get a good hit with the disruptor, but I mean, let's not forget that start was just disastrous, right? That was always going to be a very difficult hold after losing 3 Adepts and an Oracle for 2 Marines and 2 SCVs. This is not going to be good enough. And that means that now China has taken the lead 3-2. We're going to head over to a very quick break. And after that, we'll be back with Game 6 between China and Germany.
But first, guys, remember to enable the extension on Twitch for the war chest, which is, if you guys have it, can allow you to earn some XP for watching StarCraft. What a world we live in.
Well,
what's next? You're going to be sleeping and earning XP for the war chest as well?
No, you just queue up 20 ladder games and build a bunch of Phoenixes. And you max out your war chest in no time.
A very routine thing to do for you.
Absolutely.
Let's just go to a break, guys, and then when we come back, it's going to be the conclusion of China versus Germany. We'll see you guys right after this. Welcome back to Nation Wars 2019. It is time for the conclusion of Germany versus China, and China is now in the lead.
Yeah.
Funka, what do you think of the games?
It is a little unexpected. I really did believe that after the masterclass of Germany's first game that they would be able to probably seize the victory against China, but yeah, time is definitely waking up, and for now he's playing like a beast. I mean, the last game against Showtime was nothing short but impressive by the Chinese Terran.
And now Germany is down to one last player, which they have to choose who to revive. And it's very tricky. Who has the best chance to beat Time twice after what we just saw? Like, I feel like Showtime, he just had a pretty rough game.
Yeah.
Like the way it went down, like everything was going wrong and stuff. So there's always multiple ways to look at it. Maybe one, it was just unfortunate and he can do much better, or two, it's just not his day and then they try for something else.
Yeah,
It's maybe Showtime comes back out, so okay. It was just a mishap. You know, those happen sometimes. I think we all can relate that during our latter adventures, we've had games where every single possible little thing was going wrong and then we lost super hard.
Yeah, I mean, Showtime is not the kind of player that I feel like will question himself because he's had a bad game. I mean, Nationwide is kind of unique in the fact that we were playing best of one, right? So it's not like you've got that opportunity to question yourself when you're playing a best of 3, best of 5. You have to play those games.
Maybe if Smix tweets him that he lost, he would.
Yeah, maybe that would shake him up a little bit. But yeah, Showtime still believes in the fact that he can beat Time, and I definitely agree with that statement. So I kind of want to see it, that new game. I mean, it's Disco Bloodbath at the same time, and we've seen it. It's probably one of the best map for Terrans out there. It's it's a map that's been used and played by a lot of Terran since the beginning of Nation Wars, whether when it was in the Pro League format as the second map during round of 24 and round of 40. Sorry, my voice is a little bit messed up. And during game numbers, during the all kill phase, it's been picked by a lot of Terrans as well. So now Showtime has to play against Time on this one, and we've seen Terrans having a field day with a lot of Doom drops into the main, abusing those cliffs. We'll see what happens here, because the fate of Team Germany is on this guy's shoulder in the top left-hand side in the yellow. Representing Germany, representing Deutschland, he is the wall, the Mauer, Showtime.
His opponent in the red, he's got all the momentum in the world, representing China. It is Time. Very impressive performance here from him in this Nation War. Had a little bit more of a struggle earlier against Brazil, but he lost against Eric.
But what a game. What a game by Eric as well. I mean,
He played off his mind today.
Such an unconventional kind of play style in general. Also using World of Sleepers and their boosted gas geysers that also help out quite a bit.
Yeah, that was a lot of lurkers.
A lot of lurkers in ZVT, which is something you rarely see in general.
Yeah.
So,
Not in StarCraft 2, in Brood War, yeah.
yeah, and Brood War, you did see that.
Couple
Also with the whole position micro. They wait for your Marines to walk onto it. Like everything is going normal, and then suddenly you lose 16 Marines. Like, oh my god! And then obviously Dark Swarm that protects them with Defilers.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what happens here.
That stuff was so hard to deal with, by the way, in Brood War.
Defilers.
Yeah. It feels like,
Thank God for
as a
Irradiate.
Terran, yeah, when they came out, it's over.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why we mentioned it, I think, yesterday with Roddy, the SK Terran strategy that involved a lot of Marines and medics, and also a lot of science vessel to get some irradiates going. And that's one way.
Oh my god.
The Adept is still in position, though.
What a ninja.
And with a Ninja Reaper. You wanted to get a confirmation on the building, the technological building that's been sent out. And it is the
very well with when he will be full HP, by the way. I see that the Adept is there.
But the shade has been cancelled, so he might have tried for it, but Time is not going to go. And this time going for a 1-1-1 after his expansion build. And
I think he pretty much knows to expect the Stargate, right?
What's that, sorry?
I think he pretty much knows to expect the Stargate.
Yeah.
A lot of the time there from Showtime. And I mean, last game he dealt with it beautifully. Like the Widow Mines perfectly placed that. Oh!
So lucky.
Almost safe home.
Yeah.
But
yeah. Close but no cigar for that Reaper. Definitely dying to that last shot from this Adept. Phoenixes in the production tab. Interesting. I mean, it does make sense. Like we mentioned, how wide open the main base is. And this is the reason that we've seen a lot of Terran players have a lot of success with Doom drops, Liberators, Widowmine drops, stuff like that. So obviously playing Phoenixes to shut down that kind of aggression in the middle of, in the beginning of the game is obviously a good idea.
if you're not playing Phoenixes, you a lot of the time need to be relying on stuff like Blink. And it's just very hard, as you mentioned, to deal with medivacs in general. It's like boosting, from outside of where that's gateway and cybercore is to into the main base and stuff. So, and I love that he just kind of hides it as well. Like, this is the only time ever, whereas Protoss, you're hoping that Terran is going to be dropping your main base because you're completely ready with the Phoenixes to, you know, shut down the Medivac, pick up Widow Mines that would be dropped there a lot of the time, and kill them, not suffering any single damage, ideally.
So he pretty much knows that it's coming, though. He's been scouting repeatedly that Medivac. But maybe he's just not about to drop. Maybe he just crosses the map normally and tries to siege from that bottom position and maybe get that gateway, that cybercore with some tank support.
Did time scout anything past the initial?
No.
But here's the thing, he's very smart. He wasn't born yesterday. He knows that this is a possibility. He's probably pretty familiar with Showtime style as well.
Yeah, actually, Showtime has had enough. He's like, okay, I'm going to show those Phoenixes and try to get some damage done.
I think he realized, like, no drop was coming past a certain timing, which could have been dangerous if it had been, you know, out on the map and he missed it, but he's got 600 IQ, so that's not going to happen. Goes across the map, kills 3 SCVs.
Okay, third Nexus about to finish. I feel like Showtime is, pretty comfortable in the position that he's in. I mean, he's got his Phoenix Force in the air to cover for a couple of still possible drops that could come his way. He's got his third Nexus about to finish, as I said earlier, so which means, economically speaking, he's going to do well.
Yeah, like as soon as he starts saturating this is why we're seeing a big gateway explosion. He's just going to want to look to completely overwhelm on the ground. That was sick.
That was so close, though. Like, the timing, I almost felt like Showtime messed that up a little bit, but how do I dare doubting Showtime? Don't ever doubt Showtime.
Question Dimar.
Don't question Dimar. Okay, so we've got a pretty aggressive 2 base timing coming up.
He sees that there is no third CC, so it's a big piece of information. What Showtime's supposed to do right now is stop making probes.
All the boys.
Get a ton of Zealots out and look for the move out. See if the SCVs are in it as well, and then just... I wonder if maybe rushing Storm might be good. Like, would he have the time?
That's gonna be hard. I mean, a couple of Archons are already pretty good.
I mean, Storm's the dream, right? Against so many Marines.
Definitely.
Power Boost is a hell of a thing to use.
Oh yeah.
He's going for Archons. Okay.
Walking on the wall on the right side is actually kind of smart. Well, not on the wall, but on the rocks on the right side.
Showtime is perfectly seeing this. In his previous game versus Time, he wasn't able to defend, but this time he's taking every single precaution.
He's
making
sure
he catches his Medivacs as well. This is massive. He's gonna run straight to the main base.
Time doesn't care. Like, yeah.
No,
think 4 Phoenixes are enough?
He had to abort.
Yep. All right, Widow Mine production has been halted for a couple of minutes now, but it's gonna go up again.
And he tagged the army. He sees everything.
Third CC on the way now, and
trying to catch him.
Great position by Showtime. I mean, he just basically denied the entire attack without doing that much, just moving and being super active with his Phoenixes.
He's finally going for a robo, by the way.
Yeah, that's rather greedy, considering it opens with a Widow Mine in this game. But no, for now, just a beautiful game by Showtime, not taking any damage whatsoever in this game, killing a couple of SCVs here and there, and slowing down time in his attempt to grab a third base. Now Revelation tags the army once again, and that's a billion Zealots that are already ready.
And I wouldn't be surprised if after that robo finishes, he goes for another robo and a robo bay, because he's already going for blink. So it's going to be Stalkers that he's going to add to his army. Showtime's going to be maxed out so fast this game. He's already on 70 walkers. The 4th base is on the way. He's making pylons in advance. He's just playing a beautiful game. And to be honest, I think the choice of Time to pull back is very mature, because he realized that wasn't going to work. He saw the size of the army of Showtime. He's like, no. Like, there's no way. If I go for this, he's been getting ready perfectly. There it is, by the way.
Yeah.
Robo Bay, Colossus transition. And those Phoenixes, I mean, you don't really care, to be honest, at this stage. He's still finding a little bit of damage here and there. And then Shockwaves is on the way.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a timing during which there's going to be Ghosts with enhanced Shockwave. And if Time hits that before there is Colossus...
Yeah.
This is going to be super scary for Showtime, because he never went for Storm. I mean, sure, he has some Archons, but if EMPs land in the middle of every single Zealot, it's going to be scary for him to take any sort of fight.
Yeah, the army of Showtime at the moment is super vulnerable to EMPs. I mean, it's mostly Zealots, a couple of Archons, Sentries that are going to be interesting if you can burn the energy, and Boys are being pulled.
Oh my God.
That's an all-in. That's a total all-in by time. Every single SCV from the natural is being pulled, and that's going to be disruptors coming from Showtime. I think that's a good decision because obviously extended thermal lens would not have been ready. Look at the CMP in the middle of the army. All sentries have been hit. No force fields available.
And I think this time he realizes that he must delay the fight, but no, he's going to re-engage into a disruptor with purification of I will be used.
What a split.
It misses most of the army there. SCV's coming in from behind. He can go for the surround.
Oh my God! Time is such a god, and I think he's qualifying China here with this move. There's so much bio left over. Once again, an EMP hits most of the army, but no disruptors available. Perfect splits on the side of Time, and most of the boys have been destroyed yet. But now, the third base is under siege. Maybe another disruptor actually makes its way. That's pretty good. That's pretty fortunate, actually, for Showtime, that this disruptor was out of the robo before it's taken out. Okay, is it over though? It's not over. 68 armies to play against 73.
Yeah, Showtime's still mining a lot. He transferred a ton of the probes here onto his fourth base. He's got disruptors here to try and delay the siege. He's getting a ton of units. Still has an incredible amount of zealots. The more time he can buy, the better it is for him.
And even a DD Shrine added onto the army. I'm loving it. Widowmines are going to be burrowed, but there's so many zealots again that are being produced, and I think he made it. I think Showtime actually holds here. He's got so many zealots that are available to go at it, and now it's once again nice EMPs, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Even Widowmines doing some friendly fire damage here, and Time, he has to evacuate with his medivacs, but nothing remaining. GG Game 7. I'm sorry. I called it too early, but dodging those two disruptor shots looked like everything that he needed to do, right?
Yeah.
Like it seemed like it was a done deal after that, but
here's the thing, he's mining so little in comparison that if Showtime, even like, all he has to do is not take the fight and lose it super hard.
Yeah.
If he's able to take the fight, trade, pull back, regroup a little bit, get more units, like just buy a little bit of time, he's always going to be fine there because his production is just so far superior. So at first it looked really bad, especially when the SCV swooped in from behind. I don't even know if that was intentional, by the way. They just kind of showed up on the left side, ready to block everything. And I actually think if he had done that better, he might have been able to seal the deal because then that army would have been trapped.
It's interesting that all the SCVs, they were trapping the army on the left side, but they weren't really tanking for that first opening, like that first real actual fight. And it's kind of crazy.
The tanks were far behind now. I think he needed to get on top of this army quicker, but it's just so scary because disruptors were already there.
All the Widowmines also were burrowed next to the tanks that were far away from the fight, so they actually didn't connect with the zealots. And then just like that, I mean, it's a little bit too much, a little bit too many zealots on the side of Showtime. And
so we're getting a best of 3 between Time and Showtime, most likely.
Yeah, isn't that amazing?
Unless China does something crazy and revives ISNO or Cyan, which
I'd be surprised. I want to see some more TVPs. We'll see if that happens. We'll know in a few seconds. And it is time.
Best of 3.
All right, you guys. Second best of 7 that goes into 7 games today.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
And then we had our first 4-0 of the round of 16 as well earlier.
Yeah. Interesting group. So who's going to qualify?
It's really amazing to see what adjustments they make from game to game. Like I think Showtime was a lot more patient this time around. Like obviously it did feel like at first like he was taking the fight a little too eagerly, but I think he needed to. At first I thought it was a mistake the way he engaged close to the Nexus, but I think that was on purpose. He realized that if he just evacuated the third base, the Robo would have died and the disruptor that he really needed wouldn't have been out. So he made sure that he bought time for that to be out, then evacuated. And after that, I mean, once you give him even like what, 1 warp-in cycle, there's just going to be so many more units that he's going to have that you can't really deal with because you're all in and you need to win the game right now. So that was beautifully done here by Showtime.
And that was such a close and nail-biter game once again. And now, well, to know who's going to be joining South Korea in the quarterfinals. But it is one game, one best of one opportunity for one of those two players to make their country part of top 8. Top 8 of the best nations in StarCraft 2. Let's introduce those guys. You know all about them in the top left-hand side. The Yellow Protoss. Representing Germany is the Mauer. Showtime. Tobias Zieber, I believe.
His opponent in the red playing Terran representing China. It is time.
Wait.
What adjustments are we going to see out of him here?
I don't know. Winter's
It
Gate.
feels like if he does another 2 base, it will be anticipated by Showtime, right? Because that's what he's done so far in this series. So maybe take a 3rd base, but I mean, that's not really innovative or anything, right? But conceal the 3rd CC somehow and then take an extra base and play a little bit more standard.
Yeah, you can play the Hero Marine card, like open with a defensive Raven, take care of the observers that are there, maybe grab yourself a 3rd CC that's pretty fast. Defending on this map, interestingly enough, like there is 2 sides to it, right? Like you've got the slow zones, let's call it that are defending your 3rd base on their own. And then just right of that on Time's side of the map, you've got a pretty wide ramp that makes your natural a little bit wide open. So at the same time, your 3rd base is pretty well defended. And at the same time, you can get heavily run by it or counter-attacked onto that natural. So always a tricky map to defend onto, but I feel you could play that 3 base kind of greedy build on the side of Terran. Question is, will he be able to harass and get some damage done in the early game? Because that's something you want to do as well. Like, as Terran in general, you want to slow down Zerg, obviously, Protoss if you can. So whether it's Hellion run-bys or Widow Mine drops or even Banshee harass, like there's a lot of stuff that are available to the Terran arsenal to kill probes. But let's see if he can make it happen, because game number 2, it did... the previous game, it was actually game number 2 between those two. And... he didn't get the opportunity to kill anything and to deal any damage whatsoever in the beginning, so...
That Reaper was having an existential crisis. Going up, going
No.
down, going up, going down.
Oh.
Turning around, I'm dead.
Yeah, that was a pretty massive existential crisis, because it actually committed suicide right there by stopping for the Adept to get that second shot going. Should never have died.
Took a fight they shouldn't have taken here, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And now, actually, Showtime's feeling confident enough to go across the map and try and do some damage himself. There is the 1 bunker, but that means that Time cannot be mining at the Expo for a little bit. Behind this, we have Blink this time around. So Showtime is mixing in a different style here, where he's going to be playing with quite a few Stalkers. Not only can you play defensively very well with this, you also eventually might be able to move across the map and apply some pressure as well. This can delay attacks that Terran might be throwing at you. Against the style of Time that he's been using, where he makes a ton of Marines and tanks and then he pressures. Stalkers, they're not necessarily the best units to mass, but just because you open Blink Stalker doesn't mean that you have to get, 40 of them, right?
Yeah,
Like,
sure.
You just get let's say 8 to 12. You got a good map presence, good defense, and then you transition into something else, and we already see the Robo on the way.
I like that he went for that Raven that I mentioned earlier. So that might be a way to shut down any potential observers that would give him vision to blink onto the main. It's a more defensive kind of style. If he expects Showtime to play Colossi, it's pretty interesting, because you can also block those pesky units with the Matrix. So just in general, an all-round really great unit.
And by the look of things, Time might just be going for another 2 base, by the way.
Yeah.
Just tanks, Raven, Mass Marines. The upgraded version of what we saw previously. What? The game's not over, guys.
Production is getting pretty high. Oh my god! Should we introduce those players again? I don't know. No. We didn't do that.
Time's going for the 2 base. Double forge going down behind this.
Ooh.
And you know what? If he goes for Templar Archives now, I would be so scared for Time.
Yeah.
Because Storm would definitely finish before the attack would hit. And even Stalkers can buy plenty. I'm trying to stay away from the word time here, but you can't.
It's so annoying, man. It's so hard.
4 more gates gonna go down.
Get some breathing room, I guess.
Still no 3rd CC. And I mean, Showtime at this point must be aware. I think, is that an observer or hallucinated Phoenix that he's scouting with? Yeah, he sees everything.
Thanks.
He's like, okay, here we go again. You want to try your luck one more time? So the best thing to do here is to stop making probes. Okay, I mean, starting 3 more. I guess it's not the end of the world. You can make a few more, but
maybe 56. Like
just
2
make
rounds.
a ton of units.
Yeah.
Make non-stop units. Maybe even get an immortal. That might
6
help.
gateways.
Templar Archives probably gonna
Lots
go down
of Zealots, and Zealots, Immortals, a couple of Stalkers, but Zealot with charge, and 1 billion of them. That's obviously really good against the kind of push that Time is going for. It feels like he's gonna drop a late third CC as he's pushing out. But
I think you
if that
shouldn't
first attack doesn't manage to do anything, then he's in a world of trouble.
I'm still making SCVs for some reason.
Or maybe he pushes with him once again. Like it's either he pushes with the boys, or he drops the third CC as he pushes out. Maybe he doesn't push, but I'd be super scared. Like, I mean, he doesn't know about the double forge,
SCVs
but he has to know that his opponent is producing a lot of units at the moment.
Okay, Showtime sees the move out. He's going to try to slow it down a little bit. Some
SCVs
nice
are being
back.
cool. I think the boys are coming. Yeah.
Here we go.
All right, guys. It is time for a clash of those two armies.
Showtime's trying to delay.
Okay, he wants to delay it as much as possible. There's
actually
not that
running
many
haste.
zealots available here. I'm not sure if that's the greatest time to go for the fight,
Okay, he
but
needs
those
to
force
disengage.
fields were amazing, though.
Oh, he almost got the Raven. He needs to disengage now. Let the anti-armor missile expire, and then you re-engage. He did a very good job buying time.
Yeah,
already,
those
by the
force
way.
fields were amazing.
And he made more sentries.
All
He
right.
wants to force field again to delay this further.
Okay, another missile is actually going to connect with the entire army. All right, Dealing Stalker is actually moving to the right side. I'm not sure about that. Yeah, he wants to circumvent those force fields. He's actually going to grab those tanks and drop them after those force fields.
He's trying
but
to
now
wait.
look at this position. This is a great concave for Showtime. Does he have the right amount of units? We'll know in just a few seconds. Two of those tanks are not sieged up now.
He's pulling
and
the girls.
missile just expired.
He's pulling the girls. The probes are going to come off the line. There's so much army here for time. Zealots getting up close.
Showtime
and
is doing it.
comfortable. Guardian Shield helping a ton.
Yeah, Germany is going to make it with all the SCVs dying, 27 of them, and he's kiting as much as he can, time that is. But that's not going to be enough, I feel. Just the remainder of the bio is trying to make it work, but no. 1-1 army from Showtime, Zealots, Immortals, and everything make the difference, and Germany makes it as first place here in this group and will join South Korea in the quarterfinals. Great performance by those guys. Well played, Showtime.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, 9.
9.
That is kind
Nine.
happening.
This is kind happening.
Fantastic
Wunderbar.
holds from Showtime.
Wunderbar by Showtime.
Yeah, he scouted very nicely what was coming and defending. Like the way bot time here was perfect. By the way, he forced 2 anti-armor missile, and as the second one was about to finish, he re-engaged. Yeah, that was the second one here, and you can see the bar. You know, like the expiration bar. He waited very nicely, as late as he could. Really, like if he had gone back more, obviously he would have been engaged into it. It would have been a disaster. He already forced a siege kind of all the way back by threatening to engage. Pull the probes, why not?
Yeah, of course.
Can't pull SCVs anyway. Like, you already got so many war walkers. It's like the silliest feeling to lose a game and you have like 58 walkers mining against 10 walkers mining. It's like, why do I even have that? So
Yeah. No, great adaptation and great realization by Showtime that he was getting heavily all-in by time in this game, and he just needed to hold once. And the fact that he also went for that third base instead of the third one that's on the right side, I think is way better, because you've seen that entire area that's really wide open, and it's great for Zealot going from every single angle. If you go to the right side, then suddenly you've got the slow zones that are working against you. Tanks can be tucked in just behind the whatever it's called, but and so you can abuse a couple of positions on the right side, which you cannot do on the left side. So kudos to Showtime, just a really well thought out defense by the German player, and now they're making it as top 8 once again, 2 seasons in a row.
and that means that we know 2 teams now, South Korea and Germany, both have made it to the round of 8. For the rest of this group, it's going to be this weekend,
Either Saturday or Sunday.
yeah, and obviously tomorrow and after tomorrow we'll have the other 2 groups with the first 3 matches of those. So yeah, these are the results for today from Group D. D for Deutschland,
Of course.
as they advance
Group Deutschland.
on to the next round.
Scripted once again. So Germany winning quite easily against Mexico 4-0, and then China struggling against Brazil 4-3. And then interestingly enough, China leading up until the point that Showtime just woke up and
It turned it on.
Am I really losing to this? Nah. We're making it as first place, guys. And it means they're already dodging South Korea in the first round. They cannot play for South Korea in the top 8.
That's pretty good news.
Yeah, it's always good news to
For South
dodge
Korea.
For South Korea.
They
Imagine
dodged Big Gabe.
dodging Big Game, dodging the Mauer. Imagine Big Game actually seizing you and just throwing you at Showtime, at the wall. That's not good.
That'd be pretty bad.
As making fun of you or like, I don't know, neuraling you.
That'd be more powerful than One Punch Man.
Definitely. All right.
So I think we're gonna have an interview in a second.
Of course. I wanna hear the German boys and how happy they are because they've said it. I mean, Lambo's told it to us. I mean, it's a great team they have this year.
Yeah.
And making it first place after such a difficult group and a difficult opponent in the winners match is already a pretty massive feat. So they might be feeling quite ecstatic right now.
I almost wish the French team was doing as well as the German team at this point. But
Yeah.
I mean, they haven't played yet.
They haven't played.
16, yeah, but Germany is just looking so
Before
convincing.
we 4-0 Finland, we make it first place.
That'd be nuts.
That'd be imagine that, crazy.
Marine Lord, vintage Marine Lord.
Yeah, no, those are rare these days. They are really expensive. Vintage Marine Lord with the tank top and everything. Nah, no.
He worked out too much since the one where he performed super well.
Yeah, and now he
lost his
cannot
power.
move as fast on his
Yeah.
keyboard. You know, that's the thing. What was that production? Sorry.
Do we have the interview ready?
Do we have showtime or are we still waiting? They're not saying anything. All right, 30 seconds apparently before the interview. Okay.
It's going to be interesting, the rest of this group, because like Mexico, they had a little bit of the difficult time versus Germany. Brazil impressed a lot more.
It did.
But that doesn't mean much, right? If Mexico shows up and they play like some of the best games that they can play, they have a very good shot at winning against Brazil. So it's going to be very up in the air. And I think China should be the favorite to come out in second place from this group. But we saw against Brazil that, they can bleed. And they didn't have the easiest time either. So I'm excited for the rest of the group.
I mean, second place is still wide open, I think.
Yeah.
And you have to be scared if you're like any of those three teams are not out yet, and they're also not qualified by any means. So they'll have to fight really hard to get that second place.
To beat time, it mostly takes a Protoss, unless your name is Eric.
Mm-hmm.
And both of these teams don't have any Protoss.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Although they have
Team
Turkey
China.
Dano.
Yeah, Turkey Dano. But will he be able to play?
Does he count as a
in
regular
macro?
Protoss?
Yeah, is he gonna play a macro style like Showtime did? I'm not sure about that, but maybe Turkey Dano can surprise us when they play on Saturday, I believe. The interview is ready, so we can talk to the German boys. Let's do this. All right. Hello, guys. Showtime, Lambo. Is Big Game with us, or did he go to sleep?
Is he too big for us?
His
I think
microphone
it's-
is not working.
Yeah.
Isn't he
He's streaming
supposed
every
to be
single
a top
day and his
streamer?
microphone is not working? Are you kidding me?
I think
Well,
it's
I
not
think
the
it's
microphone. I
working.
think it's this thing they're using.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
All right. How?
oh,
Oh, there he is.
Euromarine is actually with us now.
Okay. How satisfied are you guys after this
Okay,
pretty crazy group of games?
Maybe
I mean,
Showtime.
we advanced, so I would say we're pretty satisfied, even though it was pretty close in the end.
Showtime. I mean, like looking at the 3 games that you played against Time, like do you feel like this is a result that will happen time and time again, or do you think it's still a 50-50 between you guys? Because it looked like Time wanted to go for those 2 base all in every time, or at least 2 base plays, and in the end, it seemed like you adjusted pretty well, and he had no shot, like in that game 3, for instance.
Yeah, I lost the same way to him at Aces Rock, like just 2 SCV pull all-ins, so I was kind of expecting him to do it as well in Nation Wars, so I don't know, I feel like the game on World of Sleepers, I kind of was in a good spot, like I had a good disruptor hit, I just should have sacked my 3rd base and I would have been fine, but I was a bit overconfident in my salads, I guess,
Yeah.
and then I lost, and the other games were, even though my control was a bit bad because I'm a bit nervous, the other games are pretty easy, I think.
All right.
And after this performance going forward, are you guys feeling super confident now? Because China is definitely one of the top teams, I think, in this tournament. Even Mexico, like a previous top place finisher multiple times in Nation Wars. So does this give you guys confidence to make the finals?
I
can
think
say
that's
something
been
good. Oh, go ahead.
Sure, go ahead. Go ahead.
You guys are so cute. Like exactly at the same time.
Okay, I will go. No, I think it was very important to get first. I'm not sure if the games gave us more confidence, because I'm pretty sure all three of us were already confident that we could beat pretty much everybody, but just avoiding Korea and probably Finland, I would assume, and getting to the offline part has to be easier for now.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, like dodging South Korea. I don't know about Finland making it first place. I have a feeling that France might be taking first place. But
Here, Marine, were you happy about your games?
Yeah, it was pretty okay. I mean, mostly it's like best of one formats that can catch you off guard sometimes. So in that last series, I wasn't really able to show that much because of it, and Showtime was a revive. But in general, I didn't think I had any hiccups. It was more just a problem of ping, and also the fact that Time's playstyle is really hard to deal with. When like you have a 200 ping or something like that. So I just think it's hard for me to play against someone like that and with latency.
Yeah.
So I didn't think I was lacking that much in that game. I think if I just played slightly better, I probably would have won that game pretty comfortable. And of course, the 2 games against Special were pretty good as well, because I knew what he was going to do, and his playstyle is also pretty aggressive, but more controlled, whereas Time is like more just diving in, and more controlled aggression is easier to deal with, I feel like.
Yeah, makes sense. Any particular team you would like to avoid? I know, like, of course, we kind of touched on that a little bit, because since you're first place, you'll be dodging most of the difficult teams. But is there any teams that are still in the tournament that you could be potentially facing that you'd be worried, especially, or do you feel like you can basically take down anybody?
As long as Finland and Italy get like first place, I think we're pretty satisfied with our draw.
Do you guys agree with that? Like, is this only a way of like dodging Italy? So I guess Rainer, Cyril, and Korea.
We really like want to dodge, because I think they are like favored against us is probably Finland and Korea. I think everybody else is fine to deal with, but in Group A, Italy is like by far the favorite in my opinion. So dodging them at the same time would be great as well.
All right.
And going into today's matches, like, was it already very clear for you guys that if you had to deal with Time on multiple occasions, it was going to be Showtime that you were going to revive if you had to revive anyone? Or did you guys pick on the spot depending on like who was feeling comfortable tonight to play against him?
I think we picked on the spot, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, the reason I didn't really want to play against Time is because, like I said, the ping advantage with his playstyle, I feel like is affecting me quite a bit.
Yeah.
And also, I saw the game that Showtime played against him on World of Sleepers. I feel like that game wasn't really showing anything. I was still believing that Showtime had better chances, since Time was heavily relying on his timings and like all-in play, which is fine, but he does it like every time, especially against Showtime. And for this reason, I thought that he'd be fine against him.
Yeah, that game was actually pretty crazy. Like, it felt like everything was going wrong for you, Showtime. Like, did you feel like that during the game? Like, just it was a lot of unfortunate things happening one by one, like starting with, like, you know, the Oracle that flew into the window mine and everything?
Yeah, the Oracle was the only big mistake, I think, in like the early game at least. The Adepts got some decent damage, just the last one kind of shaded into the mine, which I could have predicted. But yeah, the Oracle was bad, but I actually felt like I was still winning for some reason, because it's World of Sleepers, you can get the middle base with the gas, and if it doesn't all in me, I'm still going to be in a really good spot. So even with the bad early game, I still felt pretty comfortable, actually.
And Lambo, like, you were defending the entire game, and then finally you attacked, I think, into his third base. Do you think that's where it really went wrong? Or like, did you have to attack at the time? Because I was really surprised you attacked into that base and then lost a lot of units.
Yeah, I already didn't feel in a comfortable position anymore, because I lost most of the map control, and he already started mass expanding. Also, I I don't feel confident playing with ping at all, and Time seemed to be handling it quite well. I mean, obviously Time has we both have 200 ping, but he seemed to be microing quite well, and I thought I was playing rather poor compared to my usual level. So I felt like if I win this fight and then he only has Marines, I can maybe take a good fight. But it just didn't happen.
I wanted to ask about the fact that most likely we would be playing with the new patch in the round of 8. New patch should be out by then. So how do you think it's going to affect your play? Like, I guess Hero Marine, that question is more towards you, but I guess it affects every one of you. How good does it feel to be playing on a different patch in the round of 8?
I haven't been practicing the new patch yet because of this tournament.
Yeah.
However, I feel like in TVP it does not make a big difference. But one of our main concerns are like Cyril and Reyna. And for me, I feel like TVZ could become very good for me because I feel like the new patch can really favor my playstyle in TVZ. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know what really goes through in the end. I don't really have an idea yet if every change will be there. We don't know because it hasn't been released yet. But if it's released like now, I'm actually feeling pretty good about TVZ again.
Showtime, maybe same question in general. Have you been able to look at the patch a little bit, maybe practice a little bit on it?
I've played it a little bit, not as much as some of the other guys. I was still trying to play like this patch a bit more since basically because of Nation Wars.
Thank you for that.
Sure. I feel similar to Gabe in the way that Zerg is probably going to get a big nerf. So going up against, several Reyna and so on, since Protoss might be able to play late game again, might be pretty good for me. So I think it should be good for us. Of course, we have Lambo as a Zerg who's going to probably be at a bit of a disadvantage because of the patch as well. So maybe it balances out. But for me personally, it's going to be good, I think.
You guys all participating in a Home Story Cup? I think Lambo, Hero Marine, you are. Showtime, I guess you are too, right?
Yeah.
So you'll get a proper training with the patch there, I guess. So it makes it a little bit easier for you guys once the round of 8 hits. Okay, that's pretty good. I would like to ask you guys if you want to say something in German to the fans that are watching currently. So I don't know, whatever you want, you would like to say. Lambo, maybe go first.
Okay. Danke an alle, die zugeschaut haben. Großes Shoutout an alle, auch spezieller Shoutout an Borsti. Ich habe dich die ganze Zeit beim Meme gesehen auf Twitter, also danke auch dafür. Und wir werden unser Bestes versuchen, um das ganze Ding zu gewinnen.
Ja, auch ein Danke von mir, besonders an die Leute im Chat. Es ist immer witzig, den Chat nebenbei zu lesen, besonders wenn Deutsche da reinschreiben. Heute lief es ganz gut und dadurch, dass wir Erster geworden sind, wird es euch auch der Round of 8 sehr gut laufen. Also mal schauen.
Danke fürs Zuschauen, danke für den Support, so wie immer. War heute ein bisschen enger als geplant, würde ich mal sagen, aber am Ende sind wir weitergekommen, bin ziemlich happy drüber und hoffentlich geht es so weiter in den Round of 8.
And here, Marine, one last thing. A lot of people are spamming memes in the chat when you're playing. So do you have anything to say to them?
That's what I just said in German. I always have a great time reading the chat during these tournaments. It's pretty fun, especially if you don't have to play the entire time.
Yeah. Do you ever rewatch the VODs of your games? Because there is only one thing being said in the chat while you're playing. You know that, right? Big game.
Not really. But because the stream has delay, I can catch most of the ending with the chat always. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, guys. Congratulations. And we'll see you in the round of 8.
Thank you. Yeah. Bye.
Yo.
Good to know.
Thanks.
Cheers. All right.
Threw in a little bit of German there at the end. I see what you did.
Yeah, of course. No, I think Lambo mentioned the memes from Borsti on Twitter. That's what he said at the beginning. It was like, yeah, that was pretty good.
Look at you.
Funny. I had German for 7 years.
7 years?
7 years, man. my German is so bad. I lost 7 years of my life. That's crazy. But I do understand.
I lived there multiple years and I can't speak a word.
Yeah. That was pretty cool that you said, like, how about, those memes about you? It's like, yeah, that's exactly what I said like 2 seconds ago. And you're living in Germany. What? This is amazing. I love it. Any last words, Todd, before we finish that show?
Thank you guys for tuning in, and we'll be back tomorrow with this beautiful group: Poland, France, Finland, and Croatia. This is like a European Cup of football or something.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It looks exactly like it. Poland, France, Finland, Croatia. That should be a really good one. Obviously, a lot of tension will be in the casting desk. With both Frenchies here, and also on the French cast that's happening just in the studio next to us. But obviously, don't forget to tune in. 6 p.m. CEST tomorrow. Not CEST, CET now.
Yeah,
it's winter's time here, and everything is so dark so early. It's actually kind of frightening. But it's okay, because the light is here. The light is in the studio with some amazing StarCraft 2 games. We've been blessed with a lot of amazing ones since the beginning of the year, and it's going to continue tomorrow, the day after that, Saturday, Sunday, started 4 p.m. this time, because we do have 4 matches. So we will have a little bit more games to show. So we'll be starting earlier, but we'll talk about that. For now, we want to say good night. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. CET for Group France, Finland, Croatia, and I can't remember. Help me out here. Finland, Croatia,
Poland.
Poland, thank you. Poland was the 4th one. Worst intro of all time. Please don't hold it against me.
We love
We'll
you
see
guys. See you tomorrow.
We love you guys. Bye bye. Bye bye.